Hello. Opportunity for the young. Happy seeing the yours. Synergetic soul. Feeling safer in everyday life. Hey, see mine. Safer soul. With the innovation, you with the exciting futuristic soul. Inspire the world through ambition and technology. Leading global soul. Stand up for the world. Spell City soul.
I can promise you guys one thing, okay? And hold me to it, all right?
I will
Do
not
it,
read the
internet.
YouTube comments.
Not that, but I can promise you guys in the grand finals we'll get at least 3 games of League of Legends. Guaranteed.
Nice.
I promise.
That's pretty brave, Wolf. I don't know.
And I think that, like, that's a lot. There's a whole crowd there. It could be long games, even. So it could be, like, high value, actually. So
Yeah.
I'd say at
We
least
should show
3.
up.
It could be 4 or 5. It could be. You guys might even get a bonus.
Do you know what I also think we'll get? We'll get this like really cool pre-show and intro segment that's gonna be so cool.
Cool video.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Good casters. At least 3 casters.
it'll be 3 of them. Will they be good? Will they be bad? We don't know, but it'll be
At least
3.
2 deskers as well.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 Spring Grand Finals pre-show. I am Valdez, joined by Ox and Hooney with me today, and we are here live at the Jamshil Indoor Stadium to bring you, of course, these Grand Finals between T1 and Gen G. How are you guys doing?
Pretty fantastic. We had a great day yesterday where we already got to see a series in the stadium, and I feel like we're going to get another banger today.
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting. I see way more crowd here, and I already feel like this is actually grand final. So I think it's going to be awesome.
It is actually the grand final, and it all comes down to this to decide who's going to win it for the spring finals, of course. Let's take a look at some of the finals that we have already had in Jamshil. We have had quite a bunch of them. Not in this exact stadium, although we have had one here in 2016 summer, but even going back to 2013, guys, we have had a bunch of finals here.
Yeah, a lot of them with T1 as well. 4 out of 5 of them with them. So this could be their 5th. Currently with a 3-1 record, so doing pretty good altogether.
Yeah, I mean, sad thing is like actually I'm the only one actually lost here. That's SQT.
Oh no!
Oh man, a little bit sad.
Bit of pain.
It's fine though. It's whatever.
At least you were here for one. I think that counts as a player. None of us on this squad outside of Hooney have been here, so not yet. Ox is still working on it. We'll see in the future.
Flex team.
Yeah, sure. Let's take a look at the playoffs bracket that we have had so far. Funnily enough, it doesn't happen every time, although it does happen pretty often. Our split first and second did make it to the grand finals starting today.
Yeah, I think some of the things that happened along the way, like the KT series being so close, unexpected, but these were our top 2 teams coming out of the regular season, so not a huge surprise that they'll be the ones in the grand final. And it's a matchup, and we've seen a few times before, you know, maybe once or twice.
Well, I mean, the story is kind of like a little bit obvious, but like, you know, it's defending champion against a Victory 11 who's trying to, and I mean, that's awesome too. Like, so I think it's like both teams are actually been here before, like more than a lot, but it's still really fantastic.
Yeah, it's really cool, and both these teams have been here many times. Both of these teams have faced off multiple times as well. Let's take a look at some of the finals that these teams have been in. We can take a look starting on the side of T1, and As you can see, guys, of course, it is Faker still here in 2023, surrounded by some, quote-unquote newer players who also do have some great feats to their name.
I think the crazy thing is not just how many are there for Faker, but also how many are champion, and only 3 runners-up out of all of that. Just such a legacy.
Yeah, I mean, even though he's the runner-up, like, it's really crazy thing, but the thing is, like, I don't know. It's like he's full of it. Like, you see, like, basically every seed number. Like, it's been 10 years. He's writing histories.
Yeah, and Huni, of course, was a part of some of those as well along the way. As this is the Gen Finals career, Gen G, you should say, and we didn't have to single space to fit all of them in, and actually a couple of players haven't even been to a finals.
Yeah, I feel like Faker's was crammed in there, a bit more space here, but I think it's just crazy the fact that, I mean, Delight and Pays, but especially Pays, debuting and have such a strong performance so far, and, playing yesterday and putting on a really good display.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's going to be pretty, it's a really big key because they played yesterday. So, like, they already experienced when they're a rookie. So I think that's actually pretty good advantage, I would say, for the who have not been experienced before.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's really going to be interesting to see how some of these players do perform in this finals, regardless of experience so far. Let's take a look at some of the stats we do have for these teams that are fighting off today. So far in playoffs, T1 have had the best stats, as you can see here, but Gen G definitely kind of forming this very defensive, like, rock-solid team. We saw it yesterday in the lower bracket finals against KT. What has your guys' impression been of them?
I mean, I feel like Gen G have had a really controlled game, I think. Maybe not as strong at the start as T1, not as explosive. But when it comes to their setups in the mid-game and the late game, very effective and able to do it without making too many mistakes. I think a really good performance is obviously why they did end up getting to a final.
Yeah, I mean, for Gen G, I would say it's the consistency is the key. Like, that's how you see, like, from the start. Like, they're actually slow starter compared to, like, any other team. But they actually have a really, really strong strategy, like, in the middle of the game. But the thing is, like, T1, if they're actually ahead in all the game, they don't get down. They don't want to be like, they don't want to give to enemy team to opportunity. So I think it's a Gen G, like, it's gonna be really cool to how can they actually make the opportunity how to come back from the game.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if they can make it to a late game scenario on even footing, you could definitely give Gen G a good shot in that case. But will T1 just snowball a little bit too quickly is definitely one of the things we will have to look for as the fans are going wild. Let's take a look at the points of the match that we do have here for this best of 5, because it wouldn't be a grand finals without one of these awesome videos between, of course, T1 and Gen G.
And highlighting the junglers with the former 2 finals MVP going to each one. Both of them being instrumental as well in the wins so far in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Pina, like, he's also really, like, everyone's saying, like, there's a lot of big game hunter, but Pina is also one of the, like, strong up there, too. And it's like Owner, like, also, he was really showing really strong in the entire playoff, too.
And I think particularly Owner and Kerry as a duo, setting up plays and working together is just such a pleasure to see. I feel like as a jungle support duo, having good synergy there is so important. These two, it's on another level.
Yeah, I mean, this Pina, like, these type of the things, like the clutch play, like he brings to the team, like ability that he has, like when actually need to focus, like at the short term, like he's shown like a lot better, especially this playoff.
I think yesterday he absolutely had that game on Wukong, which he just carried completely. I mean, this is a clip from that game, managing to secure the smite. Actually, sorry, this isn't the game where he was on the Wukong. It was game 2 where he popped off. Normally it's game 3, but throughout that series had a really strong performance and stepping up.
Yeah, we can see here number 2 is going to be a focus on the bottom lane, especially the AD carries. Big game enjoyer, AD carries, meaning they hunt the big game, I suppose, in this case. The ultimate confidence, Gumayusi, who, he's really stepped into his own. We've been very surprised and just very lovely to watch him be so clutch in some of these best of 5s and playoffs and really almost carry the team quite a lot up against Pays, who seems to have some great confidence himself.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of crazy to me because, like, they're, like, both are so young. Like, they're so young blood. Like, Pace is, like, 0-5 and Guma is 0-2 at Warren. But the thing is, like, it's crazy. I can't believe, like, their consistency and, like, how can they actually focus, like, when they're this young? Because I couldn't do it when I was younger.
I think particularly for Gen G as well, for Pays, a lot of people thought the loss of Ruler, the loss of the Hens, this could end up being a rebuild year for Genji. You know, over time they'd get better and better, maybe not making the finals in spring, but Pays has shown that he is a hugely important piece of this Genji lineup and has really stepped into the shoes that were there before him.
Yeah, it's great to see a lot of consistency out of a young player, so I think that you know, that could be one of the keys, right? Because you are going to be up against such a strong team. You need to be ready for game 1 through potentially 5 to not falter, not get nervous, not really drop any level of your gameplay. Otherwise, you're probably just going to lose to that bottom lane of T1.
Yeah, and I think the support matchup is a big one. Keria is in everyone's minds the #1. But I have to say, Delight has really been a positive force for Genji. I think in the series against KT, some Thresh moments were absolutely phenomenal, but he needs to be on his A game if he wants to keep up with Keria.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Delight, like thinking that during the playoff, like people were like still like unsure like how he can actually perform against the T1. But the thing is, like he actually played really well yesterday, especially against the KT series, which is he even got POG at the game 3, which is this game, as you guys seen. Thresh play was absolutely, he was the game changer. He's the one that actually made Genji be able to come back, and that was crazy. It actually reminds me like old days of the MetLife hook. Like that's how I feel.
And I feel like at the start of the split, we saw Keria playing these like marksman supports, which some other supports didn't have as good a read on. But we're back to these playmakers, these engaged champions. I think Delight, he's got his work cut out with it for him, but he has been showing a high level of performance so far.
Yeah, Delight with some strong words for his matchup up against Keria, kind of challenging him as he's stepping up to the plate. Everybody says Keria is the best support, he's the best player. I'm going to show him that actually I'm the best support. I'm going to get in there. And, you know, little glimpse from Game 3 was very nice to see from the Thresh, who does seem to be very strong and might be a key pick here. But let's talk about the key player matchup in this best of 5. We have to look immediately towards the mid lane for Faker versus Chovy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit obvious. But
Yeah.
the thing is, like, mid is absolutely really important, especially this meta as well. Like, as we see from even yesterday, like, it was like whoever win the lane phase or like whoever actually moved at the correct spot, correct time. Like, that's why the Chovy was actually better, was just showing especially yesterday KT series. But the thing is, like, Faker already know how to do it. Like, he's been doing that entire his career, but Chovy, it's, you know, he just learned, and that's gotta be, you know, really interesting point.
Yeah, and I mean, we look at the track record between them. I feel like a lot of players would probably have a similar track record when going up against Faker. He has been so dominant throughout his career, but there was that summer finals where they did manage to take down T1 pretty convincingly, and obviously hoping to repeat that today.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to get a 3-0. I think that's a really good showing, and we actually looked back at the predictions. It did seem like back in that year, just last year, like a lot of people were expecting Genji to take the throne, but will be interesting to see some of the predictions a little bit later on. Not going to spoil anything here, but I think we all kind of get a feeling, an inkling of who might be the favorite team in this best of 5 for sure. So definitely going to be a big one. Chovy, his timing yesterday was pretty much impeccable. He was a big part of the reason why his team was able to essentially crush KT yesterday. So I wouldn't be surprised if he can match Faker today. But guys, enough about the mid lane. Let's talk about our coaches and listen in to their interviews here.
안녕하세요, 배혜지입니다. 2023 LCK 스프링 스플릿 결승전을 앞두고 있는 두 팀이죠. T1과 젠지의 양 팀의 감독님들과 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 뱅기 감독님, 감독으로서는 LCK 첫 결승입니다. 감회가 남다를 것 같은데 기분이 어떠신가요?
뭐 사실 감독으로서 LCK에서 결승전을 하는 건 처음이지만 결승전 자체는 자주 와봤기 때문에 긴장하지 않고 잘 하면 괜찮을 것 같습니다.
스코어 감독님, 결승 무대에서 T1과 3연속 만나게 됐습니다. 이 대진에 대한 생각은 어떠신지 궁금해요.
일단 T1이 항상 이제 결승전에서 맞붙게 되었는데 T1이 아무래도 항상 강한 팀이다 보니까 만나게 된 것 같고 저희도 그래도 결승까지 올 수 있는 그런 실력을 어느 정도 입증한 것 같아서 오늘 대회 좀 결승전 되게 기대되고 잘할 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
자, 그렇다면 오늘 양 팀의 감독님들이 꼽은 오늘의 승부처는 어디일지 궁금한데요. 먼저 뱅기 감독님.
사실 미디어데이 때는 정글이라고 하긴 했는데 이번에는 약간 말을 바꿔서 바텀이 될 것 같습니다. 아무래도 젠지 같은 경우에는 그 상체는 그대로인데 바텀이 결승전이 처음이기 때문에 조금 긴장을 많이 할 것 같고 그런 점에서 가장 두드러지지 않을까 생각하고 있습니다.
오, 좋습니다. T1 감독님이 이렇게 말씀하셨는데 그렇다면 젠지 감독님은 어떤 점을 또 승부처로 꼽고 계실까요?
앞서 들었던 대로 어떻게 보면은 스프링 시즌에 T1이 6번이나 우승을 했는데 그 과정에 항상 페이커 선수가 있었다고 생각해서 미드라이너인 저희 초비 정지훈 선수가 오늘 잘할 수 있으면은 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
T1의 LCK 11번째 우승이 걸려 있는 오늘의 결승전입니다. 각오 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
앞서 말해주셨듯이 스프링에서 결승전 올라갔을 때 한 번도 진 적이 없다고 했으니까 이번에도 그 기록 깨지 않도록 하겠습니다.
오, 좋습니다. 자, 그렇다면 스코어 감독님, 디펜딩 챔피언이잖아요. 그래서 우승컵을 지키기 위한 각오 한 말씀 들어보겠습니다.
저희가 디펜딩 챔피언이긴 하지만 이제 시즌 전이나 사실 어제 경기에서조차 사실 기대를 그렇게 크게 받고 있지 않다고 생각해요. 저희가 기대를 오늘도 많이 받진 않을 것 같은데 그런 기대를 받지 않는 상황 속에서도 결승전까지 왔기 때문에 오늘은 꼭 또 이기도록 하겠습니다.
네, 지금까지 T1의 뱅기 감독님 그리고 젠지의 스코어 감독님과 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
Very good to hear from both Bengi and Score, as both of them seem pretty confident coming into this one for various different reasons. Either the defending champions from 2022, or you're a team that's won 6 out of 6 spring grand finals that you have been in. So, pretty big match of the Titans, you could say, in this one. And I think it's about time that we do get into predictions. So, for myself, starting here as the host, I will say 3-0 for T1. That is the one that I did go for here.
Ooh,
I am not the only one out of all the talents here that has gone for this prediction. I just feel like T1 has showcased that they are kind of on a different level. And Gen G, they played well yesterday. I think KT kind of underperformed and Gen G took advantage of that. And seeing what we saw already in the playoffs with T1 kind of dominating Gen G getting that one win with Peanut getting the really clutch engage, I think this time T1 will be a little bit more solid and they will get the 3-0.
Yeah,
what do you think?
Me, I'm much more favored towards Gen G because I think they'll get a whole game. But still T1 T1. I still think it's T1 favored. I do think that Gen G have shown that bot lane is confident despite being on a big stage. I just still don't think it's enough to take down these Titans.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it's the same as T1 3-1 because of the reason why. Like, if you want to be 3-0, you have to be like much better. Like, you have to be really, really good. You have to be every single player. You need to be big at the form. But the thing is, like, I think T1's shown a lot of mistakes from the KT series, even Gen G series. That's how I feel. And also, I think there's a chance that Gen G will play really good in the one, like at least one game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it could happen. You know, Peanut gets another big engage, or Pays really steps up to the plate. Chovy does what he did yesterday. Absolutely could happen. It really just depends on the form on the day. But guys, we do have some special other guests from around the globe who have put their input in. Let's hear from some of the guys over at the LEC what they think about this finals.
I think T1 is probably going to win the LCK finals. Why? Because they're probably the best team in LCK, at least.
I definitely think T1 will take it. I think they just looked the strongest. Even if they didn't have the best series against KT, they still won in the end. And I'm sure they'll do even better in the final. So I definitely think they will take it and go through to MSI as the first seed from LCK. And I'm definitely looking forward to facing them as well. It's always fun to play against T1, playing against Faker. Always a fun matchup, and I'm really looking forward to it.
In my mind, T1 is the favorite. I think that's probably in everyone's mind. But I just feel like when I watch their games, and I especially watch Gumayushi's games, that he is just next level, and he's kind of been next level throughout the entirety of the season, together with Keria. So to me, that bot lane strength is just gonna have too much weight.
I think the prediction between Gen G and SKT for me is that SKT will take it home. I think they're the best team in Korea right now, and they have probably the best bot lane in the world. Also carries, I think, the best support in the world. So I think they'll take it home, and yeah.
Gen... no, they won't. I think T1 will win. Go Faker! Faker! Faker!
Well, there you have it. Everybody voting for T1 over on the LEC, or at least the people we have interviewed. Thank you so much to Lore to gathering up all those players and asking them their thoughts, of course, on this series. Not a big surprise, and a lot of highlights, especially on the bottom lane. Guma really stepping up to the plate. Keria known as one of the best players. So, any thoughts on their predictions?
I mean, I feel like everyone is feeling T1 are favored, but we've seen upsets before. We've seen miracle stories like DRX at Last World, so I think it's T1 favored, but there's still a chance.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the same thing, like as what the score said, like which is like I think that not many there's not gonna be like a lot of expectation or favor for Gen G, but the thing is like I think they've been making upset, they've been making like really good play, and they've shown really strong. I feel like also the expectation because they have more rookies, like more so that's why the expectation was a little bit rough. But the thing is like I think especially Pace and Dilla, I think they've been stepping up really good.
They really have. I think that, as I said before, it's really about form on the day, right? So if you are playing at your best as Pace and you are playing at your best as Delight, they have a chance. They absolutely do. You never know what's going to happen. The Faker Chovy matchup we talked about, the top lanes or the top side of the map, very strong for both of these teams. So never really know what's going to happen, guys. But we do have this grand finals about to hit us right now. Let us jump straight into the opening ceremony right now.
우승을 몇 번을 했는데요. 정말 얼마나 하고 싶었을까요, 우승. 그렇습니다. 지원과 팬컵 전승 우승! 살면서 빅토리 남은 기합니다. LCK의 명예를 되찾았습니다. 창단 이후 첫 우승!
작년에도 우승을 많이 할 수 있었을 것 같은데 못해줘서 좀 아쉬워 보이네요.
한계를 모르는 그리핀. 요시드들이 킹덤 3대0 최고의 탑선론을 The undisputed best team in the world. There it is. Rocks Tigers take it. 전설은 계속 이어집니다. And SKT with Easyun takes the 3-0. 좋아요. 말 못할 정도로. 그리고 시작입니다. 이제 우리가 더나 통일을 한다. 결과는 예상이 나셨습니다. 아니스타가 꿈에 나오겠어요. 영광의 우승은 해바이지. 챌린저스 우승컵이죠. 또 LCK에 진입했습니다.
얘들아 나 심장이 너무 빨리 뛰어.
자, 그리고 바로 들어가.
아 얘들아 고생했다.
서머까지 할 수 있도록 또 열심히 달려야 되니까요.
보고 있고. 예. 나이스. 나 모래 폭풍 와야. 불도가. 빨리. 세레모니 맛집이에요.
이대시 8강전 생각나게 해줄게.
디플러스. 이야. 나도 쪼믹. 우승까지 가자. 이나라이드 대왕 젠지 멋진 경기력으로 정규 시즌을 마무리했습니다. 그리고 YG가 결국에 T1이 결승 진출 확정.
오리진 어게인 2012년부터 시작된 11년의 역사. 오늘도 그 역사는 계속됩니다. 자, 그러면 그 중심에 있는 두 팀을 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 돌고 돌아 다시 이 무대에 섭니다. LCK 3연속 결승 진출. 멤버는 바뀌었어도 그 강력함은 그대로입니다. T1 나와! 작년 서머 기억나게 해줄게. 동시에 우리의 타이틀을 지켜낸다. 디펜딩 챔피언 젠지. 이에 맞서는 그런데 이 팀을 말로 어떻게 표현해야 할지. 이럴 땐 그냥 숫자로 LCK 연속 결승 진출 횟수 4, 총 결승 진출 횟수 14, 우승 횟수 10, 그중 스프링 결승 진출 횟수 6, 거기에 패한 횟수 0. 이거 당연히 LCK U1. 팀명에도 1. 오늘 그 역사적 1획 기대하시라. LCK의 압도적 1황 T1 아니 과연 젠지가 2연속 우승을 통해 그들의 타이틀을 지켜낼 수 있을 것인지, 아니면 T1이 작년 썸머의 서력을 통해 11번 우승의 근자탑을 만들어낼 수 있을 것인지. Let the finals begin. 2023 우리은행과 함께하는 LCK 스프링 스플릿 대망의 그랜드 파이널을 함께해 주신 많은 여러분의 뜨거운 환호 함성과 함께 지금부터 시작하겠습니다.
선수 시절이나 감독인 지금이나 목표에 대한 수많은 질문을 받을 때마다 제 대답은 항상 우승이었습니다.
이번 시즌 처음 시작할 때부터 결승전만 바라보고 여기까지 왔습니다. 다시 만난 만큼 제대로 보여줘야죠.
이 자리에 서기까지 정말 많은 우여곡절이 있었는데 한번 붙어봐서 이제는 어떻게 상대해야 될지 감이 오고 이번에는 그 실수들을 반복하지 않을 겁니다.
좀 설레고 부담감도 어느 정도 있지만 좋은 팀원들과 우승을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
최근 대회에서 아쉽게 우승컵을 놓치다 보니까 우승컵을 드는 그 기분이 그립더라고요. 팬분들도 T1의 우승에 목말라 있다는 걸 느끼고요.
지금 출발할 시간이야.
저희가 더 단단해진 만큼 이번엔 꼭 우승하겠습니다.
주연과 조연이 항상 정해져 있는 스토리는 뻔하고 재미없잖아요. 주연을 젠지로 한번 바꿔보겠습니다.
T1이 지금 약점이 없는 팀이긴 하지만 제가 생각하기엔 세상에 절대라는 건 없어서 오늘만큼은 저희가 이겨보도록 하겠습니다.
T1은 상대팀이 알고도 당할 수밖에 없는 팀이라고 생각해요.
아니 무슨 무빙인가요, 캐리아?
우승하고 파임까지 받아서 왜 최고의 선수가 캐리아인지 또 한번 보여드리겠습니다.
긴장은 되지만 재밌을 것 같아요.
페이지가 넘어왔어.
바텀은 뭐 상대가 안 되죠.
에이스! 해줍니다.
재미가 없을 것 같아요. 상대가 너무 못해서.
디펜딩 챔피언이 누군지 잊지 마세요.
저희는 이번 시즌에 젠지한테 진 적이 없습니다. 최고의 선수가 있는 곳은 T1이니까.
우승도 좋지만 결승에서 T1을 이기는 게 저한테는 더 재미있거든요. 제대로 꺾어주고 싶습니다.
(10년) 동안 페이커라는 이름으로 10개의 트로피를 가져오기까지 힘들고 어려운 순간들도 있었지만 그때마다 초심을 잃지 말자고 다짐했습니다. 팬분들과 함께 다시 처음부터 시작한다는 마음으로 이번에도 트로피를 가져오겠습니다. 저는 결코 흔들리지 않습니다.
꺾어줄게. 이젠 젠지가 기상할 차례.
It is time for the LCK 2023 Spring Grand Final to begin. Welcome to the casting desk. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by both Chronicler and Wolf here as we look to start this one up, this best of 5 between T1 and Genji. Who could have seen it coming, gentlemen?
Well, you know, not us. Only Chronicler saw it coming. A lot of us were thinking KT was going to win the match yesterday, and Gen.G coming off the momentum of a best-of-5 victory going into this finals, though absolutely as the underdogs. However, they are the defending champions, so maybe with an upset win tonight, they can get the back-to-back.
And what I think is big is that Gen.G played right here. Same stage where they were yesterday, where they got a decisive win against KT. And they need all the help they can get. We very clearly established that if there is a favorite, it is T1. But maybe all those factors can help and make this a sick best-of-5.
Absolutely, and it was this exact stage that T1 took down both Chovy and Doran in the 2019 final as well. And I don't think I need to remind anyone, or maybe I do need to remind them of what the outcome of that one was, because it was very fast, and it was a 3-0. Let's have a look at some of the predictions here. See whether there's any gold mixed in with this red, because I don't know whether there will be. Jonas Strong, okay.
Of course.
Just Jonas Strong being,
Notice a
being
few
Jonas Strong.
3-0s listed in here as well. Myself, Valdez, and Atlas going for that one. Everyone else on our team going for the safer 3-1 prediction, expecting that there will be one game dropped here. But it's no surprise that the vote here is so heavily in favor of T1. If you rewind back to the summer season that Gen.G took, it was all gold, all Gen.G votes. And it's a better read that Gen.G had on that summer meta that made them the favorites. Tonight, it's better form for T1 across the season. The meta they developed that Gen.G is still catching up on.
A year ago, Jonas Strong predicted a 3-0 in spring, which we all know how that final went. Was a 3-0, and I think he's relented. And if Jonas Strong is doubting, that says a lot here. T1 has been in such amazing form, have beaten them so many times as, yes, that is that is a fan prediction right there.
Yeah, that's a T1 fan prediction right there. And to be perfectly honest, despite the predictions from any of us here in the LCK, we know that the fans are definitely going to be behind T1. It's an uphill battle for Gen.G here, but there's one thing that I can't help but think about when I think of Gen.G in this final, and it's FaZe has the chance to pave that golden road. That dream is still alive, and before it officially dies, I'm going to stay excited about it, because I think this is what Gen.G fans can really hold out for, because this is a massive talent that is blossoming here in the LCK this season, and I can't wait to see what he does in the future, regardless of the outcome of this match. But if he wins, if he does it, oh my goodness.
His name will go down in history forever as a Royal Roader. And for those who don't know what that means, it is to win a Korean championship in your first season participating in said league. This is his first season, and tonight's the last chance he'll have to be a Royal Roader. He has played only a few best-of-5s. This will be his fourth to play in the LCK. He's playing against Faker, who you could argue has played 30 best-of-5s across his career. If you consider the Easy Hoon series, you could say 29, but still, it's an overwhelming amount, 10 times more the experience nearly.
And what's really cool to me is that if FaZe does end up winning, which again, we're prefacing this because T1 is very, very heavily expected to take Gen.G down today. FaZe will be the second youngest player ever to win an LCK title, because even if he does win today, the most young will be Faker. So there is so much riding on it. Would be an incredible story here, but Guma and Keria have looked so incredibly good. And even with the glow up that I think Delight in particular has had, Delight turned into an amazing support. But he's up against Keria.
Yeah.
And that's just not fair.
Yeah. And how fitting of a story would it be for Delight and FaZe to really, in their first LCK finals, defeat the best duo lane in the LCK, #1 in AD carry, Gumayusi, #1 in support, and the spring MVP Keria in a best-of-5. After being the underdogs in that losers final yesterday, it is just something that is impossible to imagine nearly.
Yeah.
But if it does happen, we'll witness it here today, and you guys all watching this, we're here to see it live.
T1 will select the blue side here for game #1. They did have side selection. This has been a bit of a hot topic between us. I don't personally know which side is necessarily stronger. I feel like T1 has more capability on the red side, but we've seen some beautiful blue side drafts. And here we are into pick and ban for game #1 of the 2023 Spring Grand Final. T1 will ban away Zeri. as is the right thing to do.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think Zeri or the Varus are going to see the Rift here today. The Lucian, an interesting one, because that is a pick that, against most other teams, has dropped from the ban list, but T1, we know how good Guma and Carry are at it, and it will still be respected. The same for the Cassante, so Varus is still open here. Do note Sejuani, another pick that is extremely high priority. Expect to see one of those two BB1 there, but that Cassante, Genji showed even yesterday how good, but no! And straight back to it!
Oh, I love this, because this is not only a good first pick for T1, but it is also exactly what Genji lost on in their game one just yesterday, and it was first picked.
And this is the Jace that you are going to guarantee yourself top prio with as T1, as the best top laner in the LCK. Prioritizing this early means you're going to at least have guaranteed control here. What you lose, potentially, is a Sejuani pick, but because Genji will actually lock both the Xayah and Rakan in here to make sure that duo is not denied, T1 will also now have the opportunity to have Sejuani and Varus. So you have great poke here, you have long-range engage, and amazing follow-up with the Varus ultimate, and Peanut's going back to the Wukong into this matchup.
And while Genji has a very strong team fighting core, Wukong and Rakan, we've seen how efficient it is. Pace is on comfort already. T1 has so much range with Jace and Varus, even if you do end up going on hit, which Guma has done with great efficiency. The poke from those two champions means that a lot of pressure is going to be on Genji, whereas for T1, they can just fish for poke, for a Varus ultimate, or Owner with now the Sejuani available as well, try and go for a single pick. And if it doesn't work out, you can just back off and keep on poking as the Malphite ban. Even though Doran has struggled on it, I think into the Jace, still a very strong pick, so I like the respect.
And let's see if Chovy's going to play the LeBlanc here. The Ahri is available, but he does not have the Vi, and the Lissandra ban was leading towards one of those two picks. It will be the Ahri here, so they have not a lot of range, but they have really good engage. And the ability to pick off these squishy targets in the backline in Genji's composition is amazing, but one of the biggest ways to shut it down is the Veigar.
Wow, and Veigar actually, often we see Ahri picked into it, but we've seen Veigar win these matchups many times. So not necessarily a counter pick at all. Carrier thinking about cooking. We'll see what he is going to go for. Can't actually be a chef, unfortunately, because Tahm Kench has been banned away. But this is often what we talk about as being the better option, and that is Kalista, keeping Varus alive. But no, the engage going to be available here as he locks down the Nautilus.
And if this was a few weeks ago, pre all the nerfs, this would 100% be Kalista or Caitlyn. But Carrier once said, I just want to play Nautilus. I'm playing these things because they're the best. After the rounds of nerfs, him having a great sense of engage is really strong. The Gragas here I like, very strong into the chase. We know Doran is good in it. But with that Veigar lock-in particular, the biggest goal for Genji with this comp is try and hard engage. You're playing into a Veigar that makes that so much harder, so I really like what T1 have drafted here. I think T1 has, or Genji rather, has a very strong team comp, very well rounded, but actually executing it when T1 is on form and is expected to win both bot and top lane quite handily can be rough.
I think with no prio here for Genji, it's going to be a very difficult game to play out. And while we did see Doran absorb the KT roster pressure yesterday on the Gragas pick, and we saw roams up from mid from Chovy, we did see Peanut put that focus there topside. They turned what was a weak point into a pressure point. T1 is not a team that will make those mistakes and fall into those traps. T1 will sit on their prio, grab early objectives in gold, and they'll outplay you in cross maps even in the early game. And drafting for team fight against a team that will always have the leads in the mid game is such a terrifying prospect, but it's what Genji's opted into for this red side game 1 draft.
Yeah, Bengi going on a little bit of a journey before finally bowing to score. Two absolute veterans and legends here of the LCK now facing off as coaches as well. And I agree with you guys with the assessment of these two drafts. I think if we had have seen this T1 draft yesterday in the hands of KT, we would have been nervous. But looking at it in the hands of T1, I am not nervous at all. I'm in fact a little bit anxious for Genji on the other side because they've got exactly what they want, but they have to weather a storm. And that storm is now coming from T1, and I don't think anyone's ready for that. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. The grand final, the first grand final that we've had here in the LCK, because we finally got a lower bracket, so I get to say grand final. I always say it. I always say grand final, but it's never been correct.
It's been grand every time.
It has been grand. It has been a grand final, used as an adjective, but it hasn't actually been a grand final, you know, the noun.
Technically correct is the best kind of correct, Atlas.
I
so
think, yeah,
now
I
you
guess.
finally are.
It's both types of
claim
grands.
that.
Yeah.
Now it's both types of grands, and it's 2 types are better than 1.
Yeah.
And
very happy about that. And let's see how this early game is going to go, gentlemen, because I feel like T1 should have some advantages around this Rift. I want to be able to talk about this as being close, but it's hard.
So the one thing that people are probably focusing on in terms of the runes here is going to be Gumayusi, right? He obviously is not going to be going into the lethality variant with Comet with the support that he has opted into here in the Nautilus. So it is going to be more auto-attacking on hit. Zeus is going to come over here at level 1 and push Peanut out. Nice attempt here from Peanut to start the vertical jungle, but he will be denied. And this is actually really going to hurt his early game. They're slowing him down quite significantly. Now Owner's coming up.
Yeah.
Level advantage.
Can he hit level 2 in time? Owner's on his way.
Yeah, Owner is going to be able to see this as, all right, Peanut going to be able to take that one away. So hits level 2, makes it over the wall. That's a flash from Owner, though. The flash to follow from Peanut as he looks to try and escape. But Faker is just going to put him into the cage. I don't know whether he'll have the W available as he's just going to stand still. Oh no, Peanut, and that is first blood. Faker picks it up, and it's already going wrong for Gen G.
Great plan here from Peanut, but you get scouted out, and then you get punished. And Faker's over there, has the cage at level 2, and Owner's over there with red buff. You are able to secure the level 2, but you're not able to escape. And with that red buff taking through in the flash to guarantee permafrost, Faker has just enough time to come over. And a disastrous start here for the jungle for Gen G.
And at first, when Peanut was spamming his penguin, we might think, does he know there's a ward? Clearly knew that he would be targeted here, or is just spamming penguins all the time, which is kind of his MO. But by being spotted is bad, but is recoverable from. But by his decision to then go back, try to get wolves, is what really costs him, because this early on especially is hold up.
Yeah, engage and counter-engage is already. Carrier's lit on fire. Pays trying to fight back, but a 1 trade here for T1 if you're talking about 80 carry health bars.
And yeah, as we were saying, as the bot lane trading, very aggressive. If Peanut just goes to his red buff, he's behind, but it's salvageable. But with him dying and giving over an early kill to Veigar, the troubles are already starting. And Doran,
speaking of troubles,
might be in trouble here as well.
Yep, that's Owner rewarding his top laner for scouting out his jungle. And we'll see, Winter's Wrath is going to go wide, but there's the flash. Permafrost is in, and T1 are going to look for their second. Doran actually going to turn it and gets the solo kill 1v2.
And Doran does it again, and I said right before this, you put Doran on the Gragas, and he is going to be a hard rock at the top lane, but T1 aren't going to opt into this. They won't make mistakes.
This wasn't on my bingo card, Wolf!
And it looked good because Zeus actually goes into melee form. The body block comes through, the body slam from Doran, but he's got the range damage follow-up. But Doran plays it so well, gets that second stun, and turns this around. And suddenly, this top lane is a bit of a hole here for T1.
And that's very important, because if Gen G would have also lost their top laner, Doran is put into a deficit, Zeus starts snowballing, I think the game very quickly becomes nigh unplayable. We know how good T1 is at pushing leads, but with Doran outplaying the 1v2, Zeus making a crucial mistake, overstepping, dying with his flash up as well. What we see instead is a top lane matchup where Doran, for all his faults, if he does get a lead, generally he's able to hold on to it very, very nicely. And right here,
look at this. The body slam blocks him for the melee, but he's still got, of course, the transform to come over here and do the additional damage. Doran waits till the last possible second, flashes here, and then as the damage is trying to come through here, he gets the extra body slam, and just a miscalculation there on the cooldown of body slam.
It was exactly the time it came off cooldown as well. Like, that was very close.
Perfect cookie timing as well. Shout out to him for that.
Yeah.
And he didn't have W, right? He went for 2 points in Q. So normally he would have had a little bit more health, could have used the resistance and maybe not taken quite as much. But I think that it actually helped him out, because Zeus saw that health bar, was like, hey, I can pick this up for free, and got promptly punished, meaning that Doran going to be feeling a little bit better than he otherwise would. Zeus, though, also needs to not overstate. He picked up call, went back. He had to use his teleport, and will still be in a decent spot. But if that keeps happening, if Doran finds more outplays than we saw yesterday, how well Gen.G played out his Gragas, T1 might be in trouble.
Yeah, an early game kill for Gragas isn't going to be lane changing. It's not going to guarantee him prio. But consider that we were going into this playoffs just in general saying Doran is going to struggle when he faces off against two players, Zeus and Keen, the two above him, of course, in All-Pro for top. And he's really delivered here at the end of yesterday's series and now in the first game of just being the one who's going to soak that pressure extremely well. We said he does it against most laners, but he will fail against Zeus and Keen. At the end of the series yesterday, he did not. And it is definitely a good look for Doran in this first game.
And this is actually going to bring up a conversation that we were kind of starting yesterday with this new format, with the fact that we had a best of 5 yesterday, that Gen.G were able to win. I think the immediate assumption, as we might be interrupted here momentarily by a bit of an engage, Faker does have the cage ready. Peanut once again finds himself inside it, but he's just going to walk it out, but Chicken secured here by T1. But to go back to the thought, you might think that it's a detriment for Gen.G to have to play 2 best of 5s in a row. I think for a player like Doran especially, he's leveled up and he can continue to do so, as now Faker is going to go into melee range against Chovy here, finds himself the burst of flash forward, but it's not going to quite be enough to lock down the kill. That is why you always drink your potions, ladies and gentlemen. Flash for flash though, and Faker he's landing real well today.
Yeah, just committing the ult here for tempo and almost gets the kill. It's a trade of flashes, so this is a lane we've seen our best mid laners get prio in as the Veigar, and even with a good sidestep there from Chovy, the damage is just too much.
And even with Chovy staying alive, what this gets T1 is a first Drake. Hextech Dragon going to be given over here as an individual Drake, obviously quite strong. Ability haste and attack speed are stats that anyone loves to get. And FaZe and Delight actually on the previous few plays were mostly ahead of the roam because they have actually been playing the lane out very well, right? So we saw previously as well when they were going for the invades, Gen.G was ready to commit, knowing that their bot lane was on the roam.
Okay, they're going to look to try and escape from this one. Flash out from Carrier as now Bladecaller not going to get the snare, but the Q is going to miss. Featherstorm has to be invested. Actually, a huge cooldown is here on the top side. Zeus is looking for a solo. Just needs to hit another shock blast, and that could be a dead Doran, but no, he takes a drink. And he should be all right. Just Gragas things, I guess. And Zeus is now going to get control of this wave back.
Yeah, bottom lane going a lot better for FaZe and Delight than it would have if we had seen that double 80 carry lane in the bottom side. His owner hits level 6. Is not going to actually commit to anything here. But that prio alone hasn't been enough because topside is so under the control of T1, and with that near kill onto Chovy, they're able to take that first Drake. Now this is the expectation with this draft here for T1. We already know it's not going to be Hextech Soul. Ocean the next Drake here. If they can stack 2, the Soul is going to be a big deal. What it ends up being here, as Gen.G, they have a great team fighting composition, but T1 is already starting the ball rolling.
And the more advantage that T1 can get, the better, but as mentioned, as Doran.
Yeah, looks for some cooldowns immediately. The flash out from the Gragas and Zeus. I think he's done it. There's the return of the favors. No, Doran's going to be able to make it out. He just walks it off.
Walk it out.
This guy is immune to death.
And the man, his body slams that minion wave, and Zeus goes in. His reaction time is insane. He's just waiting for that opportunity in the bush, but still doesn't have the damage yet.
Do note we have a double lane swap here. Both teams wanting to contest the early Heralds. There is still no Featherstorm here for pace. That is big. Guma has his ultimate available, but Delight does have a level lead. Wouldn't be surprised to see Carrier try and soak some XP somewhere if we do end up getting a fight. Looking at the river though, very firmly in control of T1. And for their comp, I think that vision control is extremely important because as long as they're aware of where all the initiation is, they should have a great position at fighting for Dragon control, fighting for Herald control, because of their poke, and with Cage, you can't really dissuade the Rakan, the Gragas, and the Wukong from going in.
And beyond that, I think the team fights here for Gen.G are ultimate-based, so if you can bait ultimates out, like Paze, for example, still doesn't have his, it's really difficult to team fight, whereas a Cage alone could just push Gen.G away, and you have all the follow-up range damage, and they do, of course, let Doran go down here, but because he's a Gragas, he can't take a plate here. Zeus just saves teleport, is able to come over here and deal with this. Wasn't going to be able to help his team out if there was that Cage engage with the follow-up damage. Doesn't need to, and is going to be able to react to Doran. So T1 saved the plate bottom side, grabbed the Herald, It's a bloodless fight. There's nobody goes down, but T1 are the winners of the objective.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, really smart play here for T1. They had the timer on the Featherstorm. They knew that Gen G couldn't fight without it, and even though they rotated their top lane up, they weren't able to get the control, and therefore, it is a free Herald their way. 2 minutes now on the next Drake, and there will definitely be a Featherstorm for that one. We'll see whether Gen G can even things out on the Drake score. 600 gold the lead here for T1.
He knows.
As, yeah, Peanut gets all the information. Doran's over here as well as Zeus. Can he stay alive? As in goes Peanut. He finds the Cyclone. Zeus could be taken down, but no, it's the fadeaway ultimate from Owner to save his top laner, but I don't think it's going to be enough. There's the Q, and now Owner is underneath his turret. Faker is going to come in and look to save his jungler. And once again, Peanut is put inside a cage. He's done this so many times, he's going to stop in there as there is the depth charge. And Delight is going to get them out of there, but it's not going to be enough to save Peanut. A 1-for-1 in the end.
Really well timed.
And crucially there, it's Faker that, with the TP, is able to help. Guma and Carrier arrive as well. And while the initial play, very nicely done here by Gen G, T1 are actually able to punish. Not quite enough for Gen G there. I think if they kill Zeus a little bit earlier, if Delight and Peanut were going in there together, it would have been a really easy play, but Peanut spent so much time.
Well, Jovi's going to have to use his cleanse pretty early on here. And switched over to that one with his unsealed spellbook, like many Aries do.
And as you mentioned, Peanut knows they're here, wants to come over on a very squishy Jace here and look for the engage. But watch this from Owner. The save here nearly on Zeus' life comes through, means Peanut has to flash, and his Cyclone's already been activated. So T1 identify with Faker's teleport coming over. He should be able to arrive here and set up this cage for massive damage before the rest of the team can get away. He's got the ult and carry at basically max range, takes him out with the ultimate here. Delight also has to burn an ultimate. So many of these tools used for Gen G, and like I was saying before, you really need these ultimates to win skirmishes. T1 can win them basically with basic abilities.
What we did see is that a couple of waves have now gone into the turret, and I think that's why the gold's still relatively even here. Pace has just been parked in the side lane, whereas the rest of T1 has mostly been responding, and that means that right now, gold, which was firmly in lead of T1, still slightly in favor of them, but kind of a negligible advantage that they have here right now. And the second Drake is live. Again, look at the control that T1 have here in Vision. That's going to be a recurring theme here. Very, very valuable here for this composition. Has the range of that Jace and Varus available.
Yeah, a couple of blades will go over, thanks to Shelly. She will allow Zeus to feel a lot better in this matchup that Doran has been sneaking out of so many times. But Gen G will use the opportunity of that top side attention to grab themselves the dragon. It's an ocean, but it does mean that T1's a little bit further away from the Cloud Soul.
But the early Serrated Dirk here purchase for Zeus means playing into this matchup of the Ahri feels pretty amazing. You know, they put the Veigar to the Gragas where he's just going to be free stacking AP. Now has a Rod of Ages. The flipping the solo lane matchup here really well and putting the pressure on. Zeus picks up another solo plate there on the top side after the crash comes through. So much money being picked up on this Jace right now. Chovy?
Oh, great little charm here from Chovy. As Zeus finds himself the Shock Blast. Chovy still needs to be careful. He flashes to get the Orbit Deception, and that's the solo kill.
Really big moment there from Chovy. Goes in aggressively, and Zeus really struggling in this game. Not something that we're used to seeing from him, but in high-pressure games in the past, he has sometimes looked somewhat out of sorts here. It all starts with the charm. Zeus also, again, going down with the flash here, and getting gold on Chovy's Ahri is big because we know how incredibly impactful. Currently, I think 18-4 after yesterday on this champion. 2 levels up as well. And you gotta respect it.
You know, Zeus here goes back in. He actually gets the knockback, which is pretty well played. It's the best he could have done there, but flashing the initial charm would have been the play. Tough to waste your flash in a lane like this, though, considering the Spirit Rush will chase you down. And he opts not to use it, but now he's 0-3, and we were talking about the pressure he was putting on that top lane, grabbing that additional plate, but Chovy strikes back in a big way. And if you don't dodge those, you're going to go down.
I don't think it's too much of an issue for T1 just yet. You can see they're still ahead in gold, and plate gold has gone to the Jace. He's got the most on his team, even with Chovy, of course, who is going to be a force to be reckoned with as well. But this mid-game, if it's not about T1 taking control with their huge range advantage, then Gen G, they can bide their time. And if Paze is playing like he was yesterday, he's pretty reliable when he's on a late game carry like this.
That's mean. Are they going to target him again?
Maybe.
Well, Owner is in a little bit of trouble. There's the charm. As in goes Delight, they are not risking anything. They're going to make sure that that is a dead Sejuani.
I mean, Genji now in a very comfortable position in this game. As the second Herald spawns here in 30 seconds, and Owner doesn't have flash just yet, no way to get out of this. And they're very comfortably in control of top side and mid. And yeah, Faker's going to be able to hold his own on the bottom side of the map. Doesn't have teleport set here, but Genji should be able to just group up and take this.
What's really big there as well is that it's actually Pace picking up the kill. And as you were pointing out, this player has been playing way beyond what can be expected of a rookie in his first split, has been looking like a veteran in how he's been able to take leads. The main issues for Genji ever arose when he falls behind in lane, which is something that in the early playoffs actually happens quite a lot.
Reminds us of his first game, right? Against this very opposition.
He got clapped.
He did.
Without Peanut having Cyclone here, diving this isn't really going to happen. It's not realistic. So with a little bit of contest in mid here and Zeus wrestling back Cryo of topside, it will in fact be T1 who take this Herald. Genji not willing to fight without Cyclone. So ultimately that pick onto Owner, while it was a kill going over to Pays, it's going to cost them the Herald because of that ultimate usage, and there's no cross map available without Peanut being able to set up the dive. So Baker just sitting pretty down here, and they will secure now both Rift Heralds on the Rift.
And Zeus should be able to pick up first turret blood as well on this Jace, unless Owner decides he has a different place for it, and I don't think they'll need to. Just press W in range form and take down turrets basically for free. And that is exactly what Zeus is going to do. So despite the fact that he's 0-3, he's probably got a lot of money.
Yeah, I also want to call back to a game where I think his KDA was like, it was I don't know if it was 04, like somewhere in between the 04 and the 07 range. Wasn't very good. Got similar to this, pummeled in lane as Jace, and then ended up doing the most damage regardless and carrying late game team fights. So shouldn't over-index on Zeus struggling in lane, but what I do think is important that a lot of T1's wins, particularly in the middle and the end of the split when they looked as dominant as they did, were them snowballing so well. And what we're looking at right now with picks like this, Genji effectively denies an opportunity to T1. And what I love here is that it starts off as maybe we pick off Zeus again, but then T1 actually responds and they kind of read the play, but Genji is one step ahead of them. And that's not something that we've seen often.
Yeah, but it comes at the cost of two critical ultimates. Genji aren't able to take the Herald, so T1 remain ahead in gold. The biggest concern for this Jace being 0-3 is that he hasn't been able to farm very efficiently, is behind Doran, significantly behind Chovy, who he's been laning against for most of this game. And as you can see, his item value here at this mid-game, still 5.7k, but his Muramana spike is going to be significantly delayed. So mid-game poke damage, a little bit slower than you'd like to see on a Jace in this composition, which gives Genji the opportunity to close that gap faster and more safely. Lift alone in this top lane right now, no one to answer.
Not a lot of attention being given to that top side as this Drake seems to be the focus of Genji right now. Doran with the ability to teleport in. And I didn't think that this game would be one where we'd have to discuss what team fights are going to look like for both of these teams, because it looked to me like T1's setup was going to be enough to sort of skew that to the point where these team fights are going to be really difficult. But now, so much is going to be on the shoulders of both Owner and Faker to control the team fights along, like with Carrier as well. Getting all of that CC down. Because Doran, if he finds himself a flank, if Gumayushi dies early, Genji could just roll over them.
Absolutely. I'm going to use this Herald to try to get mid-prio, but they're by no means secure in terms of this Drake setup right now. Cage is going to whiff too. Chovy did not break his Banshee's Veil. And this is a fight that Genji absolutely could take with Flash Cyclone.
Brute Force does get the outer turret in the mid lane though. Certainly a good thing here for T1. Can they get the Drake off the back end of it though is the question.
Chovy, just as Faker, both level 13 to the highest level in the game, both of them having an incredible amount of farm available here. And this Banshee's Veil is something that, oh, Peanut!
Oh dear, Peanut just gonna go in though as Chovy looks for the charm. The flash out from Carrier though. It is gonna be Warrior Trickster, so Peanut is gonna have to get out and he has to use both of his Cyclone charges on kinda nothing. As Doran looks for the angle, it's the cast to deliver the jungle, and that should be the Drake. But now, the team fight in Everfrost is beautiful here from Chovy, as it's a double kill for Pays.
And Genji have bet on this composition, saying we are going to be the better team fighting team. And when you have a Herald crashing in mid, it's hard to actually keep your cool. Don't use your ultimates to try to deny that. But they give up the mid turret, set up the better engage here. T1 walks straight into it, long range, pulling the jungler out, then having that follow-up.
And it comes from the player that was criticized most, that was considered the weak point. Doran is the one that sets up the play right there, gets Owner into the rest of the team. And right now, Gen G with an incredible team fighting composition starting to stumble. Look at Pace. He is monstrously fed.
Yeah, and this is just an angle where Gen G are like, we have all of our ults, and it looks like Peanut's out of position, but what he's really doing here is setting up for a hard engage here, and he's able to get through this cage, and then when Doran shows up here on the TP, when T1 are trying to come back in here, they're like, okay, Cyclone's down. They've been baited in. Doran over the wall, body slam into cast. That's the end of the jungler, and they see they've got the damage. Delight makes a call. Some iffy ones yesterday, especially on the Tom Kench, but looking clean so far here in this first game.
And it's like both Doran and Delight have continued their improvement.
Yeah.
Which was the trend yesterday.
Yeah.
And it's like this is a game 5, actually, not a game 1. Because it's like that series is just extended. Really beautiful play. Doran especially, man. I don't know what he had for breakfast, but I want some. I want to be able to perform at the level of this man right now, because he is doing so well and so much better than so many expected going into Zeus here today.
And what is very, very cool to see is that, hold up.
Speaking of which, finds another gorgeous cask! The special delivery into the Cyclone of Peanut, and Zeus is dead once again. Gen G, I thought they had their eyes on the Baron for a second there, but they're probably not going to get ahead of themselves.
The level of comfort that Gen G have available here is crazy, but what they're doing here is exactly the same thing as they did last year, right? Like, the benefactor of all of these kills is Pace. Last year it was Ruler, and the team fighting is still there, but it's the top side that enables it. Doran, Peanut, and Chovy are setting up so many of these plays. Pace just has to walk up, gets the last hits, but if you're a fed Xayah in a late game team fight, your impact is going to be incredible. T1.
It's a T1 Baron, and Gen G, no vision here, but they are aware of this. They're going to have to rotate over quickly. TP will be denied.
Chovy, can he find it? No! Doesn't actually see him. And now Teleport is going to have to come in here. Gen G in position. There it is, and the pickup immediately onto the Ahri. Oh no, Chovy's been caught there before.
And not only does he not deny the TP, but he's picked instantly in this fight. TP wasted to 5v4.
Cage goes down. Let's see what they can actually find here as Peanut is able to use his warrior tricks to the Baron is down incredibly low. Peanut gets stunned. Can he flash in? He flashes the wrong way. Can he get over the wall? The answer is no, and they pick up Peanut anyway. T1's back in control.
You can't steal a Baron from Guma and Owner, especially when Guma is on Varus. It just isn't going to happen.
The T1 were looking like they were backed into a corner. That's when they're most dangerous. Start up the Baron, and the response doesn't look too rough. As we go back to this play, very nicely set up here, and a great showing of the Gen G top side. And up until this point, they were looking impeccable. But do note, there's 2 wards here, right? And it's Faker's case that sets it all up. And even with Banshees, you're not getting out of that one.
Oh no, that was everything in the kitchen sink thrown at that ward.
And Gen G here with a desperate deny attempt, but not only is the Baron going to go over, but it's going to be additional gold. Meanwhile, bit of a fight here.
Yeah, bit of a fight in live that is happening. Delight trying to escape. Battle Dance is going to do that as the Baron secured by an empowered Q. Owner once again in a precarious position, and Faker, it's his turn to get caught out of position. And now Pace is going to be delivered a 4th kill this time around. Oh my, I wasn't expecting calamity like this in game 1, gentlemen.
And you mentioned this, Chronicler, just moments ago about last season. Okay, hold on, we're still fighting.
Yep, that is Peanut being put into the bouncy castle as he's down extraordinarily low. Battle Dance comes in, Owner says not on my watch. And he will be able to lock down the jungler. The flash forward from Carrier, but he finds the wall. That is the Orbit Deception. Chovy gets himself out of there, and so does Carrier.
And this is a team fighting composition here for Gen G that is reliant on ultimates, but it's reliant on Pace being fed. And while T1 does win this last skirmish, he's now up 4 kills, already has quick blades, and he is rushing to a 3rd item. When it was Ruler, the reason why everyone predicted Gen G, even though we knew in a neutral meta, maybe T1 was the better team, they showed that at Worlds. Gen G had the better read on the Zeri meta. Lehens had the answer to Yuumi, and he was the best Yuumi player in the LCK. But now, Pace trying to solidify himself as the best AD carry here in this best of 5. It starts off well. Faker overextends here and is caught, as it looked like maybe they could turn a pick. But after those ultimates go down, T1 with the re-engage here, Peanut is way too far forward.
We're seeing every side of Peanut here today, Chronicler.
Yeah, it's really the great team fight into the, probably shouldn't have been there. Wholeheartedly agree. But we're not done. I think we're going to fight for this next Drake as well if T1 want to deny the soul point. And what I do want to note, yes, T1 got Baron, but look at the Baron power play. Look at the gold lead. It has barely moved.
Yeah, there is absolutely no difference as Faker is going to be spotted on this ward. Chovy round to the side as Gen G going to get collapsed upon here by T1. A lot of damage being done to this Drake. Because let's see whether Owner can even that one out. There's
Faker.
the cast. As Faker's just moved in there, the Cyclone's fantastic. The Drake down to 1 health, and Peanut, as an afterthought, picks up Soul Point. As Doran is incredible at
He's a
Gragas.
sniper.
Yeah, Carrier goes over, he looks for the huge play, but instead, he's going to find the Death Chamber, and Gen G back in control again.
They knew. They saw the Hextech, or I think the wards on the bottom river brush there saw the channel coming through from Carrier, and otherwise that is an insane read from Gen G. Get themselves soul points. Pace picks up another kill, and this first game is delivering on everything we wanted. Now T1 still has, again, the range rather. Rage Blade is done.
They might have the rage as
well. They
well.
might have at this
After
point,
this,
yeah.
the state of this game.
Oh, this is a messy one. And it means that whichever team is able to outfight in these team fights is able to get the crucial pick. It's looking favored.
Slowed down. There is another cast, but it's just going to create space, so they guarantee the outer turret. So Gen G will claim a gold lead, I believe.
Yeah.
After that.
Just slightly, it looks like here, but it's very close. It's just the way these fights are going and how clutch Doran has been at getting these picks. Look at the angle here to grab Faker.
Oh.
Incredible.
Oh,
and
man.
the thing is, worst case scenario, Owner kites back there. Owner might actually get caught. Then you take out the enemy jungler, but taking out the Vagar is just way too much damage to lose. And then you can't actually fight without your cage anymore.
He's on vision.
He is on vision, and he comes in here, and he's instantly deleted. Big play attempt here, but it ends up giving over more gold to Gen G.
And do want to highlight right now, if Gen G is able to pick up a soul here, look at their champions, like the value on Ahri, on Wukong, on Rakan, on Xayah of a Cloud Soul is actually crazy. And bold statement, regardless of the outcome of this game, I don't think Doran is going to be allowed to play Gragas again.
No.
And I don't know if Peanut gets allowed to be play Wukong again either.
We don't let him.
No,
I think we let it go.
I think this is a very, we've had some pretty easy POG votes. We don't actually have them here for the final. But
yeah.
if there was one, for this game, it's pretty cut and dry. You know, I think that if Gen G win, it's going to Doran. And if T1 win, I'm not entirely sure just yet. Faker made some amazing plays early on. I think Owner's positioning was pretty good as well. But if they win, it might be on the back of some pretty crazy turnaround plays and some kiting from Gumayushi, because we haven't actually spoken about this. There is only one player currently in the LCK that I am okay with playing on hit Varus, and it is this man right here. And in the late game, he just does so much damage if he's given the space. So T1, they need to try and make sure that Gumayushi is safe in these fights.
One thing I am worried about is Faker went for Deadman's
You read
Blade.
my mind. As soon as you and I both at the same time, we looked at each other. I'm worried about this too.
Between the Wit Sand on Guma, which is going to give him a lot of survivability, is, I might have to hold that thought, looking like we are posturing here, but Deadman's Blade, as good as it is, with trying to get in range and being able to actually cage people, I don't know if you need it into the Gen G comp, and it's going to really delay your Rabadon and Void Spike, which means that the point at which you can do like really big damage is going to be severely delayed, and obviously Faker will still have a lot of value with cage into the Gen G comp, but does mean some of the damage might be lacking here.
I just think that, okay, Owner, I really disagree with you, because I don't think you're really trying to close the gap on this Gen G composition. You're trying to zone it a little bit and set up for damage, and you need more damage. Getting the approach on this team to set up cages isn't really the way this comp operates.
Well, that's a hook. As, oh no, Owner is down so incredibly low, finds another fadeaway, but it's onto a clone Peanut. He does end up having to flash, as now Chovy's taking matters into his own hands. Owner still in a bit of trouble. It's another huge cast. Faker's inside his own cage, but that provides safety to the grand entrance. That is going to seal the deal, and it's a double kill for Pace. Is it going to be the triple? There it is. And can he get a quadra in game one of the grand final of his first split of the LCK? The answer's no. He'll have to settle with a triple.
8 kills in this game.
He's legendary.
Gen G are going to be able to go and take the Baron here. Doran is just chasing Owner down. He won't overextend here to try to get the kill. He's going to be able to get out with the help of the Cloud Rift here. But Gen G in firm control of this game right now. And you have a gold lead at this moment in time from this team fight, but you're about to pick up a much larger one with this Baron.
And when you're able to kite back, when you're able to use your range, the T1 comp works, but if that gap is ever closed, you are in serious trouble, and we keep seeing it here. Everything looks okay as this disengage comes through, Peanut is forced to flash out, but Gen G is just unrelenting, and Doran, man.
This guy is playing so well today.
And once the engage comes through and Faker has to try to kite back mid, the follow-up is there from Delight, and every single time we're seeing Delight follow up on Doran's engages.
And Doran is, two people find him. And this is a Doran that you cannot just kill if you find him in a brush.
And not only is Faker not really hitting these event horizons on Chovy, he has Banshee's Veil. He's lost it now for this fight. Peanut does have Cyclone. T1 want to stop this, but I don't think they can.
This is Soul, as they are going to be able to steal it away. They deny the Soul owner. He will die, but it's a fair bit of time bought, especially with Elder on the horizon. Still, Gen G with Baron and with a lot of control.
The power of the Varus and the Smite here from the Sejuani. This time it's just going in straight up for a
Varus
kill.
is starting to get a little bit too notorious.
I mean, how many of these best of fives do we have to watch this guy set up for steals?
Oh, Peanut. He's certainly been put in a cage many, many times here this game. Not this time.
Yeah, and do want to highlight, T1 buying time, I think still extremely valuable here, as they...
Oh dear, Chovy looks for the charm, doesn't get it. It's non-committal, but he won't have his ult for the next little while.
And I mean, they're still getting multiple turrets from this. They're zoning him away. His wave clear is so important, Chovy, or rather Faker's, is to actually stop these pushes.
With all of these opportunities, with the fact that Owner was dead for so long, Gen G were able to take down a couple of inner turrets, and now that gold lead, I mean, the highest gold lead we had for what felt like the first 25 minutes of the game was 1.3k. That's not very high at all, and now this is the first time that it's actually been a real advantage, as we'll see. Owner being able to heroically steal away the Drake to buy them some precious time.
Guma always on the edge with those Varus arrows too, making it easier.
Really big as well is Keria getting the hook there, because if Doran is able to try and interrupt Owner and they get soul points, Gen G is going to be in an even more commanding lead. Still, they have a teamfight comp and they're taking control of the map, and even though the T1 comp, as mentioned, might have some opportunities when it comes to singling out targets, trying to hunt at the zero individual people. Once you start losing control of the map against a comp with as much hard engage and team fighting power as Gen G, it becomes so difficult to actually get fights on your terms. And if you don't get those as T1 at this point, you're really going to be struggling.
See whether they go for a dive attempt, as we have only 15 seconds left on this Baron. They're still done the most damage in the game. We mentioned, Charm is going to connect, but Owner is still going to be able to make it out. Still, Orb Deception does a lot of work.
And
Frost Armor doesn't do too much against the true damage.
And going back to Faker, he's so far away from a death cap. He's going Void Staff now, so he's really just not going to hit that spike this game. It's just not going to happen. And you're going up against so much armor here. The poke from Zeus is just irrelevant.
Chains of Corruption, they are just going to stun him for as long as possible. Doran was tanking forever. This is like mostly damage on the Gragas. And still with the fully stacked Rod of Ages, as well as the extra armor from the Zhonya's, he's, I guess, going to be K.
Look at Peanut. He's got the Chain Vest as well. Your Banshee's Veil here on Chovy. You're just deflecting so much of this damage.
How is Shadow Flame Gragas tanking that much?
I don't get it at all.
W, he presses
Level
W.
18, maybe? I don't know. Well, in goes Chovy, finds another charm, this time onto his ex-teammate Keria, and Pays will get another kill. It's his 9th of the game, as Peanut is going to take matters into his own hands. Gumayushi, he goes golden, it buys some time, but the Feather Storm is there, and it's a double. 4 Pays on the bottom side for Gen G. They'll take down the last remaining inner turret, and now it looks like they're going to go spend their wads of cash.
This is his first finals game ever. He's 10-0.
10-0, has a scimitar. He's full build.
This is not how I was expecting this series to go.
Well, look, it's still game one. But I think Gen G really showcased that they know how to use this composition brilliantly. And unfortunately, the Veigar pick here, uncharacteristically from Faker, is just not hitting. And once Doran is this fed and can walk into a turret, tank turrets up, and just push deep and not really care about a Jace, not care about a Veigar, and look for the engages he wants when you've got a Wukong on top of that, Ahri can look for charms. There's just too many threats for T1 to deal with, and as you said, Chronicler, without map control here, T1 are just shooting with like pea shooters into all of this armor. And there's just never really an angle for anybody to get into the back line. For Faker to set up a cage that's going to lead to a team fight win, you're just losing slowly.
And another big thing, and how that fight and many fight has started out as well, is that Chovy, who often goes for an early Banshee's Veil, uses it as an aggressive item, right? Like when it comes to damage, obviously, it's suboptimal, but with how aggressively he fishes for charms and fishes for plays, the Banshees actually allows him space, and it's one of those things that we often talk about hypothetically, and then they don't actually use it. But that's the reason why I think Chovy's Ahri is, well, this game, you know, it's not in the bag yet, but they do have a 6K gold lead, and
I think
his impact has been, has been undeniable. Hey, I've seen crazier comebacks, okay? Think back to Game 5, KT versus T1.
And the main thing about this game being important is, maybe going to be interrupted here. As Owner once again wanting to deny yet another soul point and collect one of his own.
Would be big.
We'll see. Some posturing now as the Drake is going to spawn right this second. Just going to take some time. Peanut and Pays do so much damage. It's 6 items on this 10-0 Xayah. And there it is. It's gone. They get a ward in. And they get the bad news immediately.
And Baron spawned, but they can't try to trade objectives here because Genji split them and actually were able to keep mid control and prevent T1 from going over. Now you can start this, but can you finish it?
Well, this is a Hail Mary, and T1, I think, know that they are certainly circling the drain, so you may as well go for one. Shock Blast connecting, Charm does not. His carrier's in trouble, they find themselves, the Baron is stolen by Peanut. That could be the last nail in the coffin. His Pace, not free hitting right now, but finds the Gale Force, collects his double kill. Gumayusi knocked up, prepared on a silver platter for the AD carry of Gen G. Make it 13, shall we? As he picks up the triple, and Faker running for the hills right now, but Peanut, I think, may just stop him, as there it is. And Gen G, they will take game number 1. I hazard to guess after that play.
Surely they can push for end here.
I think so.
Teleport
0-2.
And look, the story of this game, I think, is in somewhat, because of the hype of Pays potentially being a Royal Roader here, about his 13-0 scoreline. I think a majority of this game was set up by Doran, and the two of them have worked so well together with Delight to lead to a 6-20 kill score here in this game.
And who were the 3 players that we were most concerned about? We were most concerned about Doran. He's 1-0-10. I'm going to hold that thought for a moment. Pace is going to get another kill. The Charm connects at the same time. Peanut grabs that one, and the Nexus will fall. Gen G, they take game number 1 in the grand final. And to quote Obi-Wan Kenobi, we hear the sound of predictors around the world cry out in terror and be suddenly silenced.
And T1, a team, this roster with so much experience, would not be surprising. But what this does mean is this is not the best of 3, or best of 5 rather, that we were expecting today.
Yes.
If even a 3-1 predictor like me, I was expecting Gen G get 1 game, maybe T1 make a mistake, they fudge up a draft. That doesn't happen. Instead, what we get is an extremely dominant and confident game from a Gen G that get their comfort and then show why they shouldn't be allowed to have
and like game 1 yesterday with KT Rolster, they win it on red side when T1 actually has the pick of side selection for game 1. So Gen G can now turn this series into their favor in terms of side selection if it does go to 5. And man, it is a great start here. Doran looking like he might have been a little bit emotional there after this first game. I gotta say, he popped off from that kill at level 1. He got the momentum, and he was playing his best game. And when Doran is on, he is on in every single cast. I mean, Owner just wasn't allowed to play.
He damaged Jace.
He almost outdamaged the Xayah.
Yeah.
That had 1 million kills.
That's Shadow Flame Gragas for you, ladies and gentlemen. Doran, absolutely amazing performance. One thing I do want to say, and we were getting pretty hyped about Gen G in this one. You mentioned it right at the end of your little monologue there, Chronicler, and that was the fact that Gen G were on absolute comfort. For every single one of these players, I think that there is no more iconic champion in this current meta for them that has the highest power level. And so I think T1 losing here, it just means that they can't give them their best possible composition going into game number 2. We'll have to see how this draft is going to evolve and whether we're going to see T1 take a different side. It is now time for a short break. Then we'll have the space break down that game number 1.
팬들.
먹었어. 베가. 야, 제이스 봐줄 사람 있어? 제이스.
바루스.
여기 바루스 맞아.
나 탑으로 갈래? 탑라인 어때? 탑라인 해줘. 탑라인. 미드 끊겼어.
내가 베이가 텔 끊을게.
탑라인.
내려가봐.
내가 집 갔다 텔 탈게.
베가 노플.
내가 끊어볼게.
세주랑 1대1 중.
잡았어. 끝났어.
나이스. 너무 잘했다.
현준씨 뭐예요?
돌아왔어.
여러분 안녕하세요. T1의 임년입니다. 2023 LCK 스프링 시즌 우리 T1이 정규 시즌에서 17승 1패만을 하면서 1위로 결승전에 진출했습니다. 와, 축하합니다. 네, 결승전이 치러지는 서울 잠실 종합운동장에서 T1을 응원하는 응원 소리가 크게 울려 퍼질 거라고 생각하는데, 많은 팬들의 응원 소리가 우리 T1 선수들에게 전달이 된다면 T1 선수들 더 멋진 모습으로 트로피를 향해 나아갈 거라 저는 믿어 의심치 않습니다. 우리 선수들 긴장하지 마시고 평소 연습하던 그 모습 그대로 경기를 치른다면 후회 없는 결과 얻으실 거라 저는 믿습니다. V11 T1의 11번째 LCK 트로피를 위해서 우리 모두 T1을 응원하겠습니다. T1 화이팅! 제5배국회 화이팅!
안녕하세요. 브리온 단장 박정석의 친구 우주대사 김희철입니다. 네, 저 역시 SK T1 너무 좋아하는데요. 이번 스프링 시즌을 우리 T1이 17승 1패라는 굉장히 좋은 기록으로 마무리를 했잖아요. 와, 정말 축하드리고 한편으로 부럽기도 하네요. 이번 남은 경기 우리 결승전에서도 멋진 모습 보여주길 바랍니다. 언제나 응원해요. 우리 T1 화이팅!
안녕하세요, 마미손입니다. T1 이번 스프링 시즌 1위와 MSI 진출 확정을 축하드립니다. 와, T1 팬으로서 어느 팀과 붙으시던지 꼭 승리하시길 바라겠습니다. T1 화이팅! 와!
gentlemen, welcome back to the Jamshil Indoor Arena space. I am Valdez, with me is Ox and Hooney, and that was game number one that perhaps a lot of our fans were not expecting, but Gen G came in and they clapped them so hard in that first game. It was so extremely one-sided in my mind. What did you guys think?
Yeah, honestly, I mean, starting off with the draft, I felt like the Jace and the Veigar, made a lot of sense. Like the Veigar into a short-range composition that Gen G had, pretty good. And the Jace as well outranges a lot of things, and we've seen how good Zeus can be on it. But I think there were some concerns about the cannon.
Yeah, I mean, I personally didn't really like the cannon, but if I really have to assume like why they banned it, like I think they could open like IP the top champion, which is like the cannon, and then like they could also do a yawn like from the Chubby. Like I think that's probably my guess. But the thing is, like, you know, I think that from the draft, I don't think there was any problem from T1.
Yeah, I think maybe like if they had banned the Gragas instead, it could have gone better. But I think objectively, the draft is fine. It wasn't a draft issue, it was definitely a gameplay issue.
Yeah, started off that way, and the side of Gen G, you know, it seemed pretty stock standard, right? You're kind of drafting some more engaged, but at least their comp has an identity across the board. And we can jump straight into Highlight 1 because we got to talk about what Doran was able to do on the top side. Started out with T1 not able to convert on this game.
Yeah, and with the Jace, if you can get momentum for the Jace for Zeus, it's fantastic. That's what the play plan was here. They went top at about 3.5 minutes, but a little bit of a miscalculation here from Zeus. He ends up going down, and it didn't get much better from here.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have to know, like, this is like the blue side, the first pick, which is like the reason why they get the blue side. Like, it's also like there's a thing is like the strength, like 2-3, like you can pick together, like something like that. But the thing is, like, this draft, they first pick Jace, and it's Gen G actually planned to take down like Zeus of the first pick blue side. So it's already from the pick and bat, like they couldn't really take any like bigger impact and the bigger advantage like from the T1.
Yeah, and the thing is with a champion like Jace, you're a lethality champion, you want to be ahead of the curve, you want to have a gold lead, particularly when you have a lot of favorable lane matchups. But he just never really found footing in this game, constantly punished, and it meant that you didn't have this strong poke threat in your composition.
Yeah, and to me, it feels like immediately this is a huge issue for T1 because Zeus has been struggling a bit in playoffs. We've already seen it. And now in game one, they give him first pick Jace, and this is what happens, right? This is not what you would expect. Gen G immediately had an answer. Doran's like, well, I'll just play my best comfort champion of Gragas and be able to sustain through some of those ganks. We can take out the second highlight as well, which was this team fight on the Drake, of course. And again, Gen G and especially Doran able to set up some incredible stuff.
And I think what's fantastic is the amount of engaged tools that Gen G has. If you're against a longer range composition with something like a Veigar, having multiple tools, multiple people to set it up is so important for Doran. He was the one making the big plays in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, from Gen G, like, Peanut started, like, kind of poor. Like, he had to burn the ulti, but the thing is that Doran just, he changed the whole sequence of the Drake. Like, I don't think that Gen G was actually the favorite as the positioning-wise, it was fine. But the thing is, like, he find a way that he can actually isolate the one person and then just, like, focus on one pretty easily and starting to fight 4v5 completely. That was insane.
And I think once one person finds that engage, you have the follow-up. This is why Rakan's been so popular recently, because if Wukong or Gragas or Ahri gets that initial bit of CC, the Rakan can easily use his ability to follow and layer that and get the kill.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The second the momentum started, you've got the follow-up from the Rakan. You have the Ahri right there, and the Xayah able to get in position at least to do incredible amounts of damage. And we did have a Zeus death reel. We didn't get a Doran highlight reel, but a lot of our highlights did kind of just look like him setting up incredible plays. And once that momentum got going, it was pretty crazy. And we can take a look at the final one as well, this final fight in the mid lane. Gen G able to once again set up an incredible position for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G was be able to find the, like, just target selections, like, who they need to go in. Like, but the thing is, like, it's the same thing. Like, it's Doran just find a way that he can actually engage the people, and then like after when they burn, when they don't have a flash, the Rakan to find a way that he can actually be in the final pushes that actually just finish the team fight basically.
And again, like Peanut was chunked out at the start of this play, wasn't necessarily going to be the one who could engage. If your only engage was the Wukong, you'd be struggling. But Doran comes in, Delight's there as well. I mean, there were concerns for Gen G going up against a team like T1, but they have started so well in this series.
Yeah, all of the 3-0 Predators immediately thrown out the window.
Like you!
Thrown off the balcony, me included, alongside of a bunch of other of us, because Yeah, I mean, T1 on paper, maybe you would expect them to be the better team, but Gen G came out and they're like, we're not talking about paper anymore. We're talking about the form on the day, and that's one of the things I mentioned in our pre-show because, you know, T1, you look at Zaze, look at Keria, not really at their top form right now. Gen G, they have come out with a bang here in the beginning of this best of 5. It's going to be difficult for T1, I think, to come back from that.
I mean, honestly, even if you're a 3-1 predictor, I'm feeling a bit nervous after that one. Gen G, really in great form. And as much as Doran was the highlight, Paze and Delight both had fantastic games in that one.
I mean, if I have to say something good thing for T1, Gen G didn't start really good yesterday, especially the first game. And I think I will say there's an advantage for Gen G that because they played yesterday here, and this is like their already 5th game in here, but T1 is the first game. So that means like we gotta see the next one.
Yeah, that's exactly what Atlas was talking about at the top of his show as well. It's like you get comfortable in arena, you just feeling yourself, you get a big win in a best of 5, you just dunked on KT, who a lot of people were saying they were supposed to beat you, so how's that going? We can take a look at the side selection here as T1 have selected blue to the surprise of no one. Ox.
Yeah, I think you can tweak things definitely in the draft, but we said we didn't think draft was the major issue, and blue side is still something they're favoring, so they can get the first choice on those power picks.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, I think that Knight changed the plan of the first pick because that this was like actually the game 1 was almost the first time of Zeus playing actually like aggressive pick, and he actually failed. I mean, we've seen multiple times he blind picked Gnar and then he failed like sometimes, but the thing is that this is actually the first time he failed. He messed up with the Jace pick rather, and that's kind of critical. And I think there's gonna be change from the pick and ban.
And also we saw yesterday, KT took Jace, Gen G took Jace in game 1, and then KT beat them and then lost 3-1. So maybe T1 try to copy that.
Maybe. You know, it is one game. This is why we do play a best of 5, and I surely hope that T1 come back and show their top form. But again, that's why a lot of us are like, ooh, I don't know. Maybe it's going to be a quick series in favor of Gen G because they certainly didn't show any of that in game number 1. Like, there was a lot of comfort in the draft. They had the Veigar in mid. They had the Varus for Gumayusi. A lot of things that have been working for them, but certainly as a team, they did not execute on that very well in game 1.
Yeah, I think the thing to take into account is that regular season T1 was super clean. You know, that one loss against Hanwha Life was a mar on their record, but playoffs has been a different beast, right? The KT series was definitely a lot of back and forth, and I think individual members like Zeus haven't been at 100% over playoffs. So, you know, I wouldn't be too doom and gloom without them dropping a game, but this is definitely not a team who are as clean as we saw in the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, especially I think about this beta, I think it's actually like whoever make more mistake, whoever make more critical mistake, I think that's like actually matters more than actually making creative to play, or like I think that's why I'm keeping the highlight the consistency like needed, like especially BO5, and then when it's like arrived to the playoff, like that's what all you needed. And I think the game 1, I think the Gen G was actually a little bit above level of the T1.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see what we get in game 2 for sure. We don't have POGs for the final, for the grand final. I think for me, it's pretty obviously Doran. The guy, he could have had his own highlight reel if we had put it up there. We got a bunch of his highlights in just the Gen G highlights because so many of his casts were insane. And T1, they need an answer. This did not look good for them. We'll see if they do have an answer as we'll throw it back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic breakdown of that game number 1. And now, the test has been passed by KT yesterday. The Destroy the Jace test was passed. First pick Jace didn't work. Today, Gen G also going to pass the same test. But can they actually win the series? Gen G make their way out after their victorious game number 1. At the helm, Doran, who if we had POG, would have been POG unanimously by everyone. Well, except those couple of voters for Paze. I think that might happen, but I think we know that it's all about that man in the top lane.
Yeah, we were even saying during the game, as good as Paze played, and he does deserve the recognition for being as stable as he was, which was a really big issue throughout the split, and particularly against T1, but it was all about the top side, right? Particularly the solo laners, Doran playing insanely well, and Chovy kind of playing second fiddle because Doran was so good, but still getting a number of crucial setups, playing his RA to the utmost level, and Chovy has been on a tear, and if they don't find a way to shut him down, T1 does with the mid-jungle, I think they're going to keep running into this issue because his impact around the map and his proactivity is, I think, the best we've ever seen from him.
Yeah, and the opening video we had, it's the same as our opening for this season with Deft and Faker, is Deft's quote, "The most important thing is an unbreakable spirit." And for Doran, I think he's proven in the series yesterday and now at least in game 1 here that he is ready. He's got the momentum in his favor, and Zeus has been known in these critical best of fives to slip up a little bit. You go back to the MSI finals, you go back to Worlds finals, a heavily criticized player there, but massively the favorite going into the series, #1 in top all-pro here for LCK. And as we go into game number 2, we'll see if that Jace priority is the same, because in this first game, it did not work out.
It didn't. Here we are in pick and ban for game number 2. T1 down 1 game, but sticking to the blue side once again as the bans, they remain exactly the same as we saw in game number 1. Cassante would come in and Elise to round it out, and then that notorious first pick Jace would be the next option, but no, the change-up will be the Rakan ban here for T1.
And who would have thought? Who would have thought that Rakan would be banned against Delight in an LCK Finals after 2 years of Frederick Brion for Delight, now in a Grand Finals for the first time, has an incredible performance here in this first game, and T1 respect
I love
him.
that.
Do love this for 2 reasons. One, we know that Faker himself can play the Cassante mid, so it is a flex pick. It doesn't give anything away in draft, and it also takes it away from Gen G. So starts off good here. I think the main thing that we want to see from T1 is adaptation. Not only in getting a great draft of their own, because I do think they had a lot of comfort in the previous game, but more importantly, denying it from Gen G. And yes, the Zyra Khan won't be given over, but yesterday we saw KT try to deal with this Aphelios a bunch of times. Is it Kate Lux?
Oh man,
Into
okay.
the Aphelios.
How many times has Gumi Ishikaria lost on Caitlyn Lux, gentlemen?
I mean, Caitlyn Lux is a pick that, or a duo that has given them so much success, and Karius Lux, in my mind, has been his most standout pick outside of the AD picks that he had at the beginning of the season. His Lux has been phenomenal. Some of his best games this season were on this pick, so even out of the 2v2 lane, it's a high-impact player here. Gen G gonna leave the support pick and prioritize the Ahri once again for Chovy, so now picks like that Aphelios are likely to be removed, or rather, the Thresh for the Aphelios to be removed.
Also, you basically have to ban Lissandra here for very obvious reasons.
Yep.
Faker is exceptional at it, and it is the best pick into Ahri. But if T1 can't figure out something that can actually deal with this Ahri, I think Gen G might try to do what they did yesterday, where through Chovy being impactful in mid lane, the bot lane, even though the matchup in the 2v2 is very rough, can still salvage. And if they can salvage, and they can get to a mid game where they team fight, we've already seen they are good enough to match up against T1.
I think the Thresh ban here is just so obvious because it's so empowering for Ahri as well, because she can, with Banshee's Veil, she's already somewhat safe to dive deep as in Fish like Chovy has done. And they're going to ban the Malphite here. You know, with the Cassante picked early, you're not as worried about this pick. But the Thresh is just so easy. If you want to make sure that your Ahri could dive deep and the Aphelios is going to be safe in a lot of these scenarios. But it looks like rather than that, they want more hard engage here, and they'll lock in the Nautilus.
Yeah, Nautilus going to come in. I'd actually already started penciling in the Thresh because Delight was so good at it yesterday in that final game. The Viego going to be picked up by Ona, one of his signature champions there in the jungle. And there is the flex of the Cassante towards that mid lane. We'll see whether Faker can utilize this pick to nullify the Ahri in mid, as Cannon going to come through for Zeus. And this is his namesake as well, right?
It really is. Yeah, the Lightning champions, Jace and Cannon. Jace didn't quite work out. The Cannon coming through blind here. What is Doran going to pick? And it is, to me, okay, well, you know what?
Yeah.
Why not?
It's a decent matchup into the Cannon. Like, if it ain't broke.
It's so remarkable to me that Gen G are also recognizing how well Doran is playing by changing the priority that he's been getting in these drafts, right? He is actually the one that is getting counterpicked now. Now, it's just 2 games of Gragas, which I'm sure he's going to be very happy with. You were looking at the Cannon
Yeah, I
mid.
was like, Cannon support, Lux mid, Cassante top? Like, what's happening here?
Well, what's really interesting to me about how Gen G played that last draft, it was the Sejuani that they constantly were able to set up picks onto. Faker caught a few times as well on the Veigar. But Cassante is the only frontline T1 really have in this draft. Viego himself can be somewhat of a frontline, but isn't very tanky. And you've got a support who, if you lose control over the map, as Carrier with this Lux, your ability to actually get vision on the map is so difficult, it's so dangerous, you're always going to be under threat. And we've kind of swapped sides here in a lot of ways about how T1 want to fight, because they need the hard engage to come through. They need the cannon and the Viego to set up with this Cassante. But as you approach, Doran can remove that Cassante, pull him away from the rest of the team. You get that pick, and T1's composition falls apart.
It's going to come down to the bot lane matchup, because Varus, I know, is strong, but not necessarily a lane that was the hard stomp lane. With Caitlyn Lux, they have got to put down pace. They have got to put down Delight, make sure that Peanut doesn't find an early angle, that they don't get put on the back foot, because if a Caitlyn lane isn't able to snowball into, again, another hard team fight composition from Gen G, we might see a repeat of game number 1.
We could, however, this is T1 wielding the Caitlyn Lux. And you know what? I haven't seen a game where they've lost with this particular duo. That is because they haven't ever lost with this duo. It has not been figured out, that possibility. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift here. Wow, that was deafening. Gen G fans definitely very happy about the fact that they managed to take a game number 1. And Gen G fans, it's been a while since things have gone well in spring finals.
Yeah,
it's been 3 in a row that they've been runners-up.
Oh, it's 4-0 the Caitlyn Lux this season to put the raw numbers on the table here for Guma Carrier. They have been by far the most dominant 2v2 lane in the LCK. You could say what you want about Guma's team fighting, as he is vulnerable.
Oh dear, there's the flash over from Delight. The charm is going to land as well immediately. He's flashing away, his pace is flashing for it. But the Lucent Singularity, it's going to be enough to save Gumayushi's life, but not his flash. Pays had to use his.
And even though the trade in Summoners is down, which is unfortunate for, possible punish here.
All right, let's see how much damage.
Fake.
He just clicks the blast cone.
Yeah.
But that means that Faker might be able to zone.
Yeah, 100%. Chovy can't walk up. But as I was saying, the big thing is Guma can't back. And Caitlyn Lux starting off on the back foot is really big, but Chovy pays for it heavily. Not only does he lose his flash, but also do the Faker doing a really good job of zoning him out. He will be very far behind on experience here on the first few waves.
Yeah, lost 1 minion of experience, but those melee creeps, that's a lot more. So definitely very high value.
And the Aphelios here isn't helpless in this lane at level 1, has Calibrum, and can kind of trade back some of this damage if he can avoid the Singularity here, as he already has. And Pace is actually going to be able to get through these first few minion waves here a lot easier because of that initial trade. So while it wasn't a kill, not completely worthless, as you were saying, Chronicler. And yeah, 11-0 on this pick here, career across the LCK. It's one of his most famous.
Yep, and Carrier alongside him on this Lux almost every single time as well. So incredible performances for this particular duo for T1. We'll see whether it's going to be enough to claw them back into this series as, this win rate also relatively high, as there's a reason why we saw the Cassante banned away and first picked here in Game 1 and then here in Game 2 respectively.
A lot of prio on this. Now what's really interesting about this matchup is that Chovy was the one who pioneered the mid Cassante and has beaten Ahri in lane in particular in this very matchup many times. Now he'll be on the other side of the coin here playing the Ahri into the Cassante and already on the back foot because of that early level 1. We'll see how he does outside of these first few levels.
Also cool adaptation here from Faker, going for the Aftershocks as opposed to Grasp. We've seen a lot of mid Cassante still go Grasp, but into the Ahri, if they space well, which with Chovy you're going to expect, actually getting Grasp procs will be fairly negligible, so not going to be the case here. And Delight might be looking for something, but with Owners missed showing, I don't think they're going to go for anything. But what's big here is...
Oh, Peanut. Not going to be able to steal that one away as he gets into position. Ward goes down. Not actually scried or anything like that. Let's see whether Peanut can find himself an angle. He was looking for that counter gank opportunity.
Hard to pre-6, especially with this dredge missing, and this means he might get double scuttle.
Life Binding comes in immediately. The cleanse has to be used. The trap was down. Definitely a great reason to use that summoner spell immediately, but now Pays in a very rough spot, and Gumayusi Carrier bearing down on them.
And this is with Guma losing a flash and half his health bar. Level 1. Like, he was sipping potions, but still he wasn't sitting on a whole lot of health. And once you get to 6, the matchup really changes because you have so much more all-in potential. With particularly if Nautilus has flash, you can layer the ultimates, you have a lot of damage there, but you need to get there, and really well done by Guma and Carrot to regain control of this lane. And for Pays in the Light, even in a scenario as good as that one, actually getting an advantage, still not going to be able to, but if they can get to 6 while dropping minimal waves and dropping minimal plates, would still be a win for them.
Now, Doran has been having a really tough time in this top matchup as well. He's nearly 20 CS behind, out of mana here, and he's stopped on his back, so he's going to have to stay here because he doesn't want to miss these minions, but it's very difficult for him to CS them. And Owner, like I was mentioning, very likely to get double scuttle because of this attempt here from Peanut pre-6 bottom side. He has total map control here because of this top prio for Zeus, who's not reliant on a mana bar. He's a ranged matchup here into Doran, so Doran has to teleport early, and Zeus is just sitting pretty here on the top side of the map with the Doran's ring, or Doran's blade rather. And so T1 with some really nice early game advantages here at 5 minutes, already stacking a 700 gold lead.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff here for T1 thus far in the early game. We'll see whether Gen.G have any surprises for us or whether this is just going to be, once again, business as usual for T1. They can play out games so well with these early leads. We've seen it so many times. And 100% win rate for this man's cannon on the top side of the map. There's a reason why his name looks like Zeus. Gentlemen?
He's also got early Sork shoes here, decides he does want to back. He has just enough money to buy them here early. And in an early game against Agragas, those resistances will mean a lot less when you actually have this early buy.
The Light relatively far up. We also do note Pays also going for boots first. Generally we don't see that, but into Cade Lux. Gonna use the movement speed as Guma.
Oh dear, Delight, he's just gonna flash on him, finds the hook there as well. Flash out immediately as Pays. Not gonna find too much of the damage once again. Gumayusi limps away, but he gets the cannon.
Yeah, nigh unkillable here on the bottom side of the map. This guy is now...
He gets the cannon!
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's what matters.
I saw that and it sort of took over my brain for a moment there. We're pretty cannon focused here in the LCK. You'll have to bear with me.
Ooh. And do note, that's Guma's flash gone on cooldown, and now the 6 for Pays the Light and Peanut. Very scary. Owner knows this though. He's gonna clear the ward, and if they can get a kill on Pays, it would be huge.
Yeah, Peanut getting into position as well. So a 3v3 here on this bottom side. No flash on Gumayusi though, and Pays has his back available. That is the big difference maker in this situation. And stopping Gumayusi and Carrier from being able to take plates is the biggest thing. They've already managed to take one, as now Peanut getting aggressed on by Owner. There's the Conqueror proc as well. So he'll have to use that Blast Cone to get himself out of dodge. Wukong not able to fight against this Viego early on.
Yeah, didn't have Warrior's Trickster and just had to take the damage there to get away, losing all of his health. And this means that T1, with the prio they already have in bottom side, despite 2 attempts on Guma's life here, they're going to be able to take the first break. Faker also holding that mid prio, and these small exchanges, these small attempts from Gen.G, failing repeatedly, starting to stack up in the gold. The double scuttle, the top side prio, no assistance from Peanut in the top side because you don't have prio top, you don't have prio bottom. He has to be bottom side to keep his lane alive so he can stay relevant. They're still down 10 CS. You're down 30 CS on the top side of the map. Drake goes over, double scuttle, and just like that, 2,000 gold lead here, nearly 2,000, or sorry, 1,500, nearly 2,000 gold lead here for T1.
And what's really big is I think T1 playing it out a lot more calmly than in game number 1, where right, like they went for the early dive, they went in with these really big aggressive plays when they didn't necessarily need to. As he's hidden.
Yeah, level 7 is Doran going to find himself the Lightning Mouse, but Chovy, he's going to move in. Means man advantage here towards his top side as T1 a little bit late on the rotation. We'll see whether Gen.G can lock this one down before everyone turns up. And it looks like the answer is yes. Jelly gets her eye poked multiple times. The eye, though, collecting it going to be a difficulty as Chovy going to try and get himself out. Ace in the hole comes through. That is first blood. Going to the Viego. Was it worth it is the question. As Zeus is going to go down as well. Peanut flashes to safety, but Owner is going to pick him off. Carrier awarded with the kill. A 2-for-1 in the end, but Herald goes to Gen G. So I guess the exchange is somewhat even, but it doesn't feel like it here as T1 in so much control this game.
Yeah, that's probably not going to be worth it. If Chovy gets out there, I think you're not going to feel too bad about it, but that's not the case. Kill going over to Owner as...
Doran? Okay, well, Owner is taking a lot of damage here. There's the cast. Owner doesn't have any mist remaining. And there's the boop with the barrel. As solo killers, Delight is in trouble as well. Gumayushi, he's not to be messed with here.
Okay, I'm sorry, Doran. I'm sorry. I won't doubt you anymore.
Yeah, no, never again.
We know. Yeah, we get it. When you go in and Gragas, he'll get it done.
Congratulations to Peanut.
1,500 kills here. Now, feels like a consolation prize here in a series in a game state where you're not ahead. But if we go back to this skirmish here, where you have, as T1 here, so much team fight power in this Kennen early, who's holding Flash. And while the Herald is secured here, getting the eye is a completely different story. Chovy picks it up, but look at how much power you have with the Viego and the Kennen ult setup. And yeah, kills going over here for Gen G, but Peanut loses both his life and Flash, and subsequently map control.
You also see like the perfect lineup there, right? With the Cannon ult being right as big as Doran. Yeah, he just
also got the drugs. And now he's out of mana, but he gets a blue buff? What?
Small victory here, but still, you'll take it. You're 30 CS down. You have been for a while, and that is some extra goal that's going to push you to your Catalyst at least. It's going to make you a little bit, better in this laning phase, but you're just getting pushed in non-stop. And Zeus, it looks like he took game one personally with how much control he's put into this one. And Doran, can he survive this lane? Yes. Will he make the same impact he made in game one? With the gold state he's in, very unlikely. But Gragas will still do Gragas things later on in the game. I think now a lot more responsibility on Peanut and Chovy.
And as I was mentioning before the Herald fight, what I like from T1 is that they kind of have calmed down after what was a very eventful early game in game number one, and having trust in their laning, because their laning has been one of the big reasons why they've been so hard to crack in the LCK. And, AD carry supports might not be quite at the same level as they were before, but Caitlyn Lux, effectively the same thing, and we see immediately how much more comfortable they slot into the role that they have.
Whoa, that's a flash forward from Carrier, looking for that light binding, gets the flash out of Doran, and more plates for Gumayushi. They're trying to trade them as Crescendum is there for Pays, but the rest of T1 are going to turn up. Chovy trying to even it out here for Gen G by picking up plates in mid, and they want them on the Aphelios.
Say what you will about Doran's performances on a lot of different picks, but when he's on the Gragas, even down on CS, he's going to be the one who absorbs the pressure.
Hook is going to connect here as they knock up Owner. He's in the bouncy castle forever. The Heartseeker not enough.
And on three places on the map, they're winning out. Yeah, Doran is losing some plates here, but he's going to be able to keep this turret alive. They're getting plates topside. Chovy got plates mid. They get a kill. Junglers removed. And Gen G still behind in gold here, but they are really turning this one around.
And what's really big here is there's no Crescendum anymore, because otherwise they might just get first turbo right off that Zeus.
Well, Moonlight Vigil comes down. Zeus looking for even more. Grabbing him. Not going to be snaring Zeus just yet, but with Delight lurking, that is more plates going over to Gen G and to Pays in particular.
They might still get that first turret blood regardless here. Zeus is just zoned out.
This is not the Gen G we were expecting here today, as it looks like this turret is not going to fall in its entirety. But still, Gen G getting control back in this game. Of course, by no means is this one over for T1, as Faker is going to be slowed down. The mid-game is still going to be powerful, but that Caitlyn issue that we've talked about so many times, she still does have that trough. She still relies on snowballing the game. And yes, they've got a bunch of plates into Gumayushi. He has his Gale Force available, an item lead over Pays. Doran is going to be able to take control of this dragon.
Faker's backing and they know it.
TP's there for Zeus,
but not unleashed.
All right, that first teleport. This dragon going down very, very low as Chovy finds the charm. It is onto the jungler. They secure the Drake because of it. Warrior Trickster going to be used as, Peanut just outplaying here, but he is still going to be moved back by the Q. Has to flash to get himself out as Faker's still looking for even more. And Doran, with that barrel in position, they are going to be able to complete the heist.
Heist successful. Chovy hits the crucial charm. Owner
this
steals
ward.
those. Oh, they know.
That is so much value. The light binding comes in. Peanut going to get out as, okay, there it is, the final spark. Oh, what the heck, Peanut? That That was so silly, as now Zeus should be able to punish Delight, but he flashes. Pace flashes down the kill, and a flash comes out as well. As now Chobi, he's looking for the charm, he does find it, but it's not enough to save Pace, but still, Zeus is going to go down.
What am I watching? A series of outplays here going over from Gen G, but this just stems the bleeding because at the end of the day, T1 still with the gold lead here. They are going to pick up first turret blood, but it could have been a lot worse.
If they don't get that first turret blood, it actually would have been a bit of a disaster. That made sure that they're still ahead in gold, but the skirmishes are going Gen G's way, and that's something that I think if you're a T1 fan is going to worry you, because Gen G's team fighting composition again is incredible, and look at that soul. That's a Hextech soul, so every single Drake is going to matter. And man, Delight and Doran, between the first few rounds of playoffs and now could not look more different.
Oh no, definitely not.
The confidence that these players are moving across the map with us. Peanut, sneaking suspicion here.
Doran, so calm too, holds the recall, and will get it off. Peanut sets up the second knock-up here, calling out that he has no flash, and then they re-engage here with Paze. And yeah, there are casualties here on the side of Gen G, and the turret will go down. But it's a worrying sign for how these fights are going to go later on, because in the early game here, this is not a Fed Aphelios, this is not a Gragas with more items, and Chovy with agency later on. If this continues to go like this, the gold lead won't matter when we get to 30 minutes in this game.
It won't. I do want to shout out Carrier there, who was able to so valiantly land so many of these skill shots in order to keep T1 in that situation. It was really well played. His Lux, as you mentioned, Wolf, is absolutely amazing, but he's going to have to be at peak form in order to make sure that this one works out. Another worrying sign is the fact that Gumayusi has none of these kills. Extra money on Caitlyn can be so valuable, and he's going to have to find some in this mid-game if he can. Still, T1 with an advantage. Doran going to try and even that out.
And it all comes down to, can T1 find individual picks? In game number one, that wasn't really the case, but I think that this time, because they do still have a lead, when it comes to gold, they should be able to hold on to map control for a lot longer. And when it comes to picking up individual champions, yes, Gen G's comp is still strong with Charm and Hook, but T1 can isolate targets with Faker, can have an amazing stun lock situation going on with the Lux, the Caitlyn, and the Viego. And if they're able to find those, or if Zeus can get a big flank, there are still ample of opportunities here, but it's all going to come down to how the team fights go. How is T1 actually going to be able to fight around these dragons? And a lot of it will come down to, can Guma and Carrier consistently find that prio on the Caitlyn that, even though the kills haven't gone her way, is still very fed in this game.
Absolutely, 30 CS in the lead. Outer turret now under fire. If they get another one, that is huge. Oh, the layering of CC is fantastic with Doran. He takes a drink, and he's going to walk it off now.
And Chovy's going to get top turret, it looks like here, as T1 are completely grouped in mid with no objective up. So the lack of success here on that first turret kill attempt really comes back to bite them. And Doran has done such a good job of buying time here, deleting these minion waves. Now Faker will find one on the bottom side here, some additional farm, that is to say, it was taken out earlier. Can they maybe set up a dive here as Doran decides to come back over? There's no vision here in the jungle for Gen G.
Oh, forcing a teleport here. Nicely done by T1.
Well, Carrier is going to be locked into the wall, just barely mispositioning the cast there is Doran. Could have been deadly. Instead, it was not. As Gen G going to hold on to their inner turret for the moment. I like the idea for T1. A lot of money in that inner.
Not only if Gen G mess up and you get the inner, that's big, but it also means that they should be able to get control of the bottom half of the river, shove up the waves. Although we do see now Carrier and Guma still had to back, so they will actually be a little bit late here to the objective. Gives Gen G the opportunity to set up vision, but they are looking for any stragglers. Doesn't seem to be the case, as we know. They obviously doing a thorough check here.
And critically, there's no flash for Zeus. There is flash for Peanut. And these are the two big engaged champions in these compositions, especially for Peanut at range, to look for follow-up here on this Caitlyn. Caitlyn also has flash at this moment in time, but Gen G not only faster on the Drake here, but arguably the better setup here. Doran can still make an impact without his ult, and it's coming up soon.
Yeah, a lot of vision available though with that Rift Scuttler that it was taken by T1. Zeus in flank position, unseen for now. As Gen G, this is dangerous. T1 biding their time for the moment. The line of traps has been set up. Faker doesn't find the Q, but he can fish for another one of those. A little bit of time.
Zeus' flash is coming up. That could be the timing they want to engage with the Maelstrom.
Yeah, Lucent Singularity coming down. A fair bit of poke here available as Faker's just going to move in. Peanut gonna have to use that Cyclone. He secures the Drake as they just bring Doran out, but he goes golden. Zay is now in a little bit of trouble, but Peanut is going to burn down. The Lux collects the kill thanks to that one, and now Faker is saying it's cleanup time. Can Pace do anything? The answer is definitely, as wow, Faker almost falls down, but still, Hayes going to get locked down by the final spark, and now it's the flanking Lux. The scariest, the most deadly, the life binding from max range. Pace locks down the cannon, but Chovy and Pace is still going to die. Gumayusi grabbing the double.
What a moment here for Pace to at least trade back the kill, but it's once again Gen G getting the objective, but at a high cost, and T1, their gold lead is multiplying at this point, getting kills like this. And the fact that Peanut is able to secure this Drake is really just a 50-50 essentially as Owner is rotating over. Meanwhile, in live, Doran?
Yeah, Doran looking for Gumayusi. These traps are not going to go down, but he respects the teleport. And it looks like Gumayusi will survive for now. Body slam to get Doran out of there. Not even able to get a control ward. Man, give him something.
And when we fast forward to the future, or if we could, we know if this ends up being worth it or not for Gen G, because this could be huge in terms of setting up for that Soul Point, potentially a fight they'll take very soon. But at this moment in time, looks to be way better for T1. That could come back to bite them later, but at this moment in time, you're thinking advantage T1.
Crucial, there are two things. One, Pace doesn't actually hit his ultimate. And with that, the Moonlight Vigil, a really big team fighting tool, not available. And secondly, Keria actually gets the kill on Peanut, which is for T1 the sign to keep on going. And there's a reason why Guma and Keria have not been allowed to get this duo. Look at that 100% kill participation between the two of them. And even though the laning phase was somewhat selfish by Gen G getting an early summoner out of from Guma, when it comes to the team fighting, they're just too clean.
Yeah, they definitely are. And Keria is just so good at Lux. It is crazy. And then Gumayusi always there on the follow-up. Every time those bindings land, the trap is down. Cupcake in position, and someone is on critical health almost immediately afterwards. This duo, fantastic at Siege, but also demonstrated right here beautifully. They are fantastic at locking down single targets, just going for that pick potential. Peanut comes over, clears out some control ward in this Baron pit. And this T1 Baron now up on the table.
Yeah, and this is the amount of control that you really want to have as a Caitlyn Lux in the mid-game. As we're at 21.5 minutes here, T1 have enough control vision-wise here where they can threaten Baron starts. They can safely just push all of these lanes and not be afraid of a wraparound from Chovy or Peanut's flash engage, right? And you have this Lux that's so fragile, we talked about it earlier. Just going to ult for tempo.
Wow!
The ability for a Lux to clear vision from behind is so low, but from ahead she becomes oppressive because not only does she clear vision, but she also can threaten anyone who tries to come in and clear it themselves because there's so much follow-up and so much map control. As you can see here, grouping S5. Chovy's in the side with teleport. So this is what Chovy has been doing this game. He's been top side pretty much this entire time, but T1 are getting more.
Yep, see whether these answers are actually going to be there as Light Binding collected by Delight, but of course, not going to be too worried about it, has the Titan Wrath shield available. Wave going to crash in this top lane inner turret, so some respite being bought by Gen G for a moment.
Wouldn't be surprised if Zeus actually goes for Death Cap next and just accepts that as long as he can trade with Pace or 4 summoners, he's already winning, right? Because one of the big things here is that I think the Gen G composition, as we get to late, is going to very heavily rely on Pace being able to do damage. And with the map control that T1 has, and Zeus having Sword, Pan Boots, Void, and his Rocket Belt, he's effectively doing true damage to anyone that doesn't have MR, which Peanut has some on his Mercs, but that's not that impressive. Chovy has a Banshee still, but everyone else is going to get shredded by this cannon. And if Pace doesn't actually get to do damage, Gen G becomes very reliant on finding early picks. With how the map state is right now, doesn't seem very likely. But what is crucial is this up-and-coming fight, because if Gen G get a soul point, it changes so much of the equation, because you cannot risk an Aphelios getting a Hextech soul.
Yeah, it's massive too, because it buys more time for Pace to scale up as well. And this is where that last Drake fight that T1 won the team fight in, but Gen G were able to secure with Peanut. it becomes worth it if you can actually secure this. Your position in the game is much more relevant. If you lose this one and it goes to a 2-2 Drake, T1 are just winning in every other regard. So there's a fight you need to win, but you don't have prio whatsoever. That hasn't changed. And T1 have just given up the top side of the map, let Chovy farm there for free. There's no gold for him to get with an outer turret. That was taken out earlier. So it's at no cost to them to just say, we're putting all the focus on bottom side here. We have Baron Vision. You couldn't do that. Chovy can't make any plays topside. Now we're on this Drake, and you deny this one, you're in such a good position.
Well, Lightbinding not going to find the target as now Gumayusi not going to get snared. Absolutely fantastic play here by Gumayusi defensively on this Caitlyn. And the thing that I want to talk about, guys, is the fact that last game we had him on the poke Varus. Oh, sorry, the on-hit Varus that was just getting picked off left, right, and center. Now he has massive range. He is a late-game monster on this Caitlyn. We're going to see him going up against FaZe very evenly this time. As we're looking for it, but the Drake is just going to be given over. 2 apiece for both of these teams.
And
Carrier checks it.
Yeah, you can sense the desperation there from Chovy as well, where he uses his ult. Guma doesn't even have to use Guild Force. Like, he has Guild Force, he has his Flash, right?
He just needed a net.
Of them. That's all he needed. And it showcases Gen G without control, going to be very reliant on either hard engaging through Doran and the Light, but that wasn't really an option there. And Chovy trying to get something going doesn't work, and the positioning of Guma has been one of the reasons why this Caitlyn, as of right now, is undefeated.
Faker is just constantly following him around in the jungle here. Whenever there's a moment where they don't have vision, they think Peanut or Chovy might be in the similar area. Faker's just making sure, shadowing him, that he's not going to get picked off, so he can just continue to freely farm. And that mobility we talked about he already has. He has Flash still because he's under no threat. It's just really easy for them to say, okay, now we have 2 Drakes, and if nothing goes wrong here, this game is just on the path to our victory, tying it up 1-1. And they can come over here, clear up some more Baron Vision, and continue to actually now play around topside since the Drake is already taken.
Well, Gen G with full information of what's going on in the Baron. Of course, they have faced T1 many times before, so they know that if it's past 20 minutes, T1 are going to do Baron. Like, if it's on the map, that's where they're going to be. That is their #1 priority. Light going to hook nothing, just checking to see whether anyone is sitting in the brush. Opportunistic hooks, you love to see it.
Yeah, free farm here for Zeus, and he buys that first rod. And he is in a great position damage-wise here. If he goes for the death cap, as you mentioned, Chronicler, and he's just sitting there buying these components. Now they're grouped up for Baron, and GG has to respect this, and they could just back away. They have teleport for both of their solo laners here. There's so many things that Gen G has to deal with all at once.
And 2 factors here. 1, the spikes. Faker just getting his stone blades, Guma getting his IE. If you thought he chunked before, just wait until you see him land some autos as there is the Baron.
Yeah, immediately they started up as soon as they get that control ward down. Information now given. Peanut on vision now as Doran finds the flank. Can he get it? There it is! The delivery, but Gumayusi's still alive for so long, but Chovy will be able to take him down. Pace still alive, flashes away from Ona, and in the backline it is Havoc being wrought on T1. Another charm will connect. Faker is incredibly tanky though, as now Doran has to get out of there. We need to see the carry from you. Pace is over the wall. Is carrying the final spark. He's avoided, and Pace will do it. Picks up the double kill, and can Gen G now get the Baron? I think they've turned it around.
He's popping off here. His positioning is so good. He avoids the ultimate there from Carrier. And once you are able to secure that pick onto Guma, the fight becomes so simple. FaZe lives, T1 lose that fight, and that's going to be Baron. And there's nothing that Carrier can do to look for a steal here. But the performance of this player who's looking for his first title here in his first tournament is just phenomenal.
And it's Pace that knocks him down, but it's Doran again that sets it up. This man deserves so much credit for being, and I think fairly so, considered the weak point of Gen G. And look at this engage.
When your coach is Score, you can do things like this on Gragas, Chronicler.
And Faker just so desperately wishes he could have blocked that charm, but he's just not able to. I think that Guma dies regardless here. Peanut buys so much space here for Pace on the right side of the fight, and while Faker is tanky, once he all-outs, Pace can delete him.
Oh my, and Pace actually using the loss of the Serum on the wave to completely heal up. Stays alive.
The slightest of sidesteps to avoid the final spark that would have been so much damage. Don't know whether it would have been enough to kill, but still, that movement absolutely amazing from this player who's under so much pressure. In this game, even more than game number 1. As the gold lead now moving ever so slightly in favor of Gen G, but still 2 minutes left on the Baron, 58 seconds on this Hextech Drake. Soul point for both of these teams, and we have to reiterate, if you get Hextech Soul with either of these compositions,
doesn't matter
you
who.
basically win the game.
Yeah,
that is how it sort
basically
of
game ending. And the Baron buff here should be able to guarantee that Gen G end up having prio for this. There should be almost no way T1 takes this. And I mean, right now, at this moment in time, T1 are faster grouped for this. And Gen G, I mean, this is a fight you need to win, and you're not going to have that same opportunity that you had last time. It's very unlikely that you're going to delete the enemy AD carry instantly at the beginning of the fight, so you still need to be able to prove you can win a 5v5 fight even if you can't pick that AD carry. Now they're setting up that prio. The Drake is spawning here at 15.
Oh, and T1 desperately want to hold on to this mid lane turret because it gives Guma so much safety, and in general, T1 way easier to fight for mid prio. But do note that it does cost them a bot lane turret. Chovy gonna have his Shadow Flame available. 4 items on
Level
this
17.
Ahri. And this is such an important fight here. If Gen G can get soul points, T1's game becomes so much harder.
And Faker is 2 full items behind this Ahri, and of course they are cheap items that Chovy has built this time around, but still, he does have a huge advantage. Soul point now on the table. They do so much damage to this Drake, but T1 not going to go down without a fight, as it is going to be secured by Gen G. They look for the flank, but the hook is going to connect. The charm connects as well, and Faker is just obliterated. And Gen G are going to be able to just walk out. T1 no response to this dragon.
Kind of a bizarre fight here for T1 because you're trying to flank on one hand as Faker, but the collapse is so easy from Gen G. That's exactly how they wanted to take out the Cassante, is just collapse on him. You set up a trap, so you've discouraged Gen G from moving left in this fight. And in fact, once they take the Drake, they're naturally going to move towards Faker, who's then spotted and collapsed on. And T1 just looking very desperate. Even Guma trying to look for the Q here for a potential steal, but you're not bars this time.
And what's crucial here,
Oh, we got another fight in live here as the outer turret is going to be taken. Carrier just demanding the respect on this Lux, is going to be able to get himself out. The Everfrost, absolutely fantastic, but Faker, he is respawning now, but they will take 2 turrets off the back of that. 1 inner still remains, but that is it for T1 of these outer turrets.
And we have seen, again in the series against KT, that T1 have the ability to come back from deficits. In the KT series, they were down even further. Faker found a miracle play. But with how the game is going right now, anything short of that, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Gen G's composition plays out so nicely, right? You have a beefy front line. You have so much damage. Both your AP damage between Doran and Chovy are very hard to deal with. But then you also have a monster fed Aphelios here in Paze. And for them to actually be able to deal with anything while also staving off a Hextech Soul is incredibly hard.
It is, and also the damage, like, I like what Zeus is doing with his build, right? This is maximizing the amount of damage that you can do, but Paze is going to be a bruiser. We've said this so many times. I don't think 100 to 0ing this guy on this Aphelios is going to be as easy as find a flank as Doran. He's going to do just that. Gumayushi does QSS though, as Chovy finds the angle, doesn't find the charm though, as now Faker is looking to protect his teammates, but Zeus is going to be picked off, and now Faker's going to get body slammed. Chovy is just dancing around the fight, but Moonlight Vigil crucially goes wide, and Gen G will have to back away.
We've seen these teleports from Zeus before. This is not the one you want. I mean, Gen G might be able to push to grab this inhibitor here off of this play, and Gen G once again just striking back. Doran coming into the mid lane. They might be able to look for even more here. Guma's respawned, but they've got a wave.
Who is this Doran?
I have no idea.
Where has he been? Where did he come from?
I think he read Reddit. He made the mistake last night, and he heard what people were saying. And he's like, well, I'll just have to show you, as Faker looks for the Q, doesn't find it there on a Pace. He's going to connect his, though. Does a bit of damage back as the cask, just to try and disengage here from T1. And Gen G, I mean, their wallets are so thick right now, they'll go back to base and they'll send Boris to collect his wares.
And until this moment, I was going to say it's still winnable for T1. I think there's still a chance. As this is missed time from Carrier, Doran's able to get on top of Guma, who immediately QSS's, but he's now out of the fight. Chovy is behind enemy lines, and Zeus, with this mistake of teleporting into the fight to try to turn it, it's already over. It's done. There's nothing you can do, and Guma, he doesn't have to flash critically. But before this, I was going to say, There's flash on Guma. Zeus has flash engage. The next fight should be T1's if they play it correctly, but it's their last chance. But they don't even get that chance. Doran says no.
One thing that's big is no flashes on Doran and Pace. So T1, if they can use that, maybe they can try and contest for this soul. But if Gen G takes a Baron before that, no contest is going to be possible.
Yeah. And if that's the 5-head play, Wolf, then oh my goodness,
this has
imagine
to be the
that,
one fight.
Do anything to get Paze's flash so we can win a team fight and get a Baron. But let's see whether they can do it as Peanut looking for that flank angle already. Faker soaking so much damage, has to flash to get himself out as there is another cast to get the mini stomach. Collect him with the anchor. Absolutely amazingly done from Delight and from this Gragas as Faker goes all out, but he's gonna have to get out, but he's not gonna be able to. Chovy picks up that kill. Ona's gonna pick up a minion wave to desperately try and save the base, but it's not gonna save them from the wrath of this Gen G Baron.
Easy Baron pickup here now for Gen G. And once again, this is the fight that T1 had to win. They had to win it, but they're picked. Faker's off on his own. Zeus dies. And that's that.
It's not just Baron. There are Hextech gates on the map. They can go straight towards a Hextech Soul, and Gen G might be looking to go up 2-0 as Delight starts off the fight, but T1, you can feel what do they do from here once they've lost control with this composition.
And unseen in this fight really is how much Peanut did without pressing any buttons. Just by pushing Guma away, there's no peel. Faker's alone. He gets basically 100-0. He survives for so long. And Zeus is like, I'm trying to set up the ult, so then I can have my Caitlyn come through and I have Faker there, but Faker's so low, he instantly then dies when he's caught by the Nautilus ultimate from Delight. And Guma's just not even in the fight. Doesn't matter how many items you have if you can't actually do damage because T1's front line, or rather Gen G's front line, is too immense, and your front line is getting decimated.
And that's a free Hextech Soul, gentlemen. This is so much power for Gen G. It's as close to Exodia as you can get without an Elder, which is the silliest thing
They
I
should
think
be
I've
able to
ever
push
said.
that end.
And now they're looking for it. They do have traps set up, but this mid lane is completely open. Doran and Peanut able to freely move in. Right now, T1 holding the line as best they can. Oh, that is just gigantic damages. Guma is going to be picked off yet again. Zeus trying to defend. They blow up Peanut before he can really do anything, but the base is still in shambles. Doran in trouble. Can they get that pick off as well? That would be huge. But oh my goodness, Paze every auto attack is just doing 1,000,000 damage.
Not to mention that he can proc the Hextech with his Calibrum so easily here, and he's just constantly keeping T1 at base, so even though they almost get the kill on the Doran, the follow-up is just so difficult, the power of Hextech Soul. T1 at least survive.
Oh, Moonlight Vigil comes down. Okay, Carrier, can he survive? He's like, I'm just clearing vision here, guys. I'm clearing vision, just let me do my job, okay?
Surviving, though, is not the goal. It's not the win condition here for T1, and dropping 2 games in this series. Zeus is 1-6. It's the elephant in the room. He's been caught so many times this game.
Well, Chovy's inside the Baron pit, but Faker all on his own. Delight in position once again. The charm's gonna land. The dredge line's there. He mitigates the CC. Goes all out against the Nautilus. Can Faker survive this? There are so many Gen G members bearing down on him, and Faker accepts his fate. He needs to get into that death chamber as soon as possible so that he can be out to defend.
Feels like we might have an upset on our hands if this continues, gentlemen.
It's
either that or Silver Scrapes, Wolf. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, there are 2 outcomes here. Either we get one of the sickest finals of all time, and T1 bounce it back, or Gen G, unanimously agreed upon to be the heavy underdog here today, are going to take a commanding lead.
And maybe we see a Royal Rotor.
We could. Pace, and if he does it in 3, oh my God, Doran, he finds it again! The body slam flash double kill for Chovy. Carrier, nothing he can do about it. And that is going to be Gen G sealing the deal on this game number 2. And T1, they are not out of it yet. There is still hope, but it is hanging by a thread. Match point here for Gen G.
This is an outclassing of solo lanes by Gen G. In the laning phase, I'll give it to you, Zeus. I'll give it to you, Faker. Zeus was up 30 CS this game. He had total prio and control. Look at how the fights are going. Look at the impact Doran has made on low eco. And his impact is way larger. Chovy's impact way larger than Faker's in this game.
And we are on the precipice, match point for Gen G here, of the biggest upset we have had in a long time in the LCK.
And have you seen Space Jam?
Yeah.
I think we're going to need to call that timeout. We're going to get a bit of Faker's secret stuff. And we're going to have to make sure that everyone on T1 is playing to their maximum moving into game number 3. Change up that strategy, maybe ban a Gragas, because Doran has just been too good on this pick. Force him to play something else. But man, it looks like it's going to have to be back to the drawing board and just play your best League of Legends here for T1.
I wouldn't be shocked if they end up going to red side. Like, something needs to change here. You need to make a big switch up. If it's blue side again, and Gen G, because the key thing, as you're saying, I think that the only lane that is looking like themselves is specifically the bot lane, which is Guma and Keria. But they're doing great, sure, but Paze and the Light are not giving them any openings. So if Guma and Keria get a couple of 1,000 gold lead, but the rest of the map is in complete shambles, Zeus dying in the 1v1, Owner unable to match the impact that Peanut has, and the same for Chovy, making so many big plays. How can you play?
And alternatively, maybe put Faker on something where he has a little bit more control, a little bit more agency, you know, something like a LeBlanc, because he's played utility in the Veigar and the Cassante, and he's been picked at the beginning of team fights so many times.
This is unprecedented, gentlemen. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to break down the second Gen G win of the day and see whether they can find an avenue to give us those silver scrapes, give us a more than 3-0 series, gentlemen. We'll see you after the break.
지렸다 진짜. 야 개잘했다 나.
미드 라인 따서 다이브 천천히 보면 될 것 같아.
미드도 오니까 탑 미드 두 라인 쓰자.
갑자기?
네, 지금 비에고 그 상태 없으니까 좀 세게 해야 돼.
천천히 해 그러니까 라인 들어오고.
야 캐틀. 야 캐네 풀공 조심.
가네. 안 좋아. 럭커. 나이스.
뭐야? 재현준.
나이스 하나.
단판 잘하자. 단판에 끝내자.
LCK 썸머 우승 젠지입니다. 말 그대로 대왕 젠지입니다. 썸머의 다양한 지도가 쏟아져갔고 그리고 썸머 우승까지.
근데 사실 지킨다라는 느낌은 잘 안 들고요. 왜냐면 저희가 뭐 먼저 올라가 있었던 것도 아니고 멤버진들도 막 바뀌다 보니까 뭔가 디펜딩 한다기보다 그냥 새로운 도전 자리? 디펜딩은 없다? 그런 느낌이 더 강한 것 같아요.
기대를 가장 했던 거는 그래도 좀 성적인데 저희가 생각보다 또 좋은 성적을 잘 내가지고 지금 이렇게 결승까지 오게 됐는데 우승 꼭 한번 해보고 싶습니다.
온라인으로 경기하다가 이제 경기장에서 할 수 있어서 설렜었습니다.
이렇게 강팀에 와가지고 경기한다는 게 좀 신기했었고 어떤 느낌인지 궁금했었는데 많이 달랐던 것 같아가지고 그런 부분이 좀 신기했던 것 같아요.
헤이즈 선수가 좀 많이 조용하다고 생각했는데
수환이가 가장 지내다 보니까 좀 정상은 아닌 것 같아가지고 상대들이 좀 잘해다 보니까 점점 약간 살짝씩 이용해 먹으려는 듯한 느낌을 조금 받아가지고
수환이 좀 무뚝뚝하고 말없고 소심하고 재미없을 줄 알았는데 은근히 재밌어요. 많이 재밌는 친구라는 걸 좀 알았어요.
진짜 재밌어요?
아니요. 카메라. 수환이가 킬각을 잘 봐요. 아는 사람들만의 킬각인데 수환이가 좀 잘 봐요. 물론 전 당한 적 없습니다.
킬각이요? 처음 왔을 때보다 형들이랑 많이 친해져서 슬슬 나오는 것 같아요.
생각해보니까 저희 팀이 좀 긴장하는 선수가 별로 없었던 것 같은데 너무 편하게 게임했던 것 같아요.
현준이 형이 좀 하는 것 같고
진짜 모르겠는데요? 좀 긴장할 수도 있을 것 같아요. 맨날 이제 뭐 좋은 뱀픽이 나와도 사람들은 나쁜 뱀픽만 기억해서 GDB 이러니까 긴장이 될 수도 있지 않나 생각해요.
플레이오프
T1전이 제일 기억에 남는 것 같고
T1이 제일 아쉬웠다 조금.
일단 개인적으로 저한테 좀 실망을 했던 경기였고
충분히 이길 수 있었는데 약간 이기지 못해가지고
컨디션도 안 좋았고 약간 좀 소극적으로 한 것 같아가지고 그런 부분이 아쉬웠던 것 같습니다.
그만 만나고 싶어요 솔직히. 좀 지겹기도 한데 상대도 지겨워하지 않을까 싶어서 별 생각 없습니다.
저는 수환이 이미지 변신을 노릴 때가 아닌가.
저는 페이지 선수 뭘 시키고 싶은 건 없는데 그냥 뭐 하나 했으면 좋겠어요. 그냥 이럴 때 아니면 언제 하겠어요.
좀 도란 선수가 좀 재밌는 거 한번 해줬으면 좋겠습니다.
저희가 좀 살이면서 살아가지고
결승 무대는 처음인데 엄청 설레고 기대되고 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
3번 경기해가지고 졌었는데 이번엔 꼭 이길 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
작년 서머 결승전 때 기억을 살려 오늘도 승리해보겠습니다. 깨어봐
내 안에 팀포 파이팅했습니다.
그러면서 이거를 본다! 돌아갔어요! 이러면 정면 바라보고 그렇죠! 그런데 그리고 대표에서 이거 슈퍼 이거 정말 차비! 볼전까지 뒤로
fighting a team for the young. Happy seeing the young. Synergetic soul. Feeling safer in everyday life. Hey, see mine. Say put soul. With the innovation, you with the exciting futuristic soul. Inspire the world through ambition and technology. Living global soul. Stand up for the world. Fair City soul.
Welcome back, everybody, to the space here at Jamshil Indoor Stadium. We have Gen G up 2-0 in this series off of the backs of one man with a little bit of Bomba and a little bit of insane carry performances here. Of course, I'm talking about Doran, able to get Gragas 2 times in a row and has really shaped the series around him. His team is playing great around him, and they're just kind of, they're just rolling over them, guys.
I feel like at this point you got to ban the Gragas. He's been so good in it. And bear in mind, going into the series, expectation was this was where there might be a mismatch. Zeus, #1 in the first team for the regular season, 100% of votes, and he is getting gapped, quite frankly, by Doran right now. Just phenomenal performance.
Yeah, I mean, it's just thing is like, I'm really happy that first game, like, that should have been Gragas. Like, I'm really happy that I said it because, like, it's actually going well, like, from the Gragas and from the Doran. Like, he's just playing like crazy good, and I think it's more so he did play really well even yesterday. The thing is, like, it's really fit champion for him, and like it's really hard to mess up with the Gragas in lane phase as well. Like, whatever you pick, like, even though he played Jace, like Kennen, like the Gragas is always a farmable, and that's why he's been doing good.
So let me ask you guys, of course, it seems obvious after, even after game 1, like, oh, we could have expanded the Gragas or maybe get something that could take them down. So what do you think T1's thought process was in the second game of draft, where they're like, okay, we'll give him the Gragas, but we're going to take Kennen and Cassante and the Caitlyn Lux, of course, and this way we'll be able to get through it?
I mean, realistically, they misexecuted the top lane in game 1. The lane went a lot better in game 2. Like, there was a lead for Zeus, but the team fighting was where the problem is. And I'm going to be real, the Gragas is a problem, but I don't think banning it is just the only solution. I think Gen G are playing at a better level. Paze is being super consistent. Chovy is really on form right now, and Delight has been setting up some fantastic plays.
Well, guys, let's take a look at some of the highlights, because this is definitely a bit of a show. Obviously, it did start decently well, actually, for T1 this time around with some of these early fights.
Yeah, I mean, as we see, like, from the pre-show stats, like, Gen G always is starting slow. The thing is, like, that doesn't mean that Gen G always gonna lose the game. Like, if you see, like, from the middle of the stream, it's just, like, still, it was, like, a favor for T1, like, from the Drake fight, like, it was like, just if you keep seeing it, there's like some little bit overextended. Like, just Gen G was trying to recall, and I think like his play, like the door almost got interrupted, but I think Peanut was great outplay here, and he should have probably died, but I think he actually made a really good clutch play, and Gen G was be able to pick up some kills from the pace, and that's where actually from the pace become a huge, and just could actually roll over all the Summer's Rear.
And I feel like it's often the expectation is a player like Paze, it is his rookie year, he's playing in the finals on a big stage against T1, maybe a bit timid, maybe a bit nervous would be the expectation, but he has seemed so confident with his plays, willing to step up and get the damage in, so really fantastic. And yeah, the game started off quite scrappy, quite back and forth.
Yeah, we can jump straight into the second highlight, which was the next Drake fight, and we had so many fights in this game that were very scrappy, especially in the beginning of the game. 13 minutes in, that was that first fight. Here's the second one at 18 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, as you see it, it's like the fight looks like really 50-50, but the thing is, like, we'll see like later in the highlight, the thing is, like, these type of the composition when you actually play against it, or like when you play, it's really important that who goes first, who make the engage first. Like, T1 got the favor potion like from the early on. The reason why, because they actually be able to start the fight first and then not be able to use the from Doran like E-Flash ulti or like do something. Like because that Kusante was actually really impactful in the middle of the team fight, that's why the Genji was not able to get a good push-ins from 4 Aphelios.
I think that's the thing, if they can get the initial play, if they can be the ones to start the fight and the engage doesn't come in from Genji, it can look good, especially when Carrier's on point with these bindings. But I feel like part of the problem is that T1 have less tools to make the fight happen. Game 1 and Game 2, you have the Gragas, the Wukong, the Ahri, and this time it was the Nautilus as well, but it feels like, you know, T1 have less people available to make the fight start, and there's more vulnerable targets. Like the Kate Lux did really well, but they are also easy to engage on.
Yeah, and we saw a little bit of that because, you know, T1, after that, you know, the game's somewhat in an even spot. You know, they're not dominating, they're not winning by a large margin. It was pretty close. So they do the T1 thing. Okay, we're going to start the Baron. And then all of a sudden, Doran is unlocked.
Like, Doran is
You're
like
getting flanked,
everywhere, and he's the one actually starting. And then, like, you see, like, the pace be able to, like, keep, like, autoing the people. And then, like, he actually went for lifesteal from the mid-minion, the mid-creeps. I think that's really, really important. And that's why the carrier had to out of the team fight with using Flash. But the thing is, like, Pace with the White Gun is, like, unkillable with the melee range. And they'd be able to get the Baron. And they just roll over after that.
And I think I love the confidence from Genji, because T1, we've seen this so many times before. Start the Baron, turn off it, get some picks, but they approach from so many different angles, and they pull the trigger quickly. Doran straight in meant that there wasn't a chance for T1 to leave the engage. Genji start the fight, and they clean it up so well.
Yeah, and that was only the beginning. We did actually prepare a lot of highlights this time around because it just felt like we couldn't leave anything astray.
I mean,
look, Doran again.
This point of the game, it's just Doran the game highlight reel. Like, we don't have a POG, but we instead of a POG, actually Doran, like, I don't know, POG highlight reel. He's like everywhere, just dipping behind and just use the perfectly ulti.
I mean, he's just been phenomenal, honestly. At this point, Game 1 and Game 2, Doran has just been completely on point. T1 need to get him off the Gragas, but I don't necessarily think it's enough, but they definitely can't let him have this champion again. It is just an instant lose if they give it over.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny, you know, we don't have a POG, but we do have a Finals MVP. And at this point, if Genji win, I don't care if, like, Peas becomes a superhuman in Game 3 and they win. Doran is still the Finals MVP.
Well, I mean, basically,
you can't
like,
convince me
like
otherwise.
let's say, like, Doran has to, like, basically 0-15, which is impossible.
Here we go again.
And, I mean, it's another one. It's like, like this is the thing, like when the team fight get really messy and like be able to auto from the pace, it's just not even close. And also this moment is like the gold gap is way too big. So it's almost just basically uncomebackable.
And the thing is, I feel like T1 have moved a bit away from the meta early in the season, but they're still playing these like win lane, you know, like the Kate Lux, like the Kennen. They get the lane advantages, but it feels like the meta right now is so much more about team fights, and Genji have realized that.
Genji have realized that, and they have run away with the series so far. Guys, we're going to go over to the casters once again for game number 3 and see what happens.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of Doran's performance. To be perfectly honest, the man has been an absolute juggernaut here. See whether T1 find the Gragas ban button or just pick it away themselves. Of course, Gragas, certainly something that Faker has had extraordinary games on. He's the last man that I trust on the pick in the mid lane. Could certainly be something that they could do. I don't know whether first pick Gragas is going to be a thing. Just have to see what the answer is here for T1, where their backs are against the wall.
They got to switch something up, be it in draft, be it in how everyone individually is playing, because the biggest mismatch right now is Doran versus Zeus, but I also think that's drawing away from the other two topside, or it's kind of drawing attention away from the mismatch in the other two topside matchups, because Chovy's impact is monumental, and if he gets his Ahri again, even if Doran is off of his Gragas, with how well Doran is playing, I don't know if it's going to be enough, because the type of momentum that Genji has built up right now is very hard to match. It's blue side again here for T1, and I'm hoping that they have something planned, because otherwise might be an humongous upset here for Genji.
Well, here we are into the pick and ban for game number 3. Match point rests with Genji. T1 going to be banning Zeri first off yet again. We'll see where this draft is going to change. And Wolf, Where do they put the Gragas ban? Like, do they have to do it here? Are they going to be picking it away in the first round? Like, what's the game plan here?
I think while the Gragas has been a big problem for them and Doran's performance has been amazing, I think a lot of the other issues here have been around T1's setup for objectives. And Gragas has been great because Doran has been very punishing, but if you're going to ban Gragas or pick it away just because of Doran here, then I think you've misappropriated. The problem here is T1, as they will take the Wukong here too.
Oh, I
just
love
removing
this.
threats and giving more agency to Gumayusi and Faker is what I'd like to see, because the Gragas has just been a neutralizing factor, and then we've seen T1 make mistakes leading into these objectives. Like the Baron fight where Guma was picked, you've got to be more diligent about these things. The pick itself isn't the issue, it's the problems around it.
Well, Zyrakan going to be picked up here by Gen G as T1. They'll take away the Wukong from Peanut. Jinx Tahm Kench to come in from Gumayusi Carrier. Carrier's Tahm, like, oftentimes you see Tahm Kench and you're like, oh, boring disengage pick. No, not when Carrier plays it. And I hope that he's going to demonstrate that for us here today. Can be difficult to play into the Rakan historically. And now, what does Gen G do? Peanut looking at the Sejuani lock-in. And he will go for it here into the Wukong.
Not quite the power of Rakan and Wukong, but still very strong, as Ox was talking about on the desk. The ability to follow up on hard engage, extremely strong. And on one hand, I like this for T1. We know how good Guma is at Jinx. Carrier also noted, very, very strong. And you do have a big range advantage over the Xayah, which is something that generally she dreads playing into. But it's also a T1 move that they've pulled in the past. Right, when backed, they try to go back to comfort that has worked so well for them in the past. I don't know if this is the type of confidence that I think, and mindset change that I think they need to have a shot here in the finals. What is good though is they're acknowledging it's about team fights.
And I think that Faker is going to have a little bit more agency in this draft potentially, because he's been playing utility in the first two games. Now he's banned away the Yone here. You have already removed Ahri. So the pick potential here for Gen G just isn't going to be the same. And while we will see the Gragas banned now, and Doran's unable to play it here, with the Jace removed, with the Cannon removed, there's very few picks left in this meta where you could say, this is my lane, I'm going to grab hold of it. Nar's picked here. Now, will Zeus be bold enough to play the Renekton? You can go Renekton, Wukong here, set up for Jinx, getting excited, get that first pick. Very difficult to play, obviously, into the Xayah in terms of setting up that front-to-back team fight, but I think this is the right call, and they are going to hover it here, scrolling through a few different options here into the Snar, and I think the boldest choice is the Renekton, but it is at a big risk into a ranged matchup like the Snar. The Veigar comes through, and I think if T1 are bold enough to do it, the play has to be great. It has to be phenomenal, and Zeus cannot fall apart in this final game here.
We'll see whether he does pick up something like the hard counter, but no, it's going to be more the tank matchup into the Gnar. And now Chovy with counter pick availability. No Ahri to fall back to. We'll have to see something different from the Gen G man in the mid lane. Here, given counter pick against the Veigar, a difficult champion to really push out a lane completely. We'll see, LeBlanc is available, but we've seen what Vegas can do to it, and instead, it's going to be Lissandra, a pick that they have banned game after game. And that is what they're going to use into the Veigar, into the mid lane this time.
And it's again a lot of comfort here. We've seen Gen G succeed, most notably on that Xayah Rakan Lissandra combo. Shown many times in T1. Good parts of this drop, they're acknowledging that trying to play for early game and snowball against Gen G is not working out right now. Their team fight is a lot stronger. They have a great composition to protect this Jinx. And Guma's play individually has not been the issue. It's been more about the top half of the map. And Zeus, also an acknowledgement, right? Not going for any high counter matchup into the Gnar, just says, okay, it's not working right now. Goes for something safe that will have guaranteed impact. But when it comes to straight-up team fighting against Gen G, we need proof that T1 can actually match them, even with a composition like this.
The thing that is really good is that there's no Gragas to worry about. And now Doran, on a champion that he has performed very well on, has to do it once again.
I think this is the weakest draft of the three for Gen G so far. I think T1 definitely have a bit of an edge here. They have a lot of setup for this Jinx, and if the play is good enough for Zeus, if he can front to back these and allow Guma to carry, this could be the angle for the beginning of a potential reverse sweep.
We'll have to see whether T1 can do it. Of course, reverse sweeps, they are difficult. T1 has been at the hands of them in the past. We'll see whether they can figure it out, find that energy within themselves, because we've seen so many times in these clutch moments they haven't found it. Now is the time to find it, T1. This is the game to do it. We'll see whether they can as we get into game 3. All of the fans in the Jumshul Indoor Stadium are just blowing the roof off here today. I can see maybe like 2 empty seats in this huge circular stadium.
And statistically, at this point in time, someone's got to go to the bathroom.
Yeah. Or maybe they want to grab a drink, get a pretzel, you know? Are people not allowed to eat, Atlas?
No, it's true. It's true. I was just saying that it's pretty full. That's what I meant. Much like the state of the bladder that Wolf was talking about. It makes a whole lot of sense here. As Genji just looking to defend T1's ward placements here in the early game as the Raptor camp now in full vision. And Gumayushi Carrier here on this bottom side, another tried and true combo here in this bot lane. Jinx, Tahm Kench, something that they have played so well. Pays and Delight, a lot of comfort there as well. But I feel like T1 feeling, like you say, Wolf, this is the better of the draft so far. The biggest one is Doran not being able to go back to a champion that he's just felt so comfortable on in the last, 3 games here in the Jumshul Indoor Stadium?
And the Renekton pick I was talking about, which we could have seen, is a risky one because it means that Zeus has to perform. And I think T1 have identified, okay, right now Doran is looking to be so strong that I just don't want to take this risk in a matchup that can go both ways, and the scaling isn't going to be there. Whereas with this Sion, you're basically opting into Guma is the carry. We are the veteran AD carry on our side, and Guma is looking at this saying, this is now a comp where I have all the agency and I have a great front line. Even the Veigar cage is going to operate as a front line for him to pop off. And he's got so much safety with this Tahm Kench, even into the Lissandra, even into, Sejuani engages into Rakan, as you were mentioning, Chronicler. So I feel like Guma is going to be at his most comfortable going into this one. Still have to be careful on objective setup, though. That's been one of the biggest issues for T1 for me in this best of 5.
And it's been about Genji actually finding consistent backline access. And into this T1 comp, it should be the hardest as of the comps that we've seen right now. Because there is, as you point out, Cage. There is so much frontline between Owner, Zeus, and Keria. And there is also just the fact that Devourer exists. So for Genji, you have an outranged AD carry. But I do think when it comes to playmaking potential, the Genji composition has, again, a lot of tools. Chovy off of his Ahri, sure, but his Lissandra has also been a force to be reckoned with. And we do know that Gnar, when piloted by a player that is feeling great, can really make a lot of action happen in team fights. But T1, as mentioned previously, I think when you're in these high-pressure situations, a comp that kind of plays itself is a really good way for your players to try and re-find some of that momentum. And this comp, as straightforward as it gets.
Absolutely. There's also the mindset, right? Like, you know how it feels. You're in a game of League of Legends, and if you're coming off a couple of victories, you feel like the rift just opens up in front of you. You can walk everywhere, make anything happen that you want to, but the opposite can feel true as well, as Zeus already in trouble, but Doran taking way too much damage. Roar of the Slayer gonna connect the minion. As Zeus might have just been baited into this one as Peanut comes around to try and repair the damage that Doran did as they just dive over the top of him. And Genji turn it into first blood.
Bit of a close call there, that permafrost not hitting, and it is eventually going to come through and they'll take him out here. Some flashes are expended, of course, Chovy and Doran both using there, so 2 for 1 in terms of the summoners. But definitely advantage Genji in terms of the gold you've picked up here. You forced out a teleport.
And it's, again, the top side that does it, right? Like, Doran almost messes up, and even then, the rest of his team, Peanut and Chovy, are there to set up the play. This is one of the things that we've talked about so much for Chovy throughout this split, is one of the biggest criticisms of this player seems to gone up in thin air. The amount of cross-map impact he's had in playoffs is nuts. And then you look at his stats and you're like, how can he do both? That's not supposed to happen.
Yeah. You look at his CS stats and stuff like that, and you're like, well, if he's making so many of these proactive plays, why isn't he dropping CS? Why isn't he dropping experience? In this case, he identifies it because Doran's got the lane controlled, Peanut's topside, and Faker decides to back. And he knows this, so he's just like, well, I'm not dropping anything for this. I'm just going to go make a play. Faker doesn't know I'm going up. And Zayas unfortunately caught here, now flashless.
Well, now Chovy doesn't have level 6, but he can get out of the cage. He utilizes the claw in order to do so. Does take a lot of damage though, so he's going to look for a reset regardless.
Oh, standoff.
Yeah, this is a little bit frightening on both sides. As Chovy down relatively low, finds the Circle of Frost though, as there is that level 6 Frozen Tomb just taken by Faker. And now Chovy going to turn it onto Owner. He goes invisible, but it doesn't matter. The claw will still get you, and Chovy gets his second.
I mean, this is starting to become a very, very snowbally game here for Gen.G. 2 kills picked up for Lissandra early, and you have level 6 advantage. You know you can pull this off, and Faker gets away, but you turn it instantly onto Owner. And Peanut had flashed the whole time. They were always going to be under threat, and playing up like this, a double down, as Owner was, is just a huge risk.
And this play, as mentioned, starts off. Dora unfortunately goes for an early flash. This early on, the cooldown on Q is still long, so Zayas can't go in. And there's just no way to live there, right? Like with the summoner still available. That play, I think, very nicely executed, but this is just T1.
There's nothing wrong. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with what Faker is doing here, but Owner trying to come in here and salvage the play when Faker's so far away from 6. It's just not winnable. It's just not a play you can make.
Not going to work out. And the Wukong, of course, this early on, not going to have that much of an impact. Of course, is one of those champions that does want to head towards level 6. Owner, of course, fantastic on this champion. Don't need to remind him of that one, but the 2v2, a little bit more difficult at that particular instance. The way that it was played by Gen.G, absolutely fantastic. But still, salvageable for T1. This is by no means over, but a worrying sign at the beginning.
It all depends on what state will Guma be in. But if the rest of Gen.G on top half is getting super fed and the map falls apart, you can reach this problem with single carry compositions, which even though Faker is playing the Veigar, with how the early game has gone, I don't expect him to be the main carry here. You can run into this issue. Oh my god, if they can send Guma behind!
Guma is going to be able to flash. He's only level 5 though, as Carrier just going to protect him using the Abyssal Dive. Love to see it here, but still, flash down, ghost down from the Jinx.
Yeah. And this is a huge opportunity now for Gen.G to actually turn this game into their early Drake control. The Herald hasn't spawned yet. Owner has level 6, so finally he's relevant.
Oh
but they're not going to be near him.
Ignites there. Faker doesn't have TP.
And Peanut has flash.
Claw going to come in here as level 5 for Carrier. Gumayushi, he's just dead. The Glacial Prison comes down. Carrier tries to escape, but he might die as well. As the cell phone for Chovy to make sure that he stays alive, and they're continuing the dive. Carrier not going to be dived this easy as now Faker is going to flash cage, and Zayas is coming in as well. Massive knock, the pace going to go down. Faker collects that one. Chovy, he's out of there, but can Delight survive? I do not think so, and T1 are looking for more. Great battle dance is going to save Delight's life, so in the end, it's actually just a 1-for-1 unless no, Peanut's going to flash, does land the Q to Zayas, but T1 not going to dive.
Now this is not without cost here for T1. Zayas is going to use his ultimate here, and it's going to be out of lane, but this is the first T1 moment I feel like we've seen in this series where it looks like it's good.
So does it! And that solidifies the advantage for T1.
And T1, they're a team who will turn dives on their heads, and we've seen it so often without vision of where Zayas is. You do have to respect this, and Carrier buys so much time he goes down there. But this is the T1 we've been so familiar with this season, is a T1 that looks vulnerable but turns these plays around. Now, they have a gold lead.
And what's really big as well is that, particularly when you're down 0-2, the fact that they're able to salvage that play is so big, because if they just get that dive, right, and Gen.G walk away without paying a cost, you're going to be feeling very, very bad. Particular, that ultimate from Guma is the big difference maker to me, getting the kill onto Peanut, because here, big disaster, obviously, for T1. Really nicely set up dive here, but crucially, they go in for Carrier. Carrier is 10, so he's going to be more than fine, and then a beautifully timed flash cage combined with this, and Pei's actually making a crucial mistake. with his Sums and his Feather Storm up, doesn't opt to use it. And as a result, the extended trade is a 1-for-1, but then Guma
hits level 6 and just says that's where he is. Oh, just gorgeously played.
Now, in live, it appears to be the Drake did go over, of course, to Gen.G regardless. That is to say, it looked like they were taking it, but they have actually moved away. So now they're trying to rotate up here and defend this dive.
Yeah,
so Drake's still up.
Moving into position as Doran having to deal with 3 people. Does have Meganar almost close, but he's just caught mid-hop, and that is Super Mega Death Rocket doing exactly its job once again. More plates going into Gumayusi. T1 coming alive here in this series as Faker inside his own cage. Peanut just throws the wrong direction, but that is Arctic Assault landing. They will be able to collect the kill onto Faker still. Zeus trying to trade back. No, never mind. He's going to skip that. It's an express line train, so never mind. Doesn't stop at that station.
And what's crucial here is Guma is getting fed, and this composition stands or falls by can the Jinx get enough kills right now? 1,500 gold lead here.
Yeah, this is massive. Now, Zeus is going to come over here and scout out this Drake take.
Well, Doran is here. Zeus is going to move into the pit. Does have flash available, so he's not going to die, but he does still have to use that flash in order to get out.
Really
I'll take the Drake anyway.
Choice to actually lane swap back after Pays comes up here, because a lot of time was lost for Gen.G during this topside play. As everybody's going up topside, they give up control of the Drake. Doran is taken out here, so you're losing on both sides of the map here. But then you swap things back, you put the Scion onto the Drake. It's a bit of a bizarre call, and Faker goes down in the meantime. And T1 making the right choices to get Guma fed, getting that success on the top side, but everywhere else seems to be collapsing. And even just losing Flash on the Scion there, being pushed away while Free Farm is going over to Pays. Yeah, 2 kills for Guma, but he's still farming well, and he's not that far behind. It is a significant lead, but he's still going to do things as Zaya later on with the rest of the setup he has.
Well, Zeus in position one more time. Doesn't have ulti available, as Peanut looking to make his way in. Spots the Scion, and does want to get out. Arctic Assault going to be used, and he gets over that wall. Blast Cone was what he used to get over there, so still had it available. Ona moving into position now, though, as well, as T1 bearing down on Gen.G, not wanting to give up this lead on T1 at all. Now, Peanut has to use that Q one more time to get out.
It's a 4v4 in the bottom lane, as it's just non-stop action, trying to get as much value to Guma as possible. They want this turret so badly. They've already gotten first brick. They want to set up for potentially more plate gold here on the bottom side, and everybody's grouped up. The top lane doesn't exist here, as both teams have identified. Guma is both the threat, but also the saving grace here for T1.
Exactly. Pays now trying to desperately defend, but should be another plate going over to Gumayusi. And this Jinx is starting to become a huge issue, a thorn in Gen.G's side. As he takes a couple of turret shots, but he'll make it out. He'll be fine. There was already a Devour there for Carrier as well, who does have level 7 now available. Kraken Slayer, huge here for Gumayusi right now.
And what's going to be the issue that Gen.G and the puzzle that they have to solve if they do actually want to get the series win here is, how do you kill Guma? Because your backline access with flanks can be amazing. Chovy in particular, obviously going to be really big. And Guma, crucially, also didn't go for cleanse. Now, when you have a Devour available, you can afford to do that more often than not. But unless you can somehow separate Carrier and Guma and Faker and Scion standing in front of him, right, you are going to have to find a way to deal with him as, yeah, unsurprisingly, he has the most damage done.
Yep.
He's already sitting on a Kraken, going to be building towards an RFC very second, because Jinx is one of the very few AD carries that didn't really benefit from the 2-item, like IE / Quick Blades change that has been made, as doesn't get the cancel, unfortunately. But if you're 1,800 gold up, you're like, that's fine. I'll get to my free item spike relatively soon.
When you hit 3 items when you'd normally hit 2 items, you're pretty okay with it,
nice.
Right?
Yeah, she hasn't really benefited from overheal either. So, you know, the lack of vision here is a bit scary.
Whole bunch of pings going down here as he puts down the Flame Chompers, but there's the Permafrost Chovy. It's just going to flash for it, not wanting to waste any time, and they just eviscerate Gumayusi in his own jungle. T1 unable to collapse quickly enough, but they were so close to getting there, just not quite.
It's one of those moments where the vision is not shown like that. It's terrifying, but Guma trusts his team is going to be able to come save him. He has the Tom Kench, but he's just so disconnected from him. And you talked about how hard it is to kill a Jinx in this comp. The access is difficult, but when you're alone, it's much easier, as we've seen here. And now Gen.G going to look to win this fight without the enemy AD carry.
They're going to contest?
Well, Faker has the cage. He's going to place it down now. Does find the Zaya with it. Dark Matter does a little bit of damage there as in goes Owner. I don't know whether he secured a Peanut. He's able to take down the Herald, but can the team fight be won without this Jinx for T1 is the question. Huge Gnar from Doran, but another Event Horizon goes down. It's a big knock-up as they take down the Gnar.
Guma's here now.
Chovy should be able to get himself out as Gumayushi is just running to catch up with his team, but Owner for Doran, and it was picked up by Peanut there, the Rift Herald.
And Owner will end up going down, as you point out. What was big, though? Guma going down there was unfortunate, will lead to the Herald go down, but he did save his flash. I actually think that's the right call. I don't know if he ever gets out here, and with his flash available, the amount of safety that he has in the upcoming fight for the Dragon is going to be big. I do expect T1 to want to try and contest that as so Delight. Look, note the cancel actually there on the W. Really nicely done.
Oh, yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
That's why Keria wasn't able to appear there and look for the Devour. Maybe Keria flash, or rather Guma flashes to him if he's able to get over there, but he does not. As this is an engage here from Owner where he gets into the back of the pit here, but unfortunately without an 80 carry, the damage just isn't there. Heroic knockup here from Keria when the cage is set though, and T1, I think they did this about as well as you could have ever hoped to do without an 80 carry. As this is that knockup coming through from Keria. They take out Doran with the ult. It's a ton of damage here, and you can imagine if Guma is here, it's a different story.
Yeah, crucial there was that Pace, while he did get the kill on Owner, probably should have helped the rest of his team. They didn't choose to do so, so they were lacking damage. And into Kanch and Sion, you're not going to take them down with just Lissandra.
Well, now Gen G have started up yet another objective. T1 now with the Jinx available. This is going to be a very different story. Super Mega Death Rocket doesn't get the steal. And it is going to be locked down by Peanut. We have Mountain Soul. Oh, man. Souls have been phenomenal this series so far. Just alluding to the lack of Chemtech, basically. As this outer turret now under siege. T1 looking for any sort of advantage after losing out on that fight. Is now Frozen Tomb going to be used, but onto Zeus, who's tanking the turret, does have to flash, because that Glacial Prison would have been his tomb. As, okay, Owner looking for an opportunity, but Doran's in the bottom lane, and in the meantime, he is just clearing up these structures. Event Horizon comes through. Chovy not quite slowed down enough. And T1 creating so much space with this composition.
Yeah, Doran is actually on Gnar into Sion and 50 CS up here. Look at the items. Just nothing here yet for Zeus, and so far away from any real mythic here is Zeus. So Doran actually has a lot of control, and there's nothing that Zeus can do here. Now flashless, his agency is so low.
Well, teleport into the mid lane. As T1 still bearing down on this turret. It is quite low. The siege is going to discontinue at this point. Gen G have weathered the storm for now.
And what's very big here as well is that Doran, not only does he have a call, but he's also been able to actually pick up his farm. Zeus, with his roam towards the bot side of the map, already dropped a decent amount of CS, but also T1, which I think is the right call, have just been funneling everything into Guma, right? The reason why I think that we see Pace is still able to keep up because Gen G have been able to take Guma down twice already. But
very far up, no flash for Pace.
Yeah, Owner is going to get snared up by the Ring of Frost. The Claw is going to get them out as Pace is slowed down. This could be the opportunity. Featherstorm has to be used. Flame Chompers almost catch him as he comes down. Super Mega Death Rocket flies off just a little bit wide. But yeah, Doran is still just hitting things in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, build a hull breaker.
He might.
Now, they're still going to lose the mid turret here, but I think Gen G fairly lucky that they were able to get out there with Pace because he had no flash. Peanut was flanking. There wasn't any peel there. T1 were able to identify it, but his positioning against these rockets has been pretty phenomenal. He's able to dodge that, and T1 don't get everything they were looking for, but they still get the mid turret.
Rift Herald was just timing out here as well, so in the middle of the lane, Shirley is going to be popped down. Keria looking to try and stop it from getting the charge, and I think they might be able to do so. Teleports come through to try and save the moment. He's going to get in here, doesn't have Featherstorm, remember, as T1. They should be, no, they're not going to be able to stop it. The Devour has to come through, but Keria's going to be quickness, and the Sion, he's surviving for so long. Delight gets out, Peanut gets out, no one dies, it's fine. Never mind, it's okay.
All good, all good.
Yeah. This is chill. It was just a trade. It's obvious. Yeah. Sorry, guys.
Well, luckily for T1, there's no objective up right now, or this would have been more than just a turret going down, but both solo laners committing teleport here to try to stop this turret from going down, in Genji's case, to make sure it goes down.
And it looked really scary there for T1 for just a moment because your movement forward there is reliant on the turret surviving, and because it did not, they were very vulnerable. Zeus, being as tanky as he is, even without a Mythic, is able to survive, but a lot of map control given to Gen G here, and that next Drake is up in less than 2 minutes.
What's also big is that Keria was forced to flash Devour there, right? Like using the defensive cooldown that he might have wanted to save for Guma. We also saw that if Gen G throw everything into a front line, even if they almost kill him, if you just let Guma auto, you're not going to win the fights. And there were, remember, down Doran wasn't there. But still, something they need to be very mindful of. You need to make sure that Guma, even if you don't kill him, is zoned out from just hitting everyone. Particularly with Runans, right? Like getting a reset, getting excited is so easy. Oh no, Faker.
Oh,
does he not? No vision whatsoever, none.
He has an inkling as to what's going on here as Peanut is taking this Gromp right now. Gen G going to give up on the situation.
And every time we see Gen G set up for a dive, potentially, the T1 react and come topside, Doran is always left alone bottom. And he's actually been taking a lot of the red side jungle here too, so he's picked up so much money. He's actually becoming a second AD carry threat in this game, in fact, and with the amount of gold that Chovy has, he actually doesn't need that much farm this game. This is one of those rare games where Chovy has less farm than Doran because he has so much money anyways, and he's got the critical parts of this Lissandra build. He's got 2 Zonias with his ult.
He's full build. That's full build Lissandra. Like, he doesn't need anything else.
So Gen G are really using the economy of the map incredibly well here, and Peanut also, very low eco, doesn't need that jungle, so Doran's just taking it all. And T1, yeah, Faker lives, but it's not a free win. You know, it comes at a cost, and the main cost is bottom side control. Gen G also have tons of vision here on Baron, so it's hard for T1 to try to trade objectives.
Well, I've got one word for you, gentlemen. Double infinite scaling. See whether T1 can take it really long. Doran's going to get caught out. Immediate cyclone, and they shut him down. They see 1 second of opportunity, and they pounce.
Very clean. And T1, now you've got an opportunity to take this Drake.
Oh my, okay, so now it's, do we start the conversation about stacking 4 Mountain Drakes, Chronicler? Like, what's going on here?
Well, yeah, could be. At the very least, T1 will get 1, which will help Guma with some baseline defensiveness. They also have Sion, Tom Kench, and a Wukong. So they're going to be very, very happy if they're able to stack up multiple. And I think for both these compositions, playing into Mountain Soul feels very, very obnoxious, as Faker, actually the one that starts us up. The slow comes through from Zeus. And yeah, once you're in cage, basically you have to flash out of it immediately. Doran hesitates, did have a splash available there. And as a result, able to pick up the Drake.
Oh, that's an immediate knock-up onto Keria here, but the Event Horizon is down. Keria can eat the Grey Health. Can he get out? No, he cannot. Doran gets his immediate revenge. As now Chovy behind his thralls. Yeah, they're going to look for that Baron opportunity. Floor is going to be utilized, and now can the Wukong get into position?
No Devour! Yeah, no flash, no Devour here for Guma, and they have vision in both choke points. The approach is so difficult here for T1.
They're still going to go for it, as T1 know exactly where they are at least. Claw now on cooldown for a moment, but the Baron is getting lower and lower. Faker does have that smite available. Event Horizon going to be utilized. Super Mega Death Rocket somehow finds a gap. As Gen G, they are still on the Baron. Faker's going to flash in. They get it with the double smite. Baron secured here by T1. The knockout inside the brush is fantastic as Chovy tries to get it done, but he's not going to be able to. Zeus just hitting whatever he can find. As T1, they won the team fight. The Baron still going to be there on multiple members of T1.
What a fantastic ult there from Paze at the end of it. Double smite means that this is such a risky Baron to take. We've seen teams like KT Rolster fall prey to this, but Gen G win the fight swimmingly.
Doran?
Yeah, Faker looking for a wraparound.
Yeah, Doran able to path towards the bottom half of the map. They didn't have vision there, so doesn't get caught off there by Faker. Will be able to make his way out. And really big win there for T1, even with Keria getting taken down at the start of that. Again, Delight having a wonderful series, and the rest of the team immediately ready to follow up. It's only Keria that they lose, which means that T1 still feels safe to walk up, right? To actually contest this.
And look at Faker's positioning for the double smite here.
The sidestep on the Glacial Prison as well.
Yeah, Owner is able to work his way towards this pit here, and because Gen G are trying to both hold aggro on Baron and win the fight, there's an easy opportunity here for the double smite. And Peanut's unable to secure the objective. And yeah, you lose the fight after this one, but still a huge win here for T1 in terms of shutting this Baron down.
Faker, Peanut, Owner. That was the smite order as we got a fight in live here as well as we're watching the replay. Event Horizon not going to find any targets as Gen G finding themselves on the ropes. T1 moving back into a gold advantage. And they're going to find a pick up onto the light as well. He's just destroyed Gumayushi, grabbing another one. More Cyclones coming in as Peanut looking to try and turn it. The Guma, even though he's at 50% health, he's still got 3 items, and this Jinx is terrifying.
Toby's on the other side of the map, doesn't have teleports, so has to back here. He's going to take forever to get here. This should at least be an inhibitor going down. T1 turning a lost fight here with a Baron into a massive objective.
Oh, Chovy actually stuck around, calling the bluff.
Yeah, kind of like that, I guess, but he's not going to be able to get this turret. Going to run out of minions a little bit. Oh, no, never mind. We're now trying to stop the backs here on Gen G's side. Difficult when they're empowered, but it looks like it's given Chovy enough time to collect this, unless Carrier has anything to say about it. Should be able to avoid it, and there we go. So, turret is going to stay standing. T1 now allowed to go home.
A very close game we have on our hands here. And, you know, 3 items on this carry of Guma. He's reached the breaking point here where he has LDR. He could do a ton of damage to the front line, so even the engage of Peanut always comes at a cost now because his health bar is going to get ripped through. So you have to be so incredibly careful. And this is just T1 sieging up here. They have Zeus in the front line. Cage hits to light here. There's just no saving him. And there's so much follow-up damage that once the Jinx is excited in moments like this, you just can't turn around. You can't re-engage.
Can't do it. Gen G still in a position where they are within touching distance, but this is where I think the compositional difference really comes in, right? Where T1, with the lead that they have on Guma, 3 items done now, has his Lord Dominix as well, so he's going to shred even through the tanky members, Peanut and Doran, very, very quickly. As long as they can keep Guma safe, it becomes so hard for Gen G to win any fight. And Gen G, they can't just sit around, right? The poke from this Jinx, the rockets are going to chunk you down.
Not to mention the fact that their siege is still very good. Battle Dance to get them out of the way there as the Flame Trump is connected onto Delight, but he will be okay for the moment. Yeah, this is the huge problem because it doesn't just mean that fights are hard, it means that defending your base becomes very, very difficult when you have range disadvantages like this.
Yeah, I really do like, he's going to get denied potentially.
He is. Yeah, it does actually stop the back. Really beautifully done. And now Owner says, it is my time. Gets the double knock-up back to back here as Chovy self-ults to keep himself alive. There's the Zonyas as well. Event Horizon's going to get the stun, and that is the kill for Gumayushi, just delivered. And he is so excited now as this Jinx tearing apart the base.
Trying to go through bot to end.
Yeah, do they have the opportunity to just finish this one off? That would be pretty huge. Potentially Greedy is now Peanut going to get chunked out. Okay, a lot of damage onto the Scion, but now Faker just finds himself the ultimate. The burst of damage onto his former teammate is going to take him down as now Inhibitor Turret's going to be taken as a consolation as that's a huge knock-up from Carrier. And Gumayushi once again excited, just walks out of the grand entrance, and Delight is going to have to walk out of that fight. And now T1, they're going to try it again.
Do your best Morgan impression. I think we got a series on our hands.
I think so. Hold up your hands, ladies and gentlemen. This is at least going to 4 as T1 Super Mega Death Rockets fly in. That is the execution of Pays. And Gumayushi, he can take down the Nexus now if you would like to. We'll see where they are. Like Chovy. Chovy finding a massive amount of opportunity, but the Nexus is still dead. And T1, they will bring us to game 4.
Really identifying that the win condition for this roster tonight is going to be the bottom side. Games 1 and 2, there were no problems with Guma and Carrier's play. They played phenomenally, positioning was great. And then going into game 3, they hovered the Renekton, but they thought better of it. And one of the big win conditions we thought for T1 tonight was going to be strong side Zeus in the top side. T1 thought so too. You could see it in the drafting. The first pick, Jace in game 1. But they change it around here, and this time, all resources funneled into Guma, and he comes up big.
And you saw in the crowd there cheering on for the reverse sweep. This is step 1. Actually, the most important step that has been taken.
Otherwise you don't get any other steps.
Yes, but this is the most difficult. Changing momentum in a series like this is absolutely huge. You saw Gen G utilizing what they had in yesterday's performance to go even further. and T1 finally coming alive and doing enough to take away a victory here in this game number 3. It's not over yet. This is definitely fantastic news for T1.
And it's been a year since we have gotten a finals that's not a 3-0. So I'm very happy.
Yeah, true.
At the very least, we might match what we saw in 2021.
Over double the damage.
Yeah. Guma showcasing that for as well as players he's been playing, if T1 needs someone to step up, he's been that guy all playoffs. He was the guy at Worlds, and he's showcasing it here again. But for T1, I agree, the first important step has been set, but the struggle starts now because Gen G is going to be able to swap over to blue sides, which is going to completely flip the draft on its head.
And Adoran on form has a lot more pick priority on blue side than we have seen for Gen G thus far in playoffs.
That is a very good point. We'll have to see what is going to happen as we move to possibly different sides of the rift as we head to Game 4. First, we're heading to a break, then the space, and then we'll get in to see whether this match point is going to be the one for Gen G or whether we're calling in Silver Scrapes.
이래가
가볼래?
살려봐.
살려. 나를 봐봐.
딜 안 나와? 나이스.
나 2초 뒤 살대. 나 파이팅 좀 해볼게.
유지해봐.
이거 리산 나오는데 전야랑 공 없다.
신난다 터쳐보면 좋아 하나.
야 우리 캐치군도 있다.
신난다 하나 터쳐볼까?
타워만.
신난다 터지면 좋아.
야 잘.
야야야.
잘 지키면서.
빙크스. 타워. 떼 좋은다 이거. 나이스. 간파하자 얘들아. 나이스. 가면 돼. 타워. 편하게 해.
타워.
끝났어.
나이스.
Welcome back to the space after game number 3. T1 able to keep themselves alive in this series by getting one game. Still down 1-2 against Gen G, but they proved that at least they can do it, and they're not going to go down without a fight. So I'm here with Ox and Huni. What did you guys think about this draft and the way that T1 played out this game?
I think this draft is significantly easier to play. I've kind of hammered on how the meta has shifted more to being fight-focused, and it felt like T1 was still a bit focused on getting laning advantages. They actually went ahead in lanes here. We saw like top lane fall behind, but when it came to the team fights, they had a composition that punishes short-range comps. Gen G, a much shorter-range composition, really struggled into the Veigar, into the Tahm Kench, into the Jinx, and it ended up paying off because those fights are where they won out the game.
Yeah, I think the key is like if it's from the difficulty, which is like I think T1 brought the comp like game 1, game 2, I think way harder. Which is like there, as I said it, I think anyone can make a mistake. It's in the playoff, like it's at the grand final. Like if you make one mistake, like the punishment, the consequences, like it's kind of way too big. So I think it's really important, like keep it really simple and easy to be like able to just play. And then I think the banning Gragas is like really, really good. I think Doran on Gragas is basically just unpunishable.
Yeah.
So I think he played Gnar, and then there was just a moment that they could actually find a way that they could actually punish.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, sometimes 1 or 2 players go Super Saiyan in a series, in a big important one. You just got to ban them out, and they did that. They found a way to get through Doran. And T1, I was really impressed by their mental capacity to just stay alive in the series. And they went down a little bit early on. We can actually take a look at the first fight here where there was the bot dive, which T1 were able to just barely kind of turn this around.
It's a good timing for Gen G. Carrier isn't 6 yet, and I think he's trying to kill minions here to stop the wave getting to the tower. Still not able to save his AD carry, and then here it's the follow-up play that ends up going in favor. Tahm Kench a bit too hard to kill, but it's when the solo laners turn up that T1 start to turn it around.
Yeah, I mean, I think the whole point is from probably communications, which is like, I think they didn't have to go for the TK, the second play, but the thing is like, I think they were not pulling for missing the Sion from the base. It could be pressing ulti, or like also they probably knew that the Veigar was coming too, but the thing is like, I think it should have been more delicate from the Gen G side, but I think T1 make a really great counter play. If only Gumayusi just die and it just, get off, I think it would have been really bad. But the thing is like, this is the thing, like even though Gumayusi died and then he came to the mid and he was getting farmed, that's the whole point, and he got to pick up the kill from the Sejuani here and beat the Grump as well, and to be able to find a way that he can actually get a 2k lead from the AD carry.
Yeah, it's actually insane. After that, he was just in such a fantastic position, and it was still early on in the game. He's still playing Jinx, but he got that kill. There was a kill on the top side that he took down with the rocket as well, and all of a sudden, we were like, hey, this is exactly what they're playing for. They have this Jinx to play for the team fights. He's getting ahead, he's getting fed. T1 actually do have a chance in this game. We can jump straight to the fight at 22 minutes into the game where we're fighting over Baron, and, Unsealed spell looked pretty good.
Yeah, and at this point, Chovy was pretty fed, so it was still a bit precarious. But this is such a good position for T1 to fight from because fighting in the pit against the Veigar is so difficult. Every time that cage comes down, it just puts you in a really awkward spot. And bear in mind, Carrier isn't here, but they still just aren't able to get on top of this Jinx, who free fires for quite a big portion. They do eventually look for her, but the flash comes in to buy some time.
I mean, the point is like they killed the support, like they killed the carrier, but the thing is like they didn't, like they gotta respect more of the double smite could happen, and the thing is like it was too risky. I mean, if they wanted to do it, I was calling like Doran should have just throw his body up and as like make sure they don't get the double smite range. But the thing is like it wasn't perfect. It wasn't good. Like it was definitely a mistake, and then like that's why they kind of throw the game like from the match, but. It is what it is. They gotta swallow it.
Yeah, I can confirm Huni was definitely screaming a lot about that play in the back room. Very not happy with the way that Gen G were handling that situation and going for the fight in the first place. But we end up in this situation now where they got a fed Jinx. And Zaya's not here. He gets stopped on his backs, and T1 are able to force a fight.
And at this point, they're ahead, and they have the confidence. Gumayusi just playing so aggressive because he knows, should he overstep, he has the Tahm Kench to save him. And look, I'm going to be real, T1 could have just ended up taking a couple of kills, maybe a tower, but Gen G keep trying to force, to try and get some kills in return, and it backfires massively.
Yeah, I mean, I basically, as you see, like, they're over-forced, like, they're over-defending, and then they're actually getting punished. Like, that's how the game ends. Like, if you see, like, the TP coming from, like, he got melted, and then the Pina was trying to just, like, over-defending, and he just got caught. Like, and Rakan tried to like over-engage as well, like as 2v5, and like you can't defend this like if you're just like not playing as a team. And that was the key. They were not coordinated, not synced well, and that's the punishment was way too big.
And I think as well, maybe the desperation was because they knew that the longer the game went, the harder it would be. Like you saw the end there, Paige trying to step up to Gumayusi, but the range discrepancy as a Xayah into a Jinx, it's so hard to ever walk up an auto and return because of those rockets. So I think maybe that's why they went so desperate. But the thing is, it's still 2-1 up. And now they get side selection, so there's a lot of work for T1 to do if they want to bring this series back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gen G from here, they do go into the blue side. Not a big surprise. I'd say, you know, they've been stuck on red side for the first couple of games, or the first 3 games, I guess. And now they get a chance at the other side. Maybe they get their hands on the Gragas again. You know, that reliable hard engage might just push them over the edge to potentially get them in a spot, or at least help them. And maybe Doran not getting caught a couple of times could help them as well.
Yeah, I mean, they probably still have to ban a lot of things, which is like the T1 probably have to ban the any. You know, like there's some champion that they probably try to ban, like Zeri, those kind of type of champion. But the thing is, like, I think Gen G do definitely get like more free ban, but we'll see like how the Gragas went.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, I think Jinx was a big comfort for Gumayusi, but if you can force them off their comfortable picks, because the Gragas is another example of those, put them in a situation where they can't play things out so easily, because I'm going to be honest, not to like criticize T1, but that comp they played in Game 3 was like the easiest sort of comp you can play, team fight front to back, which is a great solution when you're 2-0 down. But if they start to push them onto more uncomfortable compositions, develop more strategies to counter, that's where it can become harder. But hopefully, T1 regains some confidence from this win, and that'll serve them out in this series.
We'll have to see if we can actually have the reverse sweep, or can Gen G stabilize once again and put an end to the series. But for that, we'll have to go over to the casters for game number 4 and see what they have to say about this game.
I'm sure we'll have plenty of things to say about it, Valdez. Thank you so much for breaking down that game number 3. Finally, T1 on the board, and we'll see whether they can continue that train running. We want to queue up the track, you know, it's Silver Scrapes. We need to hear it. And in a spring final, it has been a really long time since it hasn't been some of the quickest. Also, last time we were here in the Jumpshell Indoor Stadium, it was T1 completely obliterating Griffin in that moment. It was almost the revenge of those Griffin players, not to be the case, as T1 do pick up that game.
And in game number 1 and 2, Gen G was able to get comfort. Game number 3, it was T1 that was able to, as Des pointed out, get a composition centered around their currently best performing player by a pretty large margin in Yuma. And the question is, can they get that same type of power on red side here? We'll expect, that is expecting again that Gen G will go for blue side, but with how much priority it gives you over getting some of the best junglers, or in this series case, maybe you want to just B1 Gragas or Cassante and be fine with it.
Yeah, T1 really getting the better read of things here in this their 3rd game to bring us to a 4th. And reminiscent of that last finals, you know, the Griffin SK Telecom finals was the finals that Lehens and Viper, 2 players in our playoffs this season, played the Pantheon Talia and were unable to adapt in that best of 5, but were subsequently crushed. I think T1's adaptation we did see in Game 3 is the kind of thing that you need to do in a best of 5 like this. And how deep does that adaptation go is the question that T1 now has to answer, as they will need to win on Gen G's side selection 3 times in a row in order to get this reverse sweep in a meta where blue side is significantly stronger, according to the teams, as going to be a tall ask. There are certainly strengths on red side, of course, for a player like Zayas, but he's been outdone by Doran in almost every way.
On this patch, red side has been clawing its way back. It feels like all season. Blue side, blue side, blue side. There was a brief moment in the middle there where there was some red side shenanigans, but it has been blue the majority of the time. And we saw in Challenger, red side actually selected more often during their playoffs conclusion. And here in this series, so far, red is 2 victories and 1 loss. Gen G, they will choose blue as we had confirmed on the desk. But will that mean that now T1 has that ability to utilize red side counterpick? You talk about champion oceans, Faker is the man with the largest one in LCK history. We'll We'll see whether that is going to be the linchpin that they can use, they can wield against Gen G here, as Lucian, continuing to be banned away, has been banned every single game against Gumayusi.
Classic track as well here for this fourth game. Our old Champion Select musics here at the LCK, as Annie will continue to be banned.
Yeah.
Zeri, and I think these things are going to be constants here. The question becomes now, will Pays be allowed to play Varus, for example? That could really hurt your chances here as T1 having the lane control that you've been so reliant on, even in those losses for Gumayusi. And they will prefer banning the Wukong. The Varus is up and available.
As is Cassante, as is Gragas. Now, B1 Gragas I'm not expecting, but the Cassante wouldn't surprise me. It's a flex pick. We know how good Gen G is at utilizing it. And that does mean that T1, I would love it if they actually prioritize picking away. We know how good Faker is at Gragas, something that he pulled out, and he's still the mid laner that I think looked the best on it.
What about the classic T1, just Jace Gragas? Where are these champions going? We don't know. But no, it's going to be bottom lane focus.
The problem with that is it splits your 80 carry pool on red side. You know, if you grab both of those picks, then your 80 carry is going to be supportless. And Ari will come through for Faker for the first time here, prioritizing it very highly. This definitely feels like it's going to be Chovy playing the Cassante mid, as this has been an answer to the Ari so much here in our playoffs.
What I do love is that T1 is almost never going to run into Lissandra here, because if Gen G pick it, you give away who's going where, right? Like right from the get-go, you will be aware of where this Cassante is going, taking away a lot of power as Pays.
All right, he's like, oh, Jinx is the best right now, as Gumayusi, of course, smacked him in the previous game. Jinx of Belios. The more we go forward, the further we dip back in time, gentlemen.
And this becomes very complex to play out now as T1. The classic Thresh pick that we expected to see the last time we were seeing this Ahri coming through could be locked in here for T1. You have the Aphelios Thresh, you have the ability for the Ahri to make big plays, but they're going to go back to Comfort as well. Lee Sin into Maokai can be quite strong in the early game, but later on, your agency drops massively because Maokai could just root you and prevent you from playing the game. You've got to go through a big front line here. And now the Thresh pick, highly contested between both of these teams. So incredibly strong for both of these 80 carries. The question now becomes, what's going to be the answer here? Because Malphite also, stock is going up big time in this draft.
Yeah, I was about to say, I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Kench and a fresh ban away to ensure that Pace doesn't have the safety that Guma had in the previous game. As good as Jinx is, the reason why it worked was because of all the peel available. Now, still, very beefy front line here. But for T1, might even be saving that counter pick here for carry out on R5.
There's the Malphite ban I was alluding to, too, taking that away. Because you know you're going to lose those protections for the Jinx, but you can at least eliminate some of the threats, because Lee Sin Ahri is already so much damage and so much pick. And you have a Cassante to peel, you have a Maokai who could peel somewhat decently here, but you just want to make sure that this Jinx is your win condition once again. And the Cassante still feels very likely to be a mid pick here, but as you mentioned, you just don't know with what Gen G has set up in this draft. They've kept it hidden.
Well, Blitz is going to be banned because T1, they want the Thresh. I was half expecting a Gragas to be banned away here to prevent Doran from being able to go back on that. We think almost guaranteed. Like, I know, Doran absolutely phenomenal. On the Cassante, Chovy loves playing melees, man. He'd love to pick that one up into this mid lane. And Thresh is going to be the ban. So T1, what are you pairing with the Aphelios? And there is the Braum from Carrier. We've seen this in clutch moments many times. You can block so much that Gen G is going to be throwing at you. Of course, the Nature's Grasp being a big one, and Delight thinking that it might be his time to go back to an old favorite. You don't care about doors if you can just slide on underneath.
And one thing that is to be noted is that Braum Blind does mean that you can go for Lulu and not really be punished. Does mean that Delight is often engaged support, which really has been a big success for Gen G. And the T1 composition, barring an Ornn or a Sign pickup, is really going to be lacking in hard engage. Pick is amazing. Counter engage great as well as Chovy.
All right, Tristana is going to be the choice. That confirms Cassante for the top lane. See what Zeus has prepared for us. So many things left available.
It's looking like it's just going to be a tank pick here to try to front to back this. And the Ornn, long range engage, some assurance policies for the late game in terms of those ornaments, the extra damage here. Great for early objective control. Gen G
definitely looking weaker in that regard, especially when we consider Maokai isn't going to be as high impact as the Lee Sin in the early game. And while this Tristana pick is going to be designed to get Prio, push this mid lane and give more agency to Peanut, he's often going to have to hover this mid lane because Ahri is a champion that can shut down Tristana with a well-placed charm. If Owner is there, the damage is absolutely there for T1 to turn this lane on its head. And for Gen G, when you look at the engage opportunities here, you have long-range engage of Maokai, you have the follow-up, but the Kasante's agency in this trap, sure, you have a Lulu, you have Wild Growth, but you're running into so many blocking tools here as Gen G, and I think T1 have the much better front-to-back team comp if they can survive the early game. So much of that pressure is on Peanut to actually get them through it.
Rage advantage, though, is big. We've seen it in the last few series, and that one is firmly in favor of Gen G. And I want to highlight, if either of these AD carries gets fed, you're in deep trouble because they outrange you and they're great tank shredders. I think with these type of comps, particularly because Peanut has been playing tank Maokai, you can run into trouble because Sign can itemize armor. But if Jinx or Tristana gets ahead and they have a Lulu, they're not going to care about him stacking armor.
They will not at all, and of course, early game, you're going to have to take care of your plates. Tristana loves to destroy them. If Jinx gets any free time in that lane, that minigun will tear them apart. T1, if this early game is strong though, it's not going to be as much power for Gen G to try and answer back. And once again, they have Owner's Lee Sin. They have Ahri in the mid lane, the most agency Faker has had this entire series, and we'll see whether they can get behind the GOAT and bring us to Silver Scrapes. Oh, T1 backs against the wall, but the fans, every single T1 fan here in the stadium, top of their lungs with these fan chants. Fantastic to see all of the support. And I think, honestly, some of the Gen G fans probably cheering as well. They're like, this series has been so good, just give us some more games. Because this has been absolutely incredible thus far. A reverse sweep for T1 in their first grand final since the one that they lost against DRX at the World Championship. Now that would be poetic. They have to get through Gen G in this game first, and against this adorable little firefighter here as well in the mid lane. Chovy picking the best skin for Tristana, and also picking the Tristana in general, which is a aggressive choice, one could say.
And it's not, despite Chovy's very eclectic champion pool and how he's often a pioneer of new meta picks, it was Bulldog who played the pick first in the Kassadin meta early on this season. Chovy's only played it once, so even though it's been very popular recently, not only in the LCK but in other regions, it's not a pick you associate with Chovy and lane dominance. Faker on the Ahri, however, feels like comfort, and as was mentioned, it's the first time Faker has a ton of agency here in this draft. He's been mostly utility this entire time. I was calling for something like an Ahri, like a LeBlanc, and in this fourth game, we're going to see it.
Was also the decisiveness of T1 that was one of the big reasons why they won the previous game. Every time Gen G made a mistake, they didn't just try and punish them, they forced them to respond and then would go for another trade and another and another, and Gen G was clearly caught off guard, playing very differently. I do think though that, as you point out, this Tristana, when it comes to lane dominance, can be very obnoxious to play into. And with Prio in mid, we have seen that Gen G has been able to enable the rest of the map very, very well. Most notably because if they can keep early track of Owner, the T1 impact is definitely going to be a little bit more rough, as Zeus is signing it up here in the top lane.
Yep. Not really something we're going to need to pay too much attention to, but this is interesting here on the bottom side. The range advantage for Pays and Delight paying off, as I believe they missed that cannon. We tried to pan away from it as soon as possible, but still, Gen G being able to shove in all of these waves have already got out to a bit of a gold advantage.
So there will be a timing here where Faker has level 6, and Peanut does not, and he will have an opportunity at that moment to try to make a play. Could have gone for level 3 to get some pressure removed here, but Owner's just going to leave him out to dry and look for a topside punish instead here on that push from Doran. Lane prio here in all 3 lanes from T1, so Owner is going to have to make the tough call, and topside is the angle he's looking for here. Maybe he can relieve some of that pressure, but we're still a ways away from Faker having more agency here. Charm hits?
Yeah, really nice charm there from Faker to try and offer some damage back. Not a whole lot of damage at this point in the game, but good to see that his eye is definitely in. Peanut here on this bottom side. Clear up these little rocks as he moves towards his bottom lane. Vision in place here for T1, so they shouldn't be under too much threat.
And I actually think it's a fun discussion to have about the late game, because looking at the Gen G composition, I actually think if the early game doesn't get snowballed by T1, like the power of 2 hyper-scaling carries with double frontline and Alulu is something that I very highly value, particularly because it's really come down to team fights in every single game just now. And I'm wondering how T1 can find a way around the fact that their hard engage is somewhat limited. Their pick potential is amazing, right? And particularly early on, like skirmishing with Braum, Ahri, and Lee can be a really big way to try and accelerate the game, but after how the previous few games played out, I'll be wondering to see whether T1 is actually going to find those aggressive angles.
Yeah, another thing as well is the fact that it's Gumayusi back on his Aphelios. Of course, like, we were talking about this for so long, about how incredibly good he is at this champion. And once again, huge comfort the first time that he's played it in this series. Of course, Pei's playing it earlier on. So Gumayusi going to see whether he can show the young man a thing or two about how to pilot this champ. We'll see whether that is going to be the case, as Doran and Zeus just battling it out. Zeus looking for the solo bolo, and he gets it! No flashes required!
No flash from either player, and you can see Doran's hands off the keyboard there. Definitely feel a little bit sheepish about this one, and I mentioned the Oran's agency on first Rift Herald fight and some of those early skirmishes. The Scion's still going to be very useful here, but if you get a kill like this, you start stacking that armor early, oppositely of how we talked about how it could be a problem and your armor isn't going to be effective if Gen G fall ahead or find themselves ahead and T1 fall behind. With the Scion actually getting an advantage like this on the top side of the map, the opposite could be true where that armor stacking starts early and those skirmishes get even stronger, even without something like the Ornhorn ultimate to set them up.
And I don't know, gentlemen, I am getting flashbacks from yesterday. Game number 1, getting solo killed by a Scion, starting things off a bit rough here for the top laner of Gen G. And we're going to see it once again from the Scion perspective here. Zeus just cleaning him up. It just looked so comfortable.
Just dodging every Q. So well played. If those connect, Doran wins the exchange, but none of them do. Not the way he needs them to. And T1 here on the bottom side, despite early prio here, are going to take the first rake. And this is the timing I'm talking about with Ahri hitting level 6, and the threat of the Lee Sin is there. Chovy has to play more defensively now. He's going to back, teleports back in. Owner doesn't actually set anything up for Faker here, but he's got the Ignite set. And he could have looked for something there. They respect it, but it means they're going to lose control of the Drake. And now suddenly, we went from 3-lane prio to none.
And important here is that the Hextech Drake, already taken by T1, very strong individual Drake on this current patch, is of course on the chopping block for the future one, so meaning T1 get a couple more percentage stats than it would otherwise get. And Gen G, with this call on Chovy, also clearly looking to say, hey, we're not looking to fight and contest early. We're not looking to contest before we finish our call, before we get our one-item spikes. But against T1, that is risky, and as you were pointing out, Wolf, if this Scion gets a kill or two and starts to snowball, and Gen G can't contest anything in the mid-game, they're not going to be able to teamfight at all.
Yeah, and buying a call here as Tristana is now they both have level 6. Chovy needs to be so respectful.
Yeah, there's a lot of calls in this game, actually, as Faker is just going to charm forward. There it is after the flash. The kick comes in, but he had the Q well and truly prepared, and that's Owner's Lee Sin, ladies and gentlemen.
You only get one Buster shot. You only get one. He's going to be able to get the follow Q through, and Chovy goes down, and buying the call alone is already basically saying, I've lost my ability to actually snowball this lane. I'm just looking for money for free elsewhere by the item coming through, not from getting kills, not from getting plates. Now he's killed here with a gank from Owner, and this is disastrous for the early game of Gen G.
Really big there as well is that Chovy invests his flash. So that means that the follow-up play is still going to be there here for Faker. A flash and charm now going to be a lot harder to deal with, as this play actually starts off with Chovy being the aggressor here, Faker being completely fine, and then here as soon as he comes in, right, like Chovy knows that this play is coming up. Tries to go for the flash early, expecting, but Faker holds, and the follow-up here is amazing. This is why we see this Lee-Ari combo and T1 executed beautifully.
Owner's Lee Sin is an absolute joy to watch, and there is a lot on his shoulders this game, because you mentioned the late game is going to be a difficult thing for T1 to navigate. Not if they're fed out of their minds, guys. That'd be absolutely fine. Nature's Grasp, though, going to come forward here as T1 are going to be snared. They stand behind the door, though. Carrier standing stalwart. Still, Doran trying to get stuffed on, but he gets roared at, and it is massive here for T1. Gen G have to about face, get the heck out of there. Now, yes, they get the Herald, but at what cost?
You don't have your Jinx with you, and I think this composition really needs that additional damage if you're going to actually fight this, because T1 have such great CC, and the T1 crowd is erupting in chants here because they know that they've got such a nice advantage in this game, and if something doesn't change very soon here, T1 is bringing us to 5, and I know we're talking about the sub 10 minutes, but the amount of control they have in this game, the money they've picked up here is just immaculate. And look at this fight. You don't actually have the health bar here on Doran because he's tanking this. He survives, but look at the follow-up. There's none. Jinx Rocket is your follow-up damage, and the Tristana alone this early in the game is great if she gets resets, but not when you're fighting a losing battle trying to hold on to the Herald.
And it's Faker again landing a charm on top of Chovy, right? And that's what actually starts it off. That means that there's no damage available. If Tristana can start resetting, you saw the health bars, they were actually relatively low. With the Lulu there, could have been an opportunity, but instead, they shut him down very early on as, set play here from Gen G.
Yeah, everyone rotating down, trying to make sure that they can get some money onto Pays. Nature's Grasp to come forward. That is the guarantee on the charge. Can they find more, though? It's Carrier going down relatively low, but just going to stand beside his teammates. He should be fine. Faker misses that charm onto Chovy. Could have been devastating. In the end, a few plates go over to Gen G. T1 unable to find any picks.
Yeah, Doran on the top side of the map was just proxying minions between the turrets, and you know it's going to give you a tiny edge here, but nothing too significant. At the end of the day, at least Pays is picking up money here, and his call is about to complete. This is a really huge win for Pays here. Picks it up right before the back timing. That's massive. You often leave just one, and you can't get the item you're looking for.
Well, Doran looking for some cues on to Zeus, who seems immune. He just like walks past him, and you can see Doran's given up. He's like, nah, I'm, I guess,
Sunfire.
I will aim for the minion wave. Sunfire Cape is the most powerful damage item in the game, by the way,
Zeus has
everyone.
ult and flash. Doran has to be so respectful here.
See whether he can actually get out of the way as he clears out the minions, and Zeus just has full control of everything in this top lane.
And it's what we're saying as well, like another kill in that skirmish went over to Zeus, and into this type of setup from Gen G specifically, that's huge because you can't really ignore this sign. You need to work your way through the front line if you really want to be able to use your range advantage. Chovy and Pays in many fights are going to be try and looking for resets, right? Get a kill for Pays, get a kill for Chovy. But if you're hitting a Cyan that's very accelerated, already sitting on Sunfire, probably going to go Steel Caps next, and what's stopping Zeus from going a Frozen Heart down the line as well, right? He's going to become nigh unkillable because of how accelerated he is, and already T1 in this crucial game number 4 looking really, really good. And if you get a Mountain Drake on top of that as well.
Yeah, my concern with this Tristana pick was going to be always if they could actually accelerate with it, because into Ahri, it's not a matchup that Tristana just default wins. It's not a Kassadin matchup. You're not just playing into a weak side control mage where you're just like, all right, well, I'm going to push through. I'm going to get plates no matter what. You need help from your jungler. An owner playing with the best next to Viego, arguably, in this meta. Set up jungler for Ahri means the agency just isn't there for Peanut. He doesn't show up defensively. And now Chovy is down 0-2. The Tristana pick is completely worthless. The top side of the map is completely in shambles here for Doran as well, as mentioned. And the win conditions are so thin, so narrow here now without magic damage, because a Jinx can be your carry. It's not in this situation, not when you're this far behind, unless T1 really make critical mistakes. When you add in the fact that right now it's already a 2,000 gold lead across the board, a 2 Drake lead, where's the angle here?
It's hard to find. I mean, I guess you're hanging on to the fact that it's an Ocean Soul. It's not the most pivotal soul in the world. Like, if this was Infernal, I'd be calling it. Because if T1 stacks up those, it's almost just GG by itself. Maybe not necessarily the case, and if Chovy gets to level 18 and has 3 items, like Tristana just does stuff, right?
Man,
Draw a
punish.
beat is pretty crazy as Doran looking for an opportunity, but he just can't hit this Scion with a Q. It's impossible, apparently. He's the most nimble Scion in the universe.
Chovy not going to lose too much for this, just leaving lane for a moment. We'll still be able to catch this wave, but it's going to get chunked.
Yeah, Everfrost is good here from Faker. Chovy remains underneath this turret. You can feel the momentum shift, the tempo shift in this game and in the series. Gen G need to find a way in.
And the one Hail Mary here for Gen G, and the reason why I think that they're holding on, all eggs are just in the pace basket now, right? He is still in a great spot, has his Kraken Slayer, finished his call, was able to pick up a ton of Blade Gold as well, even though some of it was shared with Peanut. And if they can get him to free items, I think there is an angle. But the problem is that ideally, to really abuse your range, you'd want to go for Rapid Fire second, and then go for LDR, but that means that you're lacking that crucial IE spike. But if you go IE and LDR, then you're going to have to be a lot more surefire about your positioning, because the extra, or the lack of extra range is really going to make a difference. And with this, basically confirmation that it will be Rapid Fire. So even though the free spike with what I assume will be LBR will still be good, it's not quite going to have the same punch. So it means that Gen G really needs to out-teamfight T1. So as long as T1, which what they've been doing expertly right now, is early to objectives, there's not a lot of angles for Gen G.
It looks like Chovy here, he does have Unleashed Teleport, wants to try to get this turret and then maybe come over and help out with the Rift Herald, but T1 just have so much control right now, and Faker's going to even be able to push him away. I think he's not going to get the turret. They're not going to be able to contest this Rift Herald. And you need to get this money into the Tristana's pocket because she's so far behind, but she's not ready to fight this, and Chovy can just deny a teleport if he tries to come over, or rather Faker could deny his teleport, that is to say. Faker's actually just rotating up.
Yeah, just going to walk his way in there, and Gen G probably going to give it up. I don't think Shirley's worth losing the game over, to be perfectly honest.
Faker.
Super Mega Death Rocket just to see as Everfrost is going to come down, slows up Delight, gets the cleanse out, sorry, gets the flash out. As Zeus, Train's going to come on through. Flame Chompers do some work, but Zeus just does not care about taking damage at this point in time because he just doesn't take very much of it. Shirley's going to come down and break open this turret.
He got it!
Oh, okay. First turret blood does go over to Chovy, so there is at least that. But Gen G, they take the more important turret on the map. And Gen G now, with 4 members here in this mid lane, look to try and stave off the pressure. Flame Chompers going down. Doran trying to get out of there. Does so with the W quite nicely. As Shirley eventually goes down, but T1 is still here. They have another minion wave. Moonlight Vigil comes in just for the poke damage. And now Chovy is out of there. So they get a fair bit of damage on this inner turret, but otherwise just backing away.
I mean, Chovy gets the first turret, but again, how much does it really matter here if you're losing all of your map control? And it was optimistic for Peanut to hope for the ultimate here follow-up to kill this Scion. The positioning is too good. No one is really caught by the ultimate but Zeus, and he just doesn't take damage. He's got steel caps, he's got a Sunfire, he just doesn't care. He's level 12 sitting pretty at the front line, and there just isn't any way to kill this Scion. So T1, if they're just half a second faster, they'll also get first brick. But the lead just compiles, and grabbing Kraken Slayer now at 16 minutes on your Tristana is not the spike you were looking for. You were hoping for some explosive fights early. That just didn't happen.
And what's important here is that T1 rather also keeps snowballing, right? As mentioned, I think there's item breakpoints where Chovy and Pace can start taking over the game, but by taking mid lane turret, you make it so much harder to try and keep any semblance of control. And denying turrets like this to Chovy, very, very big, making sure that he can't farm his way into side lanes back into this game. And even though Ocean Soul isn't the highest value, if you're running a composition with Scion and he can just take any beating that you throw at him, you're still going to be very happy.
Absolutely. Now T1 setting up for this Soul Point fight. Ona landing a Q here, a lot of extra brushes with the gorgeous Ocean Rift that we have on display here. Gen G don't really like the look of it too much because it is dark and it is scary. As Faker getting a charm over, doesn't land Orb of Deception there as the kitty cat slows down the fox.
They want to contest this Ocean Soul Point here. They even commit the teleport here for Chovy, but the positioning is so rough right now.
Oh, Prio.
Yep, Zeus, he can get there at a moment's notice as well. He can just turn on the train as Gen G. They do get them out of the way. Zap lands on Gumayusi. That's actually decent. As Pays and Chovy, both 80 carries, trying to get some autos in where they can. Peanut in position as well. As Orb of Deception goes down, Doran does manage to get out of there with his unstoppable as Faker just dives on forward, finds the Everfrost as Buster Shot comes in, but immediately Doran presses the button. Faker gonna be taken down. Moonlight Vigil does a lot of damage though, and they have to be careful. Carrier with the disengages, Owner possibly caught out. Chovy diving forward, the train's gonna come in, he wants to save his jungler, and I think he's gonna do so. Zeus helps out, he'll grab the kill as well as it's an aggressive Dorgamuchi coming on forward, finds a snare. Zeus, is he unkillable or is he not? He does go down, and now Pays is excited. Owner finds it. Absolutely massive in this fight as the Zombie Scion is getting involved. He will fall down, and Carrier and Owner will fall as well. Gumayushi last man standing, and Genji win the fight.
Last man standing here, and they are going to be able to take this Drake. A lot of heroics here on the side of T1, and Owner looking to turn this one around and actually win the fight, essentially single-handedly. But we have to remember how the fight started, which was by Faker getting caught. He went in to try to look for the pick, but they were so ready. Guma?
They are not going to be able to do it. Chovy going to be able to land that auto, gets the explosive charge, and that secures the Dragon. Peanut had just left. He's like, he's not interested.
Watch the setup here for Genji when Faker decides to go in. They have all the angles covered here, and he's just instantly locked down. Doran pulls him into the middle. Its stopwatch timing is amazing, and Peanut's ult is expended, but the fight is essentially won at this moment. Now T1, with some amazing heroic plays from Owner and Guma surviving here, does turn this around a little bit, but ultimately you are going to lose out to this Tristana with resets.
Crucially there, right? Doran actually gets Faker as he dashes over the wall, interrupts him, gets him before that happens. Really good self from the light. And then this is the point where T1 might have crucially overstepped, and if this play from Owner doesn't happen, it's an actual disaster, right? And even with that, it's so close here, but Chovy actually able to stay alive here throughout it all. Doran tanking up so much damage, and with Lulu, the extra survivability makes such a big difference. And now all of a sudden, Chovy is fed.
He is. Now Pays getting some damage onto Carrier. Good door placement. Make sure that he doesn't take too much of it. Is this inner turret under fire? Faker moving on in, but he's going to go back because this inner turret has been taken out, and they need to defend as Chovy's getting to work on this one. Teleport to come in as well, just to make sure as Charm connects. Doran not too worried about it, but does still take a fair bit of damage there. Frozen Fists actually built up for both of our top laners.
Yeah, and considering, you know, how much of this game is about the 80 carries and that armor is so required, I do like the choice. Additional slow is going to be helpful too, but looking at the game state right now, I mean, T1 just lost a ton of momentum from a fight they forced off of a Faker pick attempt, and those are going to have to be cleaner. He has the Zonias now, so he has a little bit more agency once again. You know, stopwatch broken, now he's got a Zonias, so he could try for these again, but Genji just seems so well prepared to deal with it. And I think that you don't have to force these types of fights. You can just front to back with your Scion that's fed. Bit of an error from T1, and not to say that the game has swiftly gone back to Genji, but a lot of wind out of your sails now.
Well, Peanut fighting for vision control as they move up towards this Baron pit. You know, T1, it's 21 minutes. You know, they want to be going towards this Baron. Decent guns for Gumayushi as well.
It's been up for a minute and a half.
I know.
Can you get to it, please?
They are way too late. As Owner is going to look for Chovy. Chovy just gets over the wall, though. Explosive charge, Owner is going to move out of the way. It does actually a fair bit of damage at this point in time if he lands it onto a squishy. Not actually very many squishies in the area, but still. You want to protect them.
Yeah, a bit of a wedge through the jungle here for T1 that both allows the topside push for Faker and Guma to continue pushing mid and safely farm. Now they have this Baron Prio. They can use this as a back tool because they don't want to start this up right now, but they can force Genji to come over here, react, try to get some vision. This allows them to freely back. Those turrets are all removed off the map now. T1's picked up 4 of them. And it's still a game that Genji could take, but it is going to take a lot of time and a lot of farming.
Also see Pace going for, instead of rapid fire, actually going like Guma previously for the Runan, so makes it a lot easier to actually get those resets, start getting excited. And you're probably going to be hitting multiple front lines with Zeus and Carrier the way the team fights are expected to go. And yeah, I do agree. I think T1 is still in a great position here, provided that they can get an early Baron, right? Force Genji to go for an aggressive play. Now Gumayushi sitting on his IE spike, 2 items for Faker, 2 items for Zeus here as well. You're incredibly strong now. Doran
Nice little charm onto Doran there, but he's pretty tanky at this point on his Cassante.
I mean, the damage for Baron here with this Tristana is also very high for Gen.G, and you got the Everfrost out of Faker, and now Bearing Vision here, T1 have to respond very quickly. Owner isn't here, and it's just a dance we're playing right now where neither team really wants to try to turn on Baron, but the threat that they could rush it down means that the enemy team has to then group up and respond. You get a back timing. Baron is just a tool for these teams to actually go back and buy items right now. But if you mess up just once, and you don't have vision, this could happen where you just start it up. The Owner will clear this last ward.
There are so many wards in this river for T1, and they are expanding their reach outward over and over again. You see that ward goes down, and now it's going to be a lot more distance that needs to be traveled to Gen.G for Gen.G to get there. And it means every time that mid wave is pushed up, the darkness just invades the territory of Gen.G. As now Doran diving forward, does find Zeus, but not exactly a priority target, one could say. Knock up onto Pays. He gets ulted by Guma as well, but he's going to be able to walk it out. Has Delight there also, but Pays needs to be a little bit careful. Last Whisper completed for the Jinx. He's very important in this fight. True. Oh, Charm is dodged by the buffer of the rocket jump. Oh, good knock up there onto Pays as Everfrost is immediately cleanse flashed. And now Faker looking for more. He finds another one. This time onto Delight into the backline. He does wild growth himself and they manage to get the kill.
Reset for Chovy.
Jinx is excited. The resets for Chovy and resets for everyone. The Jinx is absolutely massive. Peanut may have gone too far forward, but T1's health bars are evaporating. It's a triple kill for Pays, and Gen.G are moving towards Baron.
It's a Baron angle here, and there's just no way that T1 can contest it. There's just way too much damage here for Gen.G, so this is just going to go down instantly. And what looked like a potential turn there from Faker is once again punished. And the angle of Peanut's ultimate was amazing there because it allowed Gen.G to kite back and then punish Faker's aggression. They will be able to trade this for soul points, so consolation prize here for T1, but Gen.G now in control of this game. As watch this ult from Peanut here, the angle he takes when Faker decides to go forward, it's so beautifully done. The buffer comes through. And I just have to say, Faker's always looking for these angles, but Peanut is punishing. And now you can kite back, and Faker decides to go in regardless and is punished promptly.
And what's really, really big here is that even though Pays looks like he's misplaying here as he gets caught by the edge there of that Cyan, the cleanse flash is immaculate. And here it's not Pays getting charmed.
Delight actually blocking it for Pays. What it looked like.
Yep.
And just look at him calling to follow for the chase here. So hyped. Yeah. The guy is just not, he's not playing like a rookie. He looks like a veteran. We've been saying
He doesn't even look like he's in a final.
Yeah.
Oh man, Pays very impressive as Chovy going to buffer the charm once again. Not over yet by any means, but now with a Baron buff and with these two extraordinarily high range carries, it's so difficult. Well, Dom's now completed for Pays as well as Faker just dashes forward. They get another Nature's Grasp, but he doesn't have another Zhonya's, and it's a kill for Pays. Chovy now takes that as his moment to dive forward. Zeus just trying to retreat. Owner wasn't in position to go for any sort of engagement, and without Faker, they can do nothing to stop the onslaught on their structures.
I mean, a minute 20 on this Baron. I mean, T1 are really going to struggle to defend without Faker.
They're going to keep going.
I think they could try to push to end this. I mean,
they have so much range on both of these 80 carries. They are not going to bite off more than they can chew. And I guess Gen.G have some I's to dot and some T's to cross.
I mean, you consider the items that are picked up here, though, and all the money that's sitting on Chovy. I mean, they are about to explode this game, and I think that you could try to push an end here, but you've already gotten the mid inhibitor, which is going to guarantee you prio on subsequent objectives. And the way in which they set this up with a wraparound from Peanut, Faker is once again deciding to go in, realizes his mistake very early on, mid-dash, but it's too late.
Yeah, it's almost like he pressed the Zhonya's a little bit fast there, I guess, but we'll never know. As T1 gonna get teleported on from inside their own base.
That's not fair.
Okay, Doran, Chovy in position on the flank. He doesn't exactly have any CC to offer, and he's now gonna get stunned up into the waiting arms of Zeus, but the flash is going to come through. There is the buster shot, and somehow Zeus not unstoppable while that happens. As now Doran caught out of position. He's got a lot of health, and he's tanking for a long time. But Moonlight Vigil is gigantic, and now Faker finds the cleanse into the backline. Immediate cleanse there onto Pays, but it's a double kill for Ona. Chovy is dead, and Genji, they have overstepped.
Now Nexus turrets are under fire here, so eventually you do have to go back here as T1. You want to chase down and get these kills. Oner's hiding.
Oh, Ona.
TP.
Yep, there's the teleport. What he lands the Q as well as now Pays by himself, and Ona's looking to take it. He does secure the kill, but he goes down in response. T1 back in control of the Rift, and I don't care what happens in this game. This series has been incredible.
It's been our best series in a finals we've had in a very long time, especially when you consider Spring. As Genji really overextending here, overplaying their hand. You could have just walked away from this and said, we got mid-prio, we're setting up for the next objective. We have such a nice lead now, but you've given T1 an avenue back into the game.
And this is the one angle you can't really deal with, which is Keria blocking everything in a choke point. And Guma hits an absolutely impeccable ultimate, continues being the sturdy backbone of T1, and then Oner able to get the Q here.
Yeah, beautiful Q from Oner. Pays fights it back, has the shield coming through from Delight, and is able to trade back a kill. So small consolation prize for him, but at the end of the day, we're sitting on stopwatches here now for Genji, and T1 get these kills, stay alive in this game, pick up a lot of money, but they're not able to turn this into a Baron. It's just expired. They're not able to turn it into a Drake. It spawns here in a minute.
Yeah.
So there's advantage still to Genji in a lot of ways here, but T1 picking up so much needed gold.
Yeah, Soul Point is a big deal that T1 could be getting towards, but it comes back to what you were talking about, Chronicler, at the beginning of the game, and that is the fact that there are two hyper carries that outrange Gumayushi. And as this game goes on, we're going to need to see so many more of these heroics from both Keria getting into position to get that CC down perfectly, and Ona finding kicks into the backline onto either of these key carries as Pays just walking circles around them right now. Ona taking a lot of damage. Genji standing their ground for now. It is so tense here on the Rift as Nature's Grasp used aggressively. Doran diving forward, trying to find the Braum Carrier. Going to go down, and that is just front to back. Massive damage. Ona down to his GA, and it's a lot of damage here for Gumayushi, but he cannot go back in again. And Ona's going to be taken out. It's Pays who locks down that one. And yes, he is getting excited. The charm not going to connect onto him either. His range just that little bit too high as the pesky turret in the way. And it looks like they're going to deny Soul Point before pressing further forward.
This is the type of flank play that you're set up as T1 to try to look for with the angle of the Braum, being able to take everything, and you have the turn potential with this composition, but if you can't make it happen before the first kill comes through, Pays just will pop off, Chovy will pop off.
And now, this might be the kills that get Pays his IE, which is going to make the problem even worse. And this is what I think the core issue for T1 is that if they are the ones getting engaged on, if they're not the ones setting up reactive plays, they're going to struggle because the front to back for Genji is so good. But look at, how do you hard engage if you're T1? It's a catch or nothing.
Oner's so far away.
We'll see whether we can get into this Baron pit as T1. Nature's Grasp just going to zone. And now the Scion going to be caught. The Q not going to be enough. Flame Chomper's going to come in. Isaiah's going to be interrupted. He cannot ult out of this one. And Explosive Charge is going to do it. Pays immediately diving forward. Ona, can he find it as he does try to look for the kick flash, but Pays has a stopwatch, of course he does. And now Ona, he's going to get a kick, but it's not the one he was looking for. Peanut going aggressive, Chovy diving in, but he gets the reset. Pays. And now T1 trying to back away, but Pays is at full health, and they have Baron.
It's so difficult to defend your base now.
I don't know if they can. They can't even get back.
Now Faker's struggling to recall here. At least the inhibitor as Respawn's going to buy a few more seconds.
Doran STP, but it's 30 seconds.
Well, Faker has Flash and he is alive as Chovy and Pays draw a bead. Now level 16 for Chovy. You see how much damage he is doing. Carrier trying to put that door up in front of the Nexus. But Genji, I think the upset may happen. The charm is going to connect, but it's onto Delight. So much damage for Gumayushi. He's found it. He found the moment. Oh my god, he does explode in the end, so it's not going to be T1 taking the game back, but it's not going to end here. My voice might die, but the Nexus will survive.
It looks like Doran's just going to decide to TP top here and grab some inner gold here and start opening up the map further with no Nexus turrets open. Every single turret you take is going to be a backdoor win condition. GA is picked up now for FaZe. As any single kill, any single pick is just subsequent doom for T1. And now that FaZe and Chovy are so fed in this game, even this stacked armor Scion is not going to be enough. I wonder what the heroics here. And then Chovy looked like he might have overextended, but he gets the reset to get out. It's what happens in the base that's more interesting.
Oh man, Ona plays it so well, but pays with just one stopwatch that he now cannot have. Just thwarted it.
Guma in this fight with Faker, it's a miracle they survived.
Yeah, the fact that they're able to hold on here, it starts off with the Charm Flash, but that's bait. It's Guma flashing in point blank with Infernum. All that damage is more than enough, but is this enough?
He's got 4 items. I mean, if he's in range to hit him, he will kill everyone. But with the composition Gen G has, it should be so difficult for him to get there.
Luckily for T1, because they went for the all-in here in mid and haven't been able to take out either inhibitor, it's really only the mid wave they have to deal with here. And Gen G now, with no objective up, are going to have to kind of awkwardly split here to try to take more of the map away. The GA did complete after that last fight here for FaZe, so he has 2 lives in this. And Gen G just need to pick a lane and siege it. Eventually they will wear through T1's base. Zhonya's coming back up for Faker, and I think he's going to be the one who has to make a heroic play here to save this game and get Guma the ability to team fight. You can get a pick, you can win that 5v4 with this fed Scion. With 3 items, it's not the most impossible tank to kill, but if you can get one pick onto one of these carries, one carry isn't going to rip through that armor as easily.
Yeah. Or if, like, Faker and Ona take 1 carry each and kill each one of them, could be a possibility here as well. But you can see we're clutching at straws a little bit as Gen G bear down on the Nexus.
It's the range
of T1. You're exactly right. There's also this, the zoning, as in front is the Scion. He's going to stand there, but look at this turret. It just evaporates. A massive Q from Doran, and it is the man that played so well in games 1 and 2 that's coming back here in game 3 to dominate T1. Ona down to his GA once again. FaZe, he's down very, very low, but now the Nexus will be in the sights of Gen G. They couldn't take them down at all throughout the rest of it, and now on the blood of T1, FaZe has paved the golden road here in spring 2023.
A monumental win for Gen G. The biggest upset we've seen in LCK in years. And they do it on the backs of Doran, a player who underperformed all throughout playoffs, was considered the weak link for this team. And the bottom duo of players who've never been in the finals before. And FaZe will be a Royal Roader, a rookie player who this split has looked dominant, gotten more kills than any other new rookie AD carry has ever gotten in their first season of LCK. And a well-deserved victory for a team that worked so hard to adapt across a grueling playoffs. Our first double elimination bracket, they make the run through losers.
Unbelievable. And
kind of speechless at the end of this.
Well, what are you gonna say? It's the step up, and yes, Chovy and Peanut, the entire series, impeccable play. Doran, man of the night, gets them to 2-0 single-handedly with his Gragas, but with the way that FaZe and the Light played, it's everything coming together here for Gen G.
Just a huge step up for so many players on Gen G. And FaZe lifts the LCK trophy first. And Gen G defend their title. T1, 6 spring finals. They have been the victors. And Gen G, the last 3 they have attended. 2 of them against T1, 1 of them against Damwon. And now finally hoisting the trophy.
It's the first time T1 has had an undefeated round robin in LCK and not wound up champions. The 5th time they had a perfect round robin in a split of LCK. But it's the first they won't walk home as champions tonight. The massive favorites. And it's a great response we saw, I think, from T1 coming into the draft, changing it up, trying to bring things back, and things looked good in this fourth game, it almost looked like we were going to silver scrapes, but eventually a few mistakes, and Gen G capitalize and take the title.
And it's the revenge of Griffin coming back with a vengeance. It's Pays and the Light playing on Gen G Academy 3 years ago. They went their separate ways. They're reunited. And yes, Gen G won summer on the back of Ruler and Lehens. But to expect that they would repeat the feat of winning an LCK title with this bot lane is simply mind-blowing.
Even Lehens playing on this stage yesterday, Gen G had to go through him. You know, it all comes back full circle. And despite Lehens being the one who isn't going to be able to get the repeat title of our remaining Gen G players, as Rulers, of course, left the LCK, he was still on this stage. He was still involved. And it does feel like, in some ways, we might be ushering in a new era of dominant teams here in the LCK. As Gen G get back-to-back, sure, they weren't able to go to Worlds Finals, but you have to respect that here domestically they have now reigned supreme twice in a row.
They have, and I just have to say I can't stop thinking about Pays and how incredibly he has played this entire season. The man he's unflappable. We thought he's a rookie. He's so incredibly young. And to be able to stand up to all this pressure, fill the shoes of Ruler, and now he might get to face him at MSI as well as the LCK champions. The Ruler did for the first time, literally just last time we had a season. And let's throw it to Ji-sun for the translation of... Oh, never mind. We're not, just getting overwhelmed.
And Pays is now the second youngest player to ever win an LCK title. The youngest is Faker and probably will remain for the indeterminate future. And with everyone getting their praise, another big level of praise needs to be due to that man in the mid lane, because the things that have been said about him are simply no longer true. There was a time where Chovy was known for over-prioritizing the wrong things at the wrong time. I think he CS'd a lot. Well, he did, but he also won a whole lot of games.
I mean, he roamed a lot. He spent a lot of time out of lane making plays, and not just today, but yesterday as well against KT Rolster. And it does feel like we've said this a lot, but even though Chovy's been around for a very long time, he still just hasn't reached his peak yet. You know, I feel like the player is still adapting, he's still learning, and now he's picked up his second title. And I think the ones who wanted to say, well, Chovy outside the lane, he's nothing. I mean, they're pretty quiet right now. They're pretty silent right now. He was a huge factor in the comeback in this game here for Gen G in the fourth and final game of this series.
And we have to now look back as well, because Chovy also went through PDD in order to get here. That is two of the biggest tests that we have here in the LCK. And Chovy has passed them this time so many times. The runner-up is this man. Doran as well. I mean, Peanut, how many times have we been on his case for how he has performed in high-pressure moments? It was this season against this very team that he face-checked as Sejuani in a winning moment in a Game 3.
And it's Doran who I think showed up in a big way here, and I think a lot of people will still say, well, he only played well in Gragas in the finals. Doesn't matter. His Gragas play was good enough to give them 2 wins almost alone.
Yeah, what do you want from him? He got 2 wins single-handedly against the team.
By himself.
That was looking like the absolute favorite. And what I think this also does is it puts that win from Gen G lost, but in a different perspective. Because I was thinking about this because of you said, Atlas, so many second places for this team. Like, how many are individual players rather, like, so many runner-up titles, and it seems like with that win, maybe they've truly been unleashed, right? Chovy looks completely different, Doran looks completely different.
And there's just so much hunger for all of these players on Gen G. So much hunger, because so long they have been second fiddle to so many of these players on T1. T1 as well, I mean, so many of these young players. I mean, Faker's, he's won everything so far, but not Ona, not Zeus, not Gumayushi or Keria just yet.
Yeah, not yet. And we didn't go to Game 5 But it's another loss in a row here for T1 in an important finals. MSI to Summer to Worlds, and now spring season, the one that you thought you'd get the momentum back with. You had the most dominant season, in my mind, that I've seen in LCK. And yeah, T1 didn't match their record from last year's spring, but to the eye test, they were a much more dominant team. Plus, they shaped the meta. I mean, this was the team that could do no wrong, and yet still Gen G showed up better today. And it's one of those stories that, you know, you'll tell it might scare a T1 fan in the future. This is a finals that, if you're a T1 fan, you'll never forget. And not for a good reason, but at the same time, you just have to respect that Gen G, they would not falter, and it's a rookie player in PaYS.
And this wasn't a series that was lost. This was a series
that
was won by Gen G. Their performance was unbelievable. And I don't want to take anything away from T1. I still think they're a phenomenal team. They may still win MSI, but today, Gen G played glorious League of Legends. No, the last 2 days in this stadium now belongs to Gen G.
Unbelievable. Still, we're sitting here watching the highlights, and still it baffles everyone. Was expecting. I mean, Jonas Strong throwed a 3-1, but you know he went 3-0 last year.
No, he voted 3-2. Okay, he wasn't that gigabrick.
No, it was 3-1.
Was it 3-1?
It was.
Oh no, Jonas Strong.
I mean, Doran also in this final moment sets up the cue. Also has a wild growth, and you know, he was a bit absent in games 3 and 4 compared to the 1 and 2, but at least in this final moment, he could celebrate with the team because it's his play that helps him kill the Nexus and end it.
Been a long time since Peanut has gone to MSI now as well, and he gets to go as the champion here for Spring. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for me to throw it over to Ji-Sun for some translation with the interview with the victorious Gen G.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-Sun for the championship interview, joined by Gen G, our spring split champion of 2023 LCK.
전문가의 예상일 뿐이었습니다만
They did make a huge upset. So many people predicted T1 over Gen G in this finals, but the honorary championship title goes to Gen G, and they will be the first seed representing the LCK at MSI. Let's start off with Doran, the superstar of Gen G, the Gragas god of Gen G. How do you feel?
일단 좀 모두의 예상을 다 깨고 저희가 이렇게
I'm so glad that we were able to go against everyone's prediction and win the title. It means even more than last summer's split title for me, considering all those factors. Is it better than winning a first title? Today is my best day in my life. Like, I can literally just die right now. I have no regret behind now. And the fans are also going crazy for this Gen G win. Now let's hear from Peanut, the captain and the jungler on the side of Gen G.
앞서 경기 중에 대기록이 나왔습니다. 정글러
We had
통산 두 번째로 1,500킬이라는 영광도
a very important milestone hit by you, actually. You actually hit 1,500 kills as a jungler for the second time in the LCK. And how do you feel to win this title as the team's captain? I'm pretty sure before the season started, like, no one ever thought Gen G would win LCK Spring. You know, if anyone says so, people would thought, that's a Gen G bias fan, but I'm so happy that today we proved it. Especially, I think I did a great job, actually, as a leader of the team. When was the moment that you were confident that you will be able to win the crown of the LCK? When did you get this feeling?
다시 T1이랑 붙는다 해도 저희가
I mean,
이길까라는 대답에는 진짜 확신을 못할 것 같아요.
I'm not really sure if we can beat T1 one more time if we just have a rematch right away, because T1 is so strong. But you know, the who wins on the final stage is the winner and is the champion. So I don't mind losing to T1 next time. You know, we won today at the final stage, and maybe we can make another opportunity and get a win against them. And I guess it was today, and it was finals, so we are the champions.
역시 자 피넛다운. 그리고 오늘 5번째 우승이거든요 LCK.
네네.
Peanut, this is your 5th LCK title. Now you are tied with Bengi on the side of T1 and you are the leader on the side of the junglers leaderboard in terms of the LCK titles. How do you feel? I want to say I'm still hungry, you know. I want to be the solo #1 by winning more titles in the future. Now let's hear from Chovy. We have so many Chovy fan signs out here. See it on the screen, you know, so many Chovy signs everywhere in Korean, in English. Colorful Chovy, Chovy photo. Any message over to the fans cheering you on? I can see so clearly out here. Thank you so much. Just like Doran said, you know, we were going against the predictions, so I think it means a lot to me. I mean, yeah, in the intro, actually, you also mentioned that beating T1 means more to you. How does it feel? Feels delicious, you know? Feels yummy. I guess they're the best place. Any final word before we move on to the next player? I'm pretty sure no one predicted us to win today against T1, but I want to say thank you for all the fans who kept their faith and supported us. I'm so happy that we were able to repay them with this win on stage and prove that we are the best. Next up is the Royal Roader of LCK. After such a long time in LCK history, the crowd chanting FaZe's name.
방금 모자 벗어서 인사한 거예요? 페이즈? 네. 자, 페이즈.
FaZe.
자, 팬분들의 이런 환호를 받으니까 어떤 느낌이 드십니까?
How do you feel getting so much support from the fans? I could like feel them chanting, and while I was playing the game, and it really helped us feel confident and cheer us up. So I want to say thank you so much.
프로게이머 이 시작이 어디였죠?
FaZe, where did you start? When did you go pro? I think last year.
어디?
젠지에서요.
In Genji.
젠지 CL.
Genji CL.
그리고 바로 왔어요?
And now you just made a jump up to the Genji main roster and won the LCK title. You have never left Genji, right? Yes, Genji all the way.
젠지의 성골 찐 로얄 로더 페이즈입니다.
The Royal Roader FaZe. You won another meaningful title here in the LCK. I heard you got so many advices from your teammates too, like Dora and Chovy. What did they tell you?
잘 기억은 안 나는데.
I don't remember exactly.
네, 잘 기억이 안 납니다.
아, 예, 제가
So I don't know. I forgot.
준비 많이 한 사람만 긴장할 수 있다. 그리고 보여줄 게 많은 사람이
So they actually told FaZe that the one who prepared more can feel nervous. The one who prepared harder will get nervous on stage. How does it feel to be the Royal Roader of LCK?
지금 제 기분을 약간 기쁨이나
Well,
행복이라는 단어로
I cannot express this emotion with the word like happy or glad. I don't know how to explain this. I cannot put it in words.
축하의 박수를 부탁드립니다.
Please give a round of applause for FaZe.
와, 딜라이트 없었으면 페이지도 없었습니다.
Now, let's hear from Delight.
괜찮습니다. 네.
Congratulations.
어때요?
How do you feel?
처음에 힘들었는데
It was really hard in the beginning, you know, but we all worked so hard and we won this title together. It feels amazing.
힘들었을 때 누구 생각하면서 버텼습니다. 뭐 생각하면서 버텼습니다. 힘들었을 때
Who did you kind of rely on when you were having some hardships?
가족들 응원하고
Who did you think of the most? My family, friends around me, also my teammates, coaching staff, they were just supporting me throughout the season so that I can get this great outcome. And also, I cannot count out our fans. Thank you.
사실 우리가 언제 처음 봤죠?
When we saw first time? When I was like second grade in middle school, I was watching esports game.
MVP 경기.
It was SKT versus MVP finals, and I saw you there. I was just a middle schooler.
짓고 않았던 중학생이 이제는 우승 인터뷰를 저랑 하네요.
Delight was watching the LCK live when he was only 14 years old, but now he is winning the LCK title on stage, right next to Caster John. Anything you want to say to the fans? Thank you so much for your continuous support, and I will keep working hard.
눈물이 글썽글썽. 자,
Delight holding his tears of joy after winning the title. Now let's hear from the coaches on the side of Gen G. Now, starting off with the head coach score.
이 힘든 경기 코칭 스텝의 힘으로 버틴 것이 아닌가 생각이 듭니다.
This was not an easy series, but with their tactics and strategy, Gen G was able to get this trophy. How do you feel? Last year we won title in the summer season, but this spring no one had high hopes for Gen G, so it means even a lot. It means a lot for me, the fact that we were able to go against the current.
코칭도 맡긴 했습니다만 그때 우승 몇 번 했죠?
How many titles have you won in the LCK so far as a player? Just once.
몇 년째죠 지금이?
올해가 2년 차입니다.
And this is my second year as a head coach, and I won my second title. Which one suits you better, being a player or a head coach?
사실 2년 차라서 체질인 거
It's been only 2 years, so I cannot really tell. Like this is like my perfect job, you know. But I guess maybe because I'm getting some good results, so maybe we can say it so.
자 그리고 우리 마파 코치랑도 말씀 나눠보도록 하겠습니다.
Now let's hear from Mafa.
일단 뭐 소감 한 말씀 듣고 옛날 얘기 하죠. 예.
How do you feel right now?
1인분 한 거 같은데 1인분만 한 거 같은데
I just did my role, and then like my players, our coaches like Score, Musong, they worked so hard in order to accomplish this.
소위 바텀 듀오였었죠. 예. 그리고 저희가 오늘
Well, you guys used to be bottom duo in the LCK, remember? Score and Mafa.
그때 예, 잠실에서
And you guys actually lost the final at Jamsil as well. We have some history going around here, but today we were having an opposite result. It's been so long, but I lost to T1 so many times, so it feels amazing to get a revenge like this. What about you, Mafa?
사실 4경기 질 때는 지고 좀
When we were losing game 4 and when we were like falling behind, I was like, oh, maybe we're getting reverse swept again. Like, is it happening again? But my players did a wonderful job and they got the win, so I'm so thankful. And a message for all the fans. Let's hear from Musong as well. Before we start, how do you feel? You just won an LCK title.
다 같이 많이 노력했다고 생각하는데
This spring season, everyone worked so hard. They were giving their all for this title, and I'm so happy that we were able to get this title. Now let's talk about MSI score. You are going to be the first seed representing the LCK. And you're heading over to London. What is your mindset and goal heading into that MSI tournament? I've never been there as a player and also as a head coach, so I'm so excited. You know, I cannot wait, and also a little bit nervous, but I believe in my players. You know, I'm gonna do their best job there, so we will make sure to win the title there as well.
자, 그리고 선수들도 한번 목표 한번 들어보도록 할까요?
What about the players?
뭐 어차피 LCK도 처음이고 8강도 처음이고 4강도
Pace,
처음이고
first time winning
우승도 처음인
LCK. You know, there were so many first times for you. Playoffs, losers finals, grand finals, and MSI. Have you been to London? Nope. Do you have a passport? Yes.
다행이네. 그러면
That's a relief.
만나고 싶은 팀이 있거나
Is there any team you want to play up against in the MSI? Maybe Ruler?
아직 MSI 뭐 확정 안 됐을 거라면 제가 알기로. 네, 룰러 하고 싶은
Is Ruler coming to MSI? Is there any message you want to send over to Ruler and anybody?
제일 존경하는 룰러 형을 제일 만나고 싶습니다.
I respect Ruler the most as an AD carry, so I'm looking forward to facing up against him.
뭐 존경하는 선배고 롤 모델인데 이제 다시 만나면 뭐예요? 그러면 선배 대우해 줄 거예요 경기에서?
Well, he could be your role model, but when you face up against him on the Rift, he's your enemy. Are you gonna still respect him?
선배 대우는 안할 것 같습니다.
No, game is a game, so I'm gonna focus on winning.
보고 있을 거거든요 지금요. 룰러 형에게 한 말씀 그냥 바로 해주세요.
Any message over to Ruler?
뭐라고요? 이거 꼭 만나고 싶습니다.
I really wanna face you, Ruler.
지금 페이지가 룰러를 만나러 갑니다. 기대하시기 바랍니다.
And FaZe is on his way to go up against Ruler potentially in the MSI.
그리고 주장과 초비도
Now Chovy.
SK 두번 우승. MSI는 처음이죠.
Now this is your second title in the LCK, but first time at MSI.
사실 MSI
What are you expecting?
좋은데 이렇게
I mean, yeah, going to the MSI feels amazing, but just the fact that we just won an LCK title and we are fully confident heading into MSI means a lot. Then is there any specific team or a player that you want to meet there? Not really, but MSI, you know, is a clash between the best teams around the world. So I want to just face them once every time, and then we want to win. We're going to win the MSI as well. And lastly, the team captain, Peanut, to wrap up this interview. Any word on MSI's journey of Gen.G? This is my third MSI. You know, I've got some experience, so I hope I can be a great leader to my team. And also, I just believe in my teammates. You know, they are very talented. Their performance is great, so I want to make sure and promise that we will get a great result there as well. And now, once again, please give a big round of applause for the LCK champion, Gen.G. Now it's time for award ceremony. So let me pass it back to Atlas. Thank you.
우리 젠지 선수를 모시고 이제 시상식을 거행하도록 하겠습니다. 우리은행과 함께하는
MVP, and we're also going to be introduced to some members of the Uri Bank, of course, the head sponsor here at the LCK.
That's right. A lot of awards to give out here on the stage. And this is one of the most exciting parts of the win for these teams, to find out who's going to get the MVP.
Yeah. And there are a few names that I think we could throw out here. As here he is. This is the head of domestic business unit of Uri Bank, Lee Sok-tae. And he is going to be presenting the MVP award to a member of Gen.G.
There he is, Lee Sok-tae, head of the business unit here at Uri Bank. Introducing himself.
Yeah, what a incredible ending to a day that I think many of us thought was going to be one-sided, and it kind of was, but not in this direction.
Yeah, I think really an unexpected result across the analysts here at the LCK. Definitely a massive upset here.
현장에서 직접 뵙고 경기를 함께
He said he's
Really happy to, of course, spend this time with the fans here and watch the finals with his own eyes live in the venue. And it was a really fun experience.
A historic moment that he's witnessed here and can now give a well-deserved award to one of these players. And we have our votes that are in, but we don't know where it is going to go.
꾸준히 성장할 수 있도록 늘 함께하겠습니다.
감사합니다.
Very important moment here, you know, and we all, of course, do thank Uri Heng, or Wardy Bank, I guess, in English, to, for supporting the LCK, being our main sponsor. And I'm really excited that he's able to give his little speech on stage here and say that he enjoyed the series as well. And he's happy to support the LCK.
And what I love is that these are the type of moments that you don't have to be a esports fan to know what happened here today, right? You can just be in the arena.
Oh, absolutely.
You can feel the energy and see the story that is unfolding in front of your eyes.
Another round of applause for our spring champions of 2023, Gen G.
200 million won they'll pick up here,
which is roughly 200 grand of freedom money across the pond. So not exactly a small stack of change, but there is so much more that goes alongside it. Etching a name once again into this trophy, absolutely massive. And is it Peanut that gets another one? Oh no, that's the champion. That's the ring.
Yeah.
That's the ring.
We always get excited. This is the champion
Every
ring.
time I get baited.
Yeah, the captain will get it.
Yep.
But soon we will find out who is getting the finals MVP. And this is the commemorative Tiffany ring that goes to the team champions captain, or the captain of the team that are champions. This is Gen G, of course, in this case, and Peanut is the captain. We're always very awkward with these award ceremonies, aren't we here?
We are a little bit.
And Peanut, you know, today wasn't about him, but it didn't need to. He needed to put his team in the right direction. And he had some great carry performances in playoffs. But what mattered most is what he was there to guide them, to get these players.
I like as well that in the interview gave himself some pats on the back as well. Another round of applause. One of our first upsets in a really long time.
Yeah.
I think I've been convinced that it's been an extraordinarily long time since the expected team did not win, especially here in spring. Ooh, now it's time for the finals MVP.
The final MVP 실상은 항상 이 타이밍에 도움을 주시는 분이시죠. LCK의 오상원 대표님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 따뜻한 환영의 박수를 맞아주시기 바랍니다.
CEO of the LCK, Sean O, will be coming to award the MVP.
Love that suit.
It's absolutely fantastic. Sean O looking brilliant here today.
오상원 대표님 함께하셨습니다. 네, 감사드리고요.
$5 grand approximately to the winner of the MVP.
Two standouts, I think, for this award potentially.
I think so.
Going into this one, and I think it's going to be tough to call.
앞서 제가 들은 거에서 바뀌지 않았죠? 그러면 그대로 가도록 하겠습니다. 우리은행과 함께하는 2023 LCK 스플릿 파이널
Here it is.
Making his way.
The build up.
He's like, I couldn't hear you guys. It's not helpful. Who got it?
Yeah.
And Paige will get it.
Paige will get it. I think the Royal Road definitely helps push him over the edge, but the fact that he is a rookie and performed like that in this series, I think gives him bonus points. An unbelievable achievement here for this man. And will now be able to head towards MSI, see whether he can keep this road going.
And there were two options, right? It was between Doran and it was between him.
Yeah.
And Doran got them into position, but as you're saying, the fact that he performed as confident and aggressive as he did in his first ever final is mind-boggling.
And he's going to get the Tiffany bracelet and 5 million won. Such a great performance from this player.
Unbelievable. FaZe really making history here. We've had quite a few Royal Roaders since the inception of competitive League of Legends here in Korea, since about 2012. He joins a long list of pretty amazing names, including Cuz, including Mata. A lot of great players, but definitely names that have stood the test of time. FaZe, I have a feeling, might be another one of those.
You know, this player is so young. He's got such a bright career and future ahead of him. This is just step one. We got MSI to play. We got a whole summer season and years of competitive League of Legends on the horizon, and performing this well this early. It is incredible.
It is. It's an absolutely amazing achievement here for FaZe, and we now get to hear from him again.
Thank you so much, guys.
뭔가 다르긴 다르네. 아 이렇게 정말 결승에 본인이 아니었어.
FaZe.
진짜 그 노페하고 클템이 마지막에 진짜 페이즈 신난다고
Nofe
그 역할
and
제대로
Cloud Templar just got so excited. Every time your Jinx got excited on the Rift.
소감 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
Any message over to everyone supported you as the FMVP of this season. Thank you so much for coming to support us. I know, like I say this like 100 times, 1,000 times, but I know it's boring, but I gotta say this. I love you and I thank you. And that's it from FaZe.
네, 자 이렇게. 네, 자 그 기원이 정말 이루어져서 페이지가 로얄 로더 그리고 파이널 MVP까지 차지하게 됐습니다.
He's not a man of many words, is he?
He is not. I was expecting the interview to go for a little bit longer there, but he is definitely a man that keeps it mainly on the Rift. And honestly, you can understand why, because he's pretty good while he's there.
You know, it took Faker a few years to become as well-spoken as he is now, and mentioning he's the second youngest player to ever win the LCK. I think you put a few years of MVP interviews and POG interviews under this guy's belt. It's just been a season. I think we'll be hearing a lot more about how he feels in coming seasons.
Exactly, and now to lift the trophy one more time, your Spring 2023 champions, back to back. It's Gen G lifting it one more time before they head to London for MSI as the LCK first seed.
영광의 우승은 젠지입니다.
And this is the best part. This is the moment that a lot of players have to play years through hardship, like Chovy, who just won his first title last summer. To do it in your first season and to pick up MVP and to lift the trophy with your teammates, there's no feeling greater.
And their Score standing behind FaZe in a role that Score used to occupy, telling him it didn't take me 6 months to win my first LCK title, buddy. As a head coach, it's his second that he manages to collect in a year and a half. An incredible performance from Gen G. Only Jonas Strong knew. He was the only one that had any inkling. Everybody else felt like T1 were going to once again be the kings of spring, but Gen G say no. There is Arnold there as well, congratulating his team. So many members of Gen G here standing up to support their LCK. Just absolute incredible players. I'm at a loss for words to describe this team.
It's just really, it's one of those stories that you can't make it up. You know, you can't even script something like this. And after DRX won Worlds as our 6th seed, you know, I'm not saying this tops that, but back-to-back crazy stories coming out of the LCK. It's just a region you can't predict. It's a region that has so many high-level players that on any given day, a new champion may rise.
They'll raise the trophy one more time, the entirety of Gen G. Preparing now to head internationally one more time. An unbelievable achievement here in spring. Took them a few times to get there. But congratulations to Gen G. Thank you so much for watching the spring season of the LCK, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back for summer. But before that, we'll see you at MSI. Good night.
Rushing when you take it all in, baby. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm. Just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it?
아직 안 했어?
잠깐만요. 저 아직 안 끝났는데? 잠깐만요. 저 준비한 거 있다니까요. 잠깐만요. 됐다. 됐죠?
안녕 광점들아.
안녕 쌤붕이들.
안녕 젠지 팬들아, 그리고 LCK를 사랑하는 친구들아.
뭔가 반말로 얘기하는 게 처음이어서 많이 어색하고 오글거리기도 한데
이번 스프링은 재밌게 즐겼니?
우리도 재밌는 경기 보여주려고 엄청 열심히 했어.
오랜만에 다시 LCK로 돌아오게 됐는데 나를 계속 응원해주는 사람들 덕분에 나도 LCK를 같이 즐길 수 있었던 것 같아.
이번에 같이 하게 된 팀원들이 다 경력이 되게 오래됐잖아. 그리고 나이대도 다 비슷해서 배로 팀워크가 잘 맞는 것 같더라고.
처음 보는 형들, 동생이랑 합을 맞춰가는 과정이 재밌었고 그 과정이 뭐랄까 행복했어. 정말 행복하다는 표현이 맞는 것 같아. 많은 응원을 받으면서 내가 좋아하는 일을 할 수 있는 것 자체가 진짜 행복인 것 같아.
지금 내가 이렇게 프로게이머 생활을 하는 게 너네들이 나한테 많은 힘을 줘서고 그게 가장 큰 동기부여여서 내가 지금까지 할 수 있는 거라고 생각을 해.
경기를 할 때 이제 팬 여러분들이 해주는 함성 소리도 엄청 좋고 경기 이길 때마다 팬미팅 하면서 같이 또 얼굴 볼 수 있는 기회 많아서 좀 좋았던 것 같아요.
이번에 아기 농심이라고 귀여워해주고 정말 고마웠어.
닉네임은 든든인데 좀 든든하지 못했던 것 같아서 앞으로는 이름답게 든든한 탑라이너로서 좋은 모습 많이 보여줄게. 든든 딸이 든든 든든 딸이 든든.
솔직히 브리온의 어떤 매력에 끌려서 팬들이 응원을 하는지는 나는 잘은 모르겠어. 그냥 우리는 다 최선을 다하고 열심히 하려고 노력할 뿐인데 그 속에서 있는 매력들을 어떻게든 찾아주는 팬들이 참 고맙고
경기장 들어갈 때마다 부담스럽기도 하고 더 잘해야겠다는 생각이 많았는데 항상 이렇게 열심히 응원해주고 하니까 좀 많이 힘이 나는 것 같아.
많이 힘들 때도 응원해주고 격려해줘서 진짜 너무 많이 고마워. 보고 있니? 그래 바로 너. 처음 경기 치고 되게 힘들 거라고 생각했을 텐데 현장에서 함성 소리가 막 울려 퍼지는 거야.
너네들이 열심히 응원해주는 덕분에 대회를 더 즐길 수 있게 된 것 같아. 더 재밌는 퍼포먼스와 더 좋은 경기력으로 올게. 파이팅 해야지.
연승이란 것도 처음 해보는데 같이 울어주는 팬분들도 보고 같이 좋아하는 거 보니까 너무 짜릿하기도 했고
인생 참 재밌더라고. 태어나서 처음 겪는 감정들 느끼고 참 재밌던 것 같아.
중간에 롤러코스터가 좀 많아가지고 보기 힘들었으려나? 뭐 어쨌든 끝까지 응원해줘서 고맙고 꽉 잡아. 썸머 땐 더 올라간다. 이거 누가 시켰어요? 이거 왜 시킨 거야? 이거 코딱지 아파.
지금까지 많은 커리어를 쌓아가고 있고 또 앞으로도 많은 일이 있겠지만
시간이 지날수록 더 잘하고 싶고 욕심이 나는 것 같아. 이제 쇼메이커는 앞으로도 계속 열심히 해서 닉네임답게 플레이 메이커가 될 테니까 많이 지켜봐줘.
항상 이 순간을 소중하게 생각할게. 황만씨 렛츠고.
이렇게 또 10주년을 맞이하게 됐는데 장미꽃도 준비해주고 정말 굿.
지난 10년 동안 를 그리고 LCK를 항상 응원해주셔서 너무 고맙고 내가 계속 잘할 수 있는 이유 중에 가장 중요한 건 꺾이지 않는 응원이지. 고마워.
언제나 변치 않는 태양처럼 끝까지 함께 가자. 페이커를 외쳐주고 이상혁을 응원해주고 커다란 함성으로 응원해줘서 고맙다.
사실 되게 아쉬운 부분도 많고 우리 브리온 팬분들도 아쉽겠지만 그래도 아직 2023년에 여름에 엄성현이 기다리고 있고 또 엄티가 기다리고 있기 때문에 그걸 많이 기대해줬으면 좋겠어.
2023 농심의 스토리는 이제 시작이니까 마지막 페이지에는 꼭 해피엔딩으로 끝낼 수 있게 항상 응원해줬으면 해.
썸머 때 다른 팀들 더 마구마구 물어뜯어서 결승까지 가보도록 할게.
썸머에도 모래폭풍 일으킬 테니까 앞으로도 많이 외쳐주길 바래. 클로우 짝!
항상 많은 사랑을 받기만 했지
주는 게 없다고 좀 미안하다고 했었는데
이런 영상 편지가 너희한테 좋은 선물이 되었으면 좋겠어.
우리를 응원해주는 모든 사람들이 다 행복했으면 좋겠어.
가족들한테도 이 말은 잘 안 하는데 사랑해. 고맙다.
고맙고 사랑합니다.
사랑합니다.
항상 사랑해.
사랑한다.
사랑해. 앙.
사랑해.
썸머 때 봐요.